is it going? I don't have the official logo, like the webcam scene, but I'm like, you guys think they'll be upset because it was literally just an empty webcam scene? Everyone else is using it. Oh, I don't want to be full screen, man. Everyone else is using it, but I don't want to be like my... It's got such a big camera, man. Okay, fine. I don't like this, but we will go for it. Where do I need to be? Back over here. I already hate this. Blah. Maybe I just do this. It's the WardiTV screen within the MAESTROS screen. Actually, I like it. We're gonna roll with it like this, guys. What do we lose if we didn't have this on? Yeah, it's perfect. It basically crops perfectly. Okay, brilliant. I don't want to go like full screen, you know? I don't want my camera to be like that big. Like that's a little bit too big for me. I'm not about that life. Not about that life. Hello guys, how are we doing? Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on wherever you may be. Hope you are doing well. And excited for some action and some games. It's going to be a good one as we're getting into the lobby as we speak. So we should be able to go very soon and kick off into some action. Getting a couple things set up, etc. Apparently there's camera links I've got to share. Looks like ShowTime is going to be blue. Let's try and copy this. There's so much more work than I ever put on myself anymore. Like it works, but it's I mean, I think it works, but we'll see how it goes. All right, cool. Hello, guys. The image is not small enough. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, it didn't. It needs to loop. There we go. There we go. I just don't want to be like. It does look kind of weird though, doesn't it? I'm actually gonna have to... I'm actually gonna have to be big. I dislike this greatly. I dislike this greatly. Oh, now I've got to tidy my room. There ain't space to tidy my room. I've got wedding cards everywhere. You can see all the plushies that aren't set up yet. Disaster. Hello, guys. Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be covering the Maestros of the game event. Obviously, so this is a little bit sad for us because obviously last weekend I was getting married, so I missed the group stages. Whenever they did the qualifying matches, I think I was just having time off as well. I was prepping ahead of time. I was actually away for the day, the weekend before the wedding, and that was when they did the qualifying matches. So I missed the qualifiers, we missed the groups. We caught up a little bit yesterday, but then Then we're going to be here today in full. So today we're going to do all 6 best of 5s. Tomorrow we'll be here for 3.5-ish hours and do most of the games, but not all, because Sunday evenings me and Helen do our own thing. And then and then that's it for the playoffs until they do the offline portion. But when the offline portion happens, me and Helen are away on our little mini honeymoon at the end of the month. So this is really all we get to cast of this event, which is a little sad, but such is the way of the world. I do not see Classic at all. Why isn't Classic working? I just don't, it just doesn't show up for me. I'm gonna have to check other people's stream to see if it's working as well, but let's go in game and let's just start casting and we'll see what we can do. Yeah, let's just go into it. Okay, what? I don't know what they did wrong, but we're rehosting. Oh, I think ShowTime didn't say he was ready. And they just started. ShowTime unreadied. I see, I see. Alright, we'll try this again. We'll try this again. Hello guys, how we doing? Look, I'm just trying to get set up. Hair looking thick and full? Yes, my hair's looking thick and full. Is that a thing? Is it? I don't know if it really is looking thick and full, but... I don't see the webcam of Classic. Ah, I see what he's done. It's working. Cool. I fixed it. I fixed it. Alright. Not sure moving the Pepsis out of the way makes it look that much cleaner. Look, at least like the rest of the stuff's meant to be like there. You know, the Pepsi cans. That's meant to, you know, usually this area on my desk over here just never gets seen. So that's meant to be my safe space, you know? Like that's meant to be the safe space where, like, I mean, the webcam actually is like this size, right? You can see YouTube over there as well. But like that's meant to be the safe space. You guys aren't meant to see that corner of the desk. So apparently we're rehosting a third time now, guys, so I'm not sure what's going on, but a little bit of chaos to start the day. Always a good bit of fun. Again, hello everyone, hope you're doing well. Hello, hello, hello. Thanks for joining us. And yeah, excited to kick off into actually some games. Going to be PvP to start the day. Haven't shown you guys the bracket yet, but basically ShowTime versus Classic, Clem versus Hero, Serral versus Bunny, Reynor versus Down, and then the upper bracket semi-finals leading on from those will be up next afterwards. So we're in the top 8. The top 4 get a paid trip to Paris for the offline finals. So that's today we will book 2 people into their trip to Paris already, because we'll go from top 8 to top 4 in the winner bracket, which is, oh sorry, top 2 in the winner bracket, which means obviously they will be top 4 overall. In fact, top 3 overall. Kind of a big day, because today we'll determine 2 of our top 3 players. And then obviously the lower bracket that plays tomorrow will determine the other 2 players that will go to Paris to play from the lower brackets. So, yeah. Sorry to hear about Bunny. Yeah, having to play Serral's a bit rough, I'm not going to lie. That's pretty brittle. Pretty brittle entry to the playoffs. But hey, he made the playoffs, and, you know, he'll have a lower bracket to play through as well. So, in case he doesn't find a way to fight through Serral, which I think is a fairly realistic statement. So, yeah. That's going to be a bit of a brutal one. I mean, Serral was looking really good when he played against the against Ryung yesterday. I think Bunny's a bit better than Ryung, but man, like, same sort of vibe. Like, you got a Serral who's looking like the favorite, and then someone like Bunny, I think it's going to have a very, very tough time. So, love the carrier figure. Yeah, the carrier's cool. Honestly, all of the battle cruiser, Broodlord, and carrier are very cool. I'm very lucky they stopped making these because A, they weren't cheap, and B, I don't know where I would have put any more. Maybe like right up there. You see, there's a couple of these things here are RuneScape figures, but maybe up there. Yeah, I'm running out of space. I have these 3 new StarCraft figures as well to put somewhere. I don't know where they're gonna go. I need to rearrange stuff. I just don't know how. I don't know what to do. I am gonna rearrange everything because I'm gonna do like a studio refresh like at the end of the year, start of next year. But I just don't know what that looks like right now. You know. Not sure what that looks like at the moment. Yeah. Bigger house, bigger studio? No. We're not moving house. That much is set in stone already. Don't they need to fight for 3rd place still? What do you mean? Also, it looks as though I'm pretty much ready to go here in a moment too, guys. I said they're determining 4 of the top 3. How's that possible? No. So the 2 players today will be in the top 4, but actually they'll be top 3. So today we determined 2 players of the top 4 that will be going to Paris, but because they're in the upper bracket finals, they're actually 2 of the top 3. Because they can't possibly finish in 4th place. So, and then tomorrow, the other 2 players that will go to Paris to make up the top 4 in total will play. And we'll figure that out tomorrow. Alright. Yeah, any questions about format and stuff, let me know. But otherwise, I think we're ready to just dive into some StarCraft 2. It's been a hot second since I've casted a live game. So let's get to it. We're going to kick things off into the bottom right corner of the map. This is going to be the blue Protoss player. It is ShowTime. Taking on the red Protoss in the top left corner of the map. We're going to have ourselves Virtus.pro's Classic. Best of 5s, and it'll be best of 5s all day long as well as we work our way through a whole bunch of these matches. So it's going to be best of 5s all day. I believe 6 best of 5s in total today. Like I say, upper bracket round of 8, upper bracket round of 4. The upper bracket finals will be set by the end of the day. They will be going to Paris to fight for the championship. And again, that is September 27th, I believe, which again, unfortunately, is just a weekend that I'm away. I'm actually away a lot of weekends throughout end of September through October. Finally getting some real life time in, but while I'm away for most of the weekends, I'm only really away for the weekend. So we'll be casting a lot through the week still and stuff. Just taking a couple of Saturdays and Sundays off because, well, it's an exciting part of the year, basically, is the TLDR. It's an exciting part of the year where we basically have, well, I mean, TLDR, just a lot of StarCraft 2 coming up, and then also I'm also going a couple places. So me and Helen are going away for a little bit of time. Mini honeymoon, and then we have a couple weekends in London because we're going to go see some NFL games. So yeah, there'll be a little bit of on and off stream, but like when I'm here, when I'm at home, there's going to be a lot of StarCraft because we have the WardiTV Korean Royale coming up. We have Team Liquid map contest tournaments. We have a lot of SC2 to throw your way, and all of that is going to be coming up. So yeah, I know we just had 10 days off, but like I say, it's not going to be like it's not going to be like one big period of downtime. It's really going to be like I'm away for a weekend, then 4 days full on streaming, then maybe away for a couple of days, and you know, back for 5, all that kind of stuff. Anyways, how dare I take a day off? I know. You know, this married life has turned me into a slacker. What can I say? That's all I can really make of it so far. Slacking along. Anyways, real talk. We got some StarCraft 2. Let's focus up on what should be some awesome games. ShowTime came out of a hell of a group. He topped the group ahead of Maru and Hero. And I bet Classic was feeling himself a little bit of a favor after he lost a trigger in the initial group match. So he could only get 2nd place in his group. What a tremendous joy it must be for him to find ShowTime in the round of 8. When you finish 2nd in your group and your options are going to be Clem, Serral, and then very, very likely you would have thought maybe a Hero, maybe a Maru. And instead you find ShowTime. I think Classic could not have been happier to end up having finished 2nd place in his group in the end with the way that this has worked out. There's just going to be seeing a couple Stalkers chasing out against a couple of Adepts, and they will be hunted down around the top side. So going to see a couple of those Adepts being chased. And you have the Prism, the Sentry, the Stalker, all continuing through. The Warp Gate coming online as well. A couple of Adepts taking the Watchtower, and the Oracle works its way toward the top side with the Stargate opening of ShowTime. Looking to give himself a little bit of buffering room against a Robo Facility play who is now coming across the map with the Prism. As you fly in here, there's a Sentry, but there's no battery, so this Oracle will be able to do damage. I mean, that forces a Stalker and a Sentry to be at home, and now you have a few kills going on as well. Oracle can obviously stick around and continue to deal damage here over time. And ShowTime now looking to play defensively at home. Couple of Adepts, couple Stalkers. It's only the Prism and 2 Stalkers on this side right now. It's going to get a little bit stronger, but the most notable thing is no Immortal here. This was not proxied Robo, so while while Classic will be able to stand down here and deal some damage, this is not the sort of damage where this is never getting cleaned up, right? Like, this is the kind of damage, wow, and this is beautiful as well for ShowTime. Adepts into the main base, going to get even more workers now. Might even want to bring the Oracle in at the same time as these Adepts, as they go for a few workers. Now the Oracle shows up, takes some of the attention, gives the Adepts more time. Beautiful stuff. Like I say, to me, this is a very cleanable force from ShowTime's point of view. He is going to make a Phoenix that can push the Prism back a bit and can take an Immortal out of the fight if one arrives. Right now, we've not seen that Immortal arriving. The Stalker count growing. The Prism stepping away for a second. We take a moment back and forth. And we just go poking and prodding away here. Another battery will come down. We're looking to reinforce this high ground for the next little bit of time. The Stalkers and the Sentries still going after the Warp Gate. And just going to be seeing one more Adept warped in as well as the Prism continues to settle there for a few moments. Another Stalker warping in. The Gateway taking some damage. Phoenix will go for a lift. Lifts up that Immortal, and that stops it from being microed, and that means it can't be lifted into the Prism, so it will go down. Stalker's able to get it here. The Prism showing up from ShowTime too. Obviously now he lost his second gate of his. Would have been in a little bit of production trouble if you lose that. And it's still obviously not safe just yet. And as we do continue to try and fight this right now, his own robot facility cranking out an Immortal, and defensively speaking, I think ShowTime's looking as though he should be okay. Right now, Classic is just finishing off the Gateway, it seems. The battery going to come in and heal up a little bit. Even going to energy overcharge the battery. Does he want to put more HP onto the gate? I wouldn't really hate it. I mean, honestly, he doesn't need it, though, because now he's starting to look to be in better numbers anyway. Prism here to protect his units as they get force fielded away, but he can obviously micro them over that force field and put them back into a safe place. There's one Stalker there, though, and that's just him not paying attention for a moment. Now his Immortal wants to stay forward. The Immortal is such a huge point of this. I mean, there's the Immortal coming in from the other side. It's going to be showing up a little late to the party, though. A lot of this fight has already happened, and now I think we're going to be in trouble, because here's the other issue, is that you've got the Phoenix, so you can't even really save this Immortal. It does get the kill on that, so it does not get away. I was going to say, even if it lives in the Prism, right, it can't get away, because the Phoenix would chase the Prism, and the Phoenix is going to find the Prism now. I think ShowTime has pulled off the defense in this opening game, and is going to find himself at a 1-0 lead coming out of this. Heck of a start. Heck of a start. Guys, are the player cams working? Because I'm not looking at the player cams because they're on my tiny OBS window. So I don't really get to see the player cams. I feel like they're kind of small anyway. I can't actually tell if they're moving or if they're just playing very still, and because it's a small screen I can't really see. To me, they look freaking still as statues, though. Every time I look over, it's the exact same image. Maybe you guys can see, and maybe I can work something to fix it if it is a problem. As we just have the couple of Immortals here going to go after the Stalkers. We are going to see, obviously, ShowTime straight across the map at the counter. Still has the Phoenix, which is surprisingly annoying at this point in time. Just going to see the couple sentries gathering up. And we just wait for a moment or two to see what we're going to do next. A couple of more lifts coming down. The Immortal getting picked up into the skies there. I mean, at least we are going to be able to save things. ShowTime should just be, expanding behind this. He's already expanded. It is up and running, so taking the lead and putting himself into a good position. You can see the Prism dropping down. A couple more sentries coming back over for a couple more moments here. For the next few moments. Honestly, Classic is just on one base, so he kind of just has to send it, which is not ideal, because he knows this is not really what he wants to be doing, but he just doesn't have any other choice, really. And Depth warping in, but this is looking pretty miserable as Classic walks up this ramp and gets ready to march straight into the natural expansion here in the next few moments. I mean, march in, but perhaps to his doom. Army supplies are similar, but obviously ShowTime in a defensive setup for Immortals is pretty beastly as well. That's going to make life very, very difficult right now. As a few additional Adepts warp in, they're going to go shading forward and looking for the chance to maybe try and deal some damage in the next couple of moments. I mean, the Adepts will get into the main base, but they're not going to commit. Doesn't seem to think it's worth it is again. Actually, one of the Immortals in the front there got very low, but the Prism did come in to save the day. The Oracle even coming back after not being around in this game for a long time. Not even sure where that Oracle has been during this. Yeah, honestly, I mean, the 4 Immortals of Classic had a bit of potential here, right? There was hope on this attack at the very least. I feel as though we've never really had the damage to get rid of the Prism, which is maybe annoying, but that is going to be GG. That is going to be our first game getting wrapped up. Yeah, ShowTime is, his camera is just frozen, huh? I'm not sure what to do about that. I don't know if that's me or if that's him or what. I'll try and give it a refresh when he comes back in game, but yeah, his camera's definitely frozen. Play cams are cool, but man, it's such a pain in the butt to set up. Like, I've got to update the link every single time. Obviously, the players have to be uploading them to a certain site that lets us kind of just capture their cameras as well. It is a cool system that they've put into place for us to do this here, but it's I think a little bit too much to do on the everyday, just kind of chill streams, you know. Why no max packs? Offline final. Offline final, so he will not want to play. If I had to make a guess. As simple as that. You guys know what max packs is like. You don't like no offline stuff. Not at all. Alright guys, couple moments. And we'll get back at this. Sandworm going to be our second map here. Looks like they're pretty quick about going from game to game once we got started, so I like that because we got 6 best of 5s to get through, so obviously we kind of just want to power through as much as we possibly can. That'll be exactly what we are going for as we get ready to head into Sandworm here in a couple of moments. More StarCraft 2 action coming your way. Nice to be back. Like I say, should be a good stream today. 6 best of 5s is typically a very good amount of SC2. I love the transition, by the way. It looks so cool the way it comes in from the corner and stuff. Flows very well. Let me try and just give ShowTime's camera a little refresh. I hope it's not because I've cropped it. Now I've just completely killed ShowTime's webcam. Gave it a refresh and it just doesn't want to play anymore, huh? That's definitely the right link, I'm pretty sure, though. Yes, suck. I just want to check it's not, if I do this, does it give me double classic? Like right now, I feel as though just the browser source is broken. Okay, no, I get double classic, so it's just ShowTime's cam is not playing nice. Alright. ShowTime might show up at some point, he might not. Is the TLDR, as he is in the bottom left. The blue Protoss player, and he's taking on classic in the upper right-hand side for game number 2 of this BO5. Does everyone else have the classic the ShowTime cam, sorry? I'm gonna go look at some other streams quickly once that goes. The ShowTime's cam's just gone for me. Yeah, they have. Yeah, well, I see ShowTime's camera. Yeah, I've got no idea. Huh. Maybe I need to delete it and redo it. Alright, give me a sec, guys. Delete. Add source. Browser. Blue player. Oh, I forgot what the number needs to be. $192. It really doesn't want to give me ShowTime's camera, huh? ShowTime's camera just does not want to show up for me. I've got no idea why. Alright, well, that's just a thing. There's a couple of adepts that are going to make their way over and try and see a little bit of what's going on. We're just going to be seeing the Immortal coming up on one side, the Sentry and the Stalker on the other. As we get ourselves up and rolling here for a couple of moments, as we just have a couple of Stalkers gathering. There's going to be a Sentry on either side. The Warp Gate's building up here for now. And those couple of Stalkers get straight onto the Adepts as we put some pressure on and try and play a little bit of cleanup on those already. Just for the early stages. I was trying to stop these from dealing damage. Actually survives with the shade away, dodges that last Stalker shot that was about to be deadly, to be honest. So it's quite nice as the pylon block here gets cancelled. And these couple of adepts end up in some trouble. We do have the probe walking across. Immortal out on the robo facility. The prism now on the way. Hey, the ShowTime cam showed up. Maybe it just needed some time to load, to be fair. Maybe it just needed some loading time. Maybe I should have just been more patient. Anyway, the Stalkers come about. We will have ourselves the... Oh, now I need to move him down, though. God damn it. Wardy, why don't you have player cams on your turbines? Because it's a pain in the butt! I'm sure it's not like this all the time, but it's just work. Imagine having to work in this day and age. I'm a StarCraft caster. Isn't this meant to be a free ride? Unbelievable. Prism trying to get into the main will not go anywhere. The proxy of Classic obviously set up to allow him to be aggressive now. And I think ShowTime's going to want this Prism back at home because it's going to act as a really, really important... a really important kind of piece of defense, right? A bit of micro that you can bring into play and so on as well. So I would imagine we might want to do a little bit of something like that. Prism loads up. Just going to go pull around for a little while. Hallucination does see it, so ShowTime knows where his opponent is taking his prism across the map. That's brave. If he can hold on without it, then brilliant, because obviously he's going to be able to do some damage, maybe even deny the robo facility, but he must defend for now without it. And as Classic realizes that the prism is missing, he's going to start focusing elsewhere. And ShowTime might want to target the pylon next, stop that Immortal coming out, try and save some HP. I mean, it's a bit of a messy fight, right? Gateways and the force field causing a lot of trouble here. ShowTime's Robo's about to crank out another Immortal, but that will not be safe, remember, because he doesn't have the Prism to micro it. Going to recall his Prism and 2 Immortals back home now, as they need to join this fight, and if he can defend this, then he's going to be in a prime position. Good micro so far, lifting up the Immortal there, very nearly going down. Micro wars on the Immortals. The Immortals from Classic are all very low, and he has no reinforcements coming, remember. That is very important to note, as we are going to get rid of one, and we are now going to have... Okay, apparently this Immortal did pop out the Robo, so we did get that out. He didn't actually kill the Robo, just the Pylon in the end. A little bit of a shame he didn't stop that other Immortal coming out. That could have been a huge play. Gateway, about half HP. Just going to see the Pure Depths will move down as well. Prism is going to be unloading. I mean, ShowTime just going for the surround on this. Has to be careful again of the Immortals, though. They're super low right now. Does not want to lose them. Good pickup so far still. This one is on Central, so a little bit better ping for ShowTime when it comes to these fights. He's up about 5 army supply. The Robo's repowered, though, and Classic is not just building an Observer, but he's also building the Nexus, so he's expanding at home, and he's getting himself out of this. Does ShowTime have what he needs to go across the map? I mean, he's going to build 2 more gates. I think he is going to send it. Phoenix on the way from Classic. We're going to start seeing Classic having a very similar defense to what ShowTime had back in game number 1 already. So that's going to be the setup here in the next few moments. You see the Phoenix is on the way, the Immortal coming around, the Prism right there as well, the Observer stepping forward for a couple of seconds. Balls drop out and will go after a couple of units here and there. A little bit of damage being dealt for the early stages. Again, 2 gates, Nexus, Immortal, all building up at the moment. ShowTime continuing to settle into play. Phoenix flying overhead. Actually, Phoenix intercepting the Prism would be amazing. And it is going to happen. And that Prism, I think, recall might be on cooldown still. It is, so Prism does not have a chance to recall here. And this is problematic. We are counting down until recalls are available. We can probably recall the Immortals, no problem. What's on the way over from Classic? It's his own Prism about to show up. Recall drops. We're going to lift one, the other low on the low ground, but we get away with both of them. Wow. So just the Prism lost in the end. That recall cooldown really worked out in favor of ShowTime in the end. Not exactly, because obviously a few seconds sooner would have been better, but considering the scenario actually ends up a whole lot better than it looked as though it was going to. Now a Twilight Council coming up on both sides of the map. Phoenix gather overhead. The units start to settle into the center. Hallucination going down. ShowTime obviously did expand himself in the end. Only down a couple of workers now. Army supply is very even. We are seeing a bit more Immortal cranking being done by Classic while ShowTime starts at the blink. The fact that this Robo facility is still there kind of tells you how this game has gone in the end, because usually a failed proxy means that you end up losing map control and you end up losing the Robo on the map. And obviously we had this depowered at one point, but it stayed alive, and The fact that it's still there producing units shows that Classic is in pretty good control of this game. ShowTime does not feel good getting onto the map, denying the Robo facility, and shutting down a major tech structure of his opponent. Now you see the Glaives on the way up. Stalkers get some good shots off onto the Prism. I think it's healthy enough to come back in, and actually going after the Prism at first has meant that the Stalkers are going to get absolutely beaten up by the Immortals. They take an incredible trade, and there's just nothing for ShowTime to capitalize on there. A shame because, like I say, really got that low initially. No anti-air in the front either, so the Phoenix are looking to bully down a sentry. It's going to drop. We're going to go for a second lift. Now the Stalkers show up, but too late to save the sentry, and that's going to be another nice pickoff from Classic, trying to just get every little thing that he can for himself here so far. Resonating Glaives currently halfway done. Gold base going down into the middle of the map. We continue to watch on that blink coming up. That's going to finish in a few moments' time as well. Resonating Glaives on the other side is going to give ShowTime a very powerful unit combination in the near future. Zealots in good positions. Just going to keep the Prism at bay for a moment or two. Stepping up again. Prism takes a couple of shots. The Immortal still taking some damage. I see a couple force fields coming down. We are going to be seeing the Immortals going to have to lift back up, pull away. Uh-oh, two of them getting lifted by the Phoenix. So a lot of your damage output lost. Now we lose one Immortal to the bottom side. ShowTime is not hanging on to this anymore. Classic turns this game around, as he did a lot in that main base a couple of times over. And ShowTime trying to get away and capitalize, and is not able to make it happen. GG's. Game 3 going to be on the horizon here in a couple of moments as we get our third game of this series ready to roll out. PvP obviously to start the day off, but pretty fun PvP thus far. As we get ready to go in just a few moments' time. Alright, I'll run some ads, guys, just to keep us safe from happening during the game or anything, so just making sure nothing gets in our way mid-game, just in case we get a longer PvP. What's up, Twin Head Dragoon? Thank you so much for the 6 months in advance subbing for 2 months in total. But 6 months in advance, appreciate that. GG, hell yeah. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate the belief that we're going to be still producing good content for the next 6 months. Obviously, that's the plan, but appreciate you guys. I mean, subbing ahead of time is always appreciated. It's always lovely to see. A couple moments and we should be into our next game here. A couple of seconds and we get this one rolling outward. Ready to go once again. I'm wondering, guys, if I redo my studio, would it be better if I had the camera like straight ahead of me? Probably not, because it's kind of shit on this side. There's nothing on this side to see. This is just the windowsill. I'll probably get like a bunch of the windowsill. Just like that. I'm trying to think what I could do to... Just wondering if it'd be interesting. You like the angle? I kind of like the angle as well. I mean, I've always had it like this. I've always had it like my camera over there for kind of room, you know, just room reasons as well. Because right now the camera just sits behind my monitor over on this side and it's on the end of my desk. Whereas if I have it over here, I'd probably have to stand it up on the floor, and it's just extra room taken up in the room, you know. This is nice. I'm just thinking what I can do with my backtrack. I've just got like I need to rearrange stuff. Need to rearrange some stuff. Had all the obviously the day before the wedding we had a lot of people over for the you know, just come say hi and just see the house and stuff, and we had a little barbecue and things. And obviously everyone got to see the the Wardy room. All these StarCraft nerds were like, "Well, my god, you got StarCraft stuff." I'm like, "Yeah, no shit, guys." Obviously flaunted the Caster Civil War trophy in front of all of the casters, you know. Yeah, that's gonna be in yours, but you didn't pick the dream team, you know. Had to make sure they knew that, you know, they'd seen the beauty of that. Is TL down for us? Yeah, TLNet's down for me at least, so yeah. Yes is the answer. There's the gateway starting up on both sides. ShowTime top right, classic bottom left. Getting into top map here for game number 3. Didn't mention it, but obviously Sandworm is not a typical ladder map. This map pool is 6 of the normal ladder maps and then 3 maps as replacements. So Grezvan, Golden Wall, and Sandworm are 3 maps that have been brought into this map pool to mix it up a little bit, take away Last Fantasy and a couple of the others that don't get played as much. Just make this map pool a little bit more unique, which is something I think we're going to see a lot of the bigger tournaments doing, at least a lot of the bigger community tournaments doing a fair amount here and there now. Expecting to see that kind of continue happening a bunch of the time. Hey, what's up, Campo Chess? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Appreciate that as well. Thank you so much for bitting us up. Appreciate you. Thank you so very much. As second gateway comes down from ShowTime and from Classic here, so we get that going from both players to start us off as we continue through. We see now our Sentry Stork coming about, a couple of depths coming through. Just going to be having a couple probies poking away at each other, some damage being dealt for a couple moments, nothing really too crazy. We'll see Probe just getting in here and being stuck in here, trying to scout. Adepts will play cleanup, and that'll be the end of this probe as the Adepts can move onto the map. So it is Adepts. Start off with from Classic. We'll see if he tries to do anything with those. Stalker Sentry, the opening of ShowTime, obviously gives him a faster hallucination and some faster scouting, but otherwise it's still looking pretty reasonable across the board as a couple of Adepts will take a couple more shots. Trial counts coming in on both sides. The Nexus building up. We got the Warp Gate starting as well. The 2 Sentries and the 2 Stalkers will step their way in toward the natural expansion. Looking to see what they can get to and where they can go. Although Adepts is going to take some more shots. The Sentries setting up into the center. Going to pop the hallucination down, and that's going to go across to the upper side of the map. So that blink continue to come through as well. Continue to get that on the go there. Yeah, hallucination just going to be continuing right up to the top side. Nexus finishes up, and yeah, a couple of Stalkers continue out as well. So blink on the way from both players. Everyone's kind of ending up on the same pathway here in the end. Obviously, the first couple of units were a bit different, but the end goal from both is going to be very similar with an expansion up and Blink on the way. We might have a little bit of a macro PvP on our hands. Now, of course, Blink can still be a very deadly ability, even when both have it. Classic hunting for Stalkers here, and he's not going to get 1-2 force fields, but those Stalkers are going to slip on out of trouble. No issue for them just yet. Okay, Blink still coming up. The couple of Adepts will go shading forward once more. We've got that third Nexus coming down from Classic onto location, so he's just going to instantly expand. The reason I said it's maybe not going to be a macro game is because there is that possibility one player expands, the other guy adds on a couple of gates, and we just send the big Stalker pressure, the big old attack on forward and in, and just trying to get a whole lot out of that, right? So I'd say that that's always going to be something of an opportunity or possibility. But in this case, it is going to be third Nexus versus third Nexus, and Classic will take a slight edge on that Nexus timing to just take the slightest of leads. Like I say, for this point in time, his Ferobo's a little bit sooner as well, so we are just seeing Classic again establishing early leads. But there's the slightest of leads, right? They're really nothing we're going to go crying about. They're nothing we're going to be upset about for now. Let's just see the Stalkers. The Sentry is going to be there to keep things pushed back as well. Hey, what's up, Sir Wriggleston, by the way, as well. Thank you so much for the 40. That's the 40-month resub. Appreciate you. As you get Classic in for a few probes, and in a game that's been pretty similar, and then Classic has the edge, this is going to give him more of that edge and make him a little bit deadlier, perhaps. Does that faster Nexus and a few probe kills here give him enough of an advantage where he could realistically say, hey, you know what? You know, I can do whatever I want to do right now. Well, that is the question, isn't it? As a couple more warp-ins come straight by. Adept's going to come up. The Gateway and the Nexus coming online as well. Seeing the Stalkers and the Sentries pulling back to the center. A couple of Adepts down the right-hand side also. Just going to be seeing the Robo Facility getting the Observer going. Extra gates coming through. Gatewells will come up and build the, again, attack upgrade coming in on either side. The Temple Archives building from Classic. You have those extra gates coming up, similar coming online. Hallucination still swinging down into the natural here for the next few moments, and then in toward the main base. Stalkers get blinking about again, resonating glaives on the way up. We get the attack upgrade coming through as well, that +1 on the way by right now. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers and the Sentries still gathering. Again, taking a couple of moments for us to settle ourselves. We're going to see the Hallucination popping up. Hallucination coming the other side as well. I'm just going to be having ShowTime and Classic potentially getting feisty soon. It's very equal still. I mean, obviously we saw Classic taking a couple of advantages. What is not equal is what we're going into. ShowTime with that Glaives, while Classic has built the Charge and the Zealots. This really is from ShowTime like a, hey, look, I'm going to go for one big timing window here, try and get something done, punish you on a low Zealot count before you get, additional tech up. I don't know if I love it, though, because to me, I look at this timing, and I think it's already missing a little bit. The Archon count is not high, but it's there. There's an Archon, and more Archons we have, the less these Adepts are going to be able to do, the more effective you get at cleaning up Adepts as well. If I'm Classic right now and I, catch a whiff of Adept production, the main thing you want to do is just keep adding Archons and play defensively. A few Zealots around the side, but you don't need to force the fight forward. Make him attack into your batteries. Make those shots not count for as much every single time that ShowTime gets a volley off, right? Those are the things you're going to be looking for here as the Stalkers try and step through. The Adepts, the Immortals, and the Sentries trying to step forward as well. A couple of Zealots going to split away to a couple of different sides. Adepts continue to produce forward. The +2 attack coming up from Classic as well. More Zealots in production here currently. Trying to step forward, the force fields go down. They're going to break through because we've got Archons, and it's another use of the Archons right now. I really think ShowTime's going to struggle. He has an army supply lead, so I'd love to be proven wrong. I just think his army composition is not as good, and especially as you see the warping coming from Classic and things getting leveled up a little bit. There's still 2 Archons in the mix. There are the 2 Immortals from ShowTime, but one of those goes down, and there goes his Prism. So no more warpins. It's going to make this pretty miserable, as going to get rid of maybe the other Archon. Okay, just the one, because the Prism's here. I mean, new Adepts show up, and there isn't that much tech right now. We dive in, get in the Prism, leaves that Archon vulnerable. It can go down as well. It's extremely close. Extra Stalker Warpins, though, surely overwhelmed here. But maybe that's why ShowTime just goes for chaos. Adepts into mineral lines, get some probes, and just cause utter chaos for the next few moments as you rebuild into the next stage. Although, what is the next stage for you? Because realistically, Classic has a 4th phase. Classic has +2 on the way. Classic already has Charge. He's way better set up for the long term than what ShowTime is, which is why ShowTime needed this to be more than just a close affair. He needed this to be a game-winning move, and that it is absolutely not, unfortunately. It's going to be a miss, and I think Classic is going to be looking at a lead in the best of 5 for the first time, coming out of Game 3 here in the next few moments. Stalkers. Just gonna get rid of this last Zealot up here for the moment, but yeah. Stalker comes down. That Stalker gonna take a nibble. Just gonna be seeing that Stalker again picked up. A few more probes coming through. We warp in a few more Stalkers again. 8 Stalkers coming online. Archon and 2 more Zealots coming up. A couple of additional Stalkers coming online as well. Prism having to keep on pulling back there. Just going to be seeing the Adept going down. The Zealot taking some more shots. Immortal continuing through. And we'll have ourselves the 8 additional Adepts warping in off the Prism now. So 8 Adepts warp in. The Stalkers, Immortal, and the Zealots will continue through. ShowTime doing what he can. I mean, he's back up there in army supply, but again, his army's worse than it was. He's got way less tech than his opponent this time. He's got no +2 attack upgrade, which his opponent is sitting on. There is just advantages after advantages right now here from Classic. But ShowTime just does not really reciprocate because he was committed to the army composition he had earlier. And he's just going to try and overwhelm, which probably makes the most sense, I think, trying to just get it done now. Maybe you did enough in the fight before that you can just overwhelm on a rebuild. I like this more than the, oh, I'm going to try and catch up in tech. I'm going to try and do a bit of this and a bit of that, because that is just way too much. That feels unrealistic. Problem is, it also feels unrealistic when you see 3 Archons here to smash through the Adepts and Stalkers, blinging forward to do their thing, and we actually get a bit of momentum here. You know, Classic has Archons that are derping out and not doing that much. Can the Stalker count be good enough to get 11 probes taken down on the other side of the map? So ShowTime falling victim to a run-by, but he, right here now, is going to get rid of the Immortal. Defends his advantage with +2 surely is enough for Classic to hold on right now. This does not feel a game like it should eventually go ShowTime's way. I mean, it started off really well, but that's pretty much as good as it's going to get. And even with such a good start, it's just not looking to be enough at the end of the day. A couple of Adepts, a couple of Stalkers swinging through. Stalkers still taking shots. 2 more Stalkers building online. Getting all set up for the moment as we have. Here, Adepts going to shade by once again. More Adepts warping in. Stalkers looking to step forward. Few hits coming by, a couple more Stalkers coming up. Adepts will shade once more as we continue to step into this here. The Stalkers going down, the Zolds are going to take some shots. The Adepts might actually be able to get something done on the economy, but ShowTime needs it because his economy got shattered a little bit by that run-by. And he's obviously never been off of the 3 bases. And he still tries to fight this out, but I think the reality is that ShowTime just can't get enough to truly overwhelm Classic anymore. Felt like that before already. This has just been the dying moments of that realization setting in. I think that puts us at a GG kind of moment here, as you just see the Stalkers coming up, another Stalker going down. GG says ShowTime. That's our game. And that's Classic up to a 2-1 advantage in the best of 5, which is obviously a pretty big deal. So Classic going to be looking good for that. Maybe enjoying that for now, I imagine. That's ShowTime. Let's realistically, like, I mean, the last, he stayed in the game, but that game was lost when he decided to be committed, when he decided to be attacking. That game was lost kind of back in that moment of the game, right? Like a way kind of, way far back, really. So we'll set ourselves into another map here in just a few moments' time. We're just waiting for this next game to start up, and we can resume the PvP. Pretty darn good best of 5 to start us off, to be honest. It's been pretty heckin' decent in the early stages. We'll see how this series wraps up. After this, we go into Clem Hero. That's a banger as well. And just to see what kind of Clem is feeling and doing at the moment as well. Should also be kind of interesting. Just waiting for this game to get hosted up, guys, and we'll be able to take this away. Get this up and rolling. Is ShowTime's face cam frozen? Yeah, I think ShowTime's cam's been a little bit dodgy. Did they take commercial break after 3 maps? I just asked her, I guess we'll find out. Apparently yes, so if I'd known that, I would have ran more than just 1 minute of ads. I was ready for us to go into the next game, but all good. Just take a moment and get back to it, guys. Again, hope everyone's doing well. If you're watching on Twitch and on YouTube, it's crazy to me, but we actually almost have more viewers on YouTube than we do on Twitch today. So YouTube representing big, even when it's crazy. You go away for I took week and a half, 2 weeks off, whatever it was at the wedding, and come back. YouTube is just instantly right back where it was. YouTube just didn't go anywhere, YouTube is just yeah, we're ready for more. And Twitch is Twitch always takes this few days for people to be like, oh, Wardy's streaming again? Oh, Wardy's back? Oh, I watch StarCraft. That's something I used to do. It's such a weird experience of how long it takes people to trickle back in on Twitch. Especially when you see the YouTube just Yeah, the YouTube just kind of coming in right back where it was, you know. Good matches today, wish the tourney didn't end 2 weeks from now. Yeah, well, that's the problem with them having an offline final, right? They have to actually have some time to book flights. Booking people's flights, you know, if 2 people qualify tomorrow and they have to book flights for Wednesday, it's not pretty, right? It's already pretty rough that you're booking flights 10 days out, essentially, right? So, yeah. Already, it says Classic, as we are waiting for Classic and ShowTime to head in. I mean, I think the players are ready. It's more a case of, are they done with the ads over on the main stream? 2 minutes and 30 seconds still. Oh my goodness. I really should have ran 3 minutes of ads because now we're... this level of downtime is where our ads get messed up. It's okay. I know for the future. I didn't realize that they had built-in ad times. Happy Saturdays, guys. Happy Saturdays. Good to see you all. Good to see you. It's so difficult, right? Because, like, I feel like you run the, you know, you do an offline finals and stuff like this, and there's so many cool parts and benefits of that. But I feel like it's becoming more and more difficult to justify doing that because, like, you know, in this case, you're splitting up your tournament in such a weird way. You're going to have one offline day. The cost that goes into, like, getting all those players there for one offline day versus just, like, what you could have done. Like, realistically, say they run this event and don't have an offline finals, that's all cool, but then the amount of money that they save from not having the offline finals, they probably could have run another tournament, right? Like, when you consider, like, the cost of flights, when you consider the cost of the venue, and they consider, you know, and obviously, you know, that's why it's such an interesting one, because offline events have that kind of cool factor to them, and obviously for the people that go, it's going to be a cool experience and stuff. It's more than just, like, viewers and, you know, stuff like that, but man, it's just, like, running things offline is so freaking expensive. It is so freaking expensive, it's a little crazy. A little bit crazy. Anyways, we are waiting to start up here in the next couple of moments. Just waiting for the mainstream, like I say. But yeah, offline, online, like, personally, so we are going to do a WardiTV offline event next year, but, like, I can't ever imagine that this is something we would do repeatedly, and it's going to be, like, super bare minimum costs as well, right? Like, we're going to do it in the house, we're going to, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be super bare minimum because of the fact that, like, by the time you really run an offline event, it's like, you could just have run a second tournament. And then again, like I say, it's the difference of prestige, and do people remember this tournament more because it had an offline finals or not? Like, there's so many questions you can ask in that regard, right? I just don't think it's ever worth it, personally, but... yeah. It's a really weird situation, for sure. It is a weird one. Alright, players, well, the players are always ready. The mainstream is ready to go, though. And we can get back on track. Get back to it. I do think... okay, here's a new thought. There's also this weird thing where this tournament's obviously using the online stage to hype up the offline portion. But I almost wonder if it's better if they just went big offline and... like, it's weird because the online portion probably doesn't cost you any extra to run, apart from prize money trickling down a bit further to players. I wonder if it would have been better overall to have, like, just an offline event. When you do the WardiTV offline event, what we're probably going to do is, like, there's not going to be any, like, pre-matches that build into the offline. Like, we will have qualifiers and a couple of things that build up to it, but none of the matches of the tournament will happen online, right? So, yeah. It's very interesting, honestly, like, the concept of running live events and how they work and whether they're worth it and how to make the most out of it and all of this and that. It's super fascinating, especially from my point of view as, you know, an online kind of creator. This entire time I've done nothing but run online tournaments, right? So yeah, it's something else to think on. Just see our gateway dropping down, simulator coming up. Couple probes on the way through as we get settled in for a few moments. More chrono boost coming in, and the assimilators will get going. It's coming online, probes in production. And drop the cyber cores down right there as well, so get the cyber cores in, bring that up, bring that through. Let's settle down here as the setup continues along. Nothing really much to shout about just yet. 2 gates each has been the go-to for these guys throughout the series. ShowTime had such a cool game 1, such an impressive defense, and I felt like he was in a good position game 2 for a bit. It's obviously started to slip away from him since then. He's clearly been competitive in these games against Classic. Someone he got knocked out by in EWC, and obviously ShowTime at EWC knocked out by 2nd and 3rd place finishes. It's not a bad result when you kind of look at it, but not the result he wanted either. And obviously coming into the group stage with this event, he had a great group stage. Mara and Hero under his belt in terms of people he's beaten already this tournament. Now trailing 1-2 against Classic. I think ShowTime is such a real threat, but it's so difficult to string all these match results together, right? Stalk a sentry, we'll get a probie. Just gonna be seeing the next in the warp gate still building. Couple stalkers just heading down that right hand side. Away they go, Stalker and the sentry in the warp gate all building up. Sentry in the warp gate building on the side of ShowTime. Twilight Gown's gonna be the tech choice. Of course, tech structures becoming one of the main things we start looking at here a lot of the time. Stalker's going to fire against another couple of Stalkers. The battery will take some damage as well. Some shots going through. You step back the other way. Watch for ShowTime. He is going to lose 1 Stalker there at the very least, and a Stalker and a probe lost for him. Classic, still a flawless opening thus far. How far does he chase? So you get rid of a Stalker, you take a bit of an edge there, but attacking in feels unlikely to net you too much. Force field a bit shy, perhaps, of maybe catching a Stalker. Would have maybe been a step further back or so there, but obviously was just not meant to be. Again, the 2 more Stalkers coming down with the sentry right down to the bottom side of the map, recollecting themselves together for the next few moments. When will Clem Hero start? As soon as this series ends. All the matches are just back to back to back, so matches will just go one by one. Who will win, Clem or Hero? I actually have no idea. I want to say Hero, honestly. I think Hero does get the better of Clem on this one. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling Hero might have some drama. The Frenchman knocked out with the French hosted tournament as well. Nice little bit of map control from ShowTime as he just tries to clean up the hallucination. Looks like we're getting ready to drop the 3rd down. That's already a 3rd base from Classic, though. It's one of the advantages he took in an early game of the series as well. Just faster 3rd base. Not really being punished for it at all. Makes it pretty tricky out on the other side. So you're going to see the Stalker stepping up. We're going to come straight in here. The sentry getting caught a little bit. Would it be nice to just get the volley off on that to kill it, because then you get rid of the Guardian Shield. Battery has done a lot of work again. I think with that battery especially, we're just going to be stopped from really being able to do much else. ShowTime's initial attack in is going to kind of flop. And unfortunately just really go nowhere. To have the 3 Stalkers peeling back just a little teeny bit further. Yeah, this one does seem to have been stopped in its tracks for now. It's going to be the end of that for the moment, at least, as the Stalkers and Sentry continue to gather themselves back together once more. A bit of fighting. Stalkers and the Immortal going to be joining up to go after those other Stalkers, and actually will be able to find a little bit of damage. Few shots coming about. The Stalker's actually going to be able to volley back again, and just Classic having enough right now to really kind of control this game and control this map a little bit. So he's got to be looking quite comfortable there overall. Stalkers and Sentries run together one more time. Obviously now Classic's turn to come across the map, and ShowTime will have the defender's advantage, so force fields in good places, the batteries to back him up as well, trying to keep those units nice and healthy and in a nice comfortable place. Stalkers will get themselves settled and take a chance to maybe get something done over these next few moments. Stalker's coming back around, the Stalker getting set up as well. +1 coming through, the charges on the way in. Just having the Nexus on his right side going to be warped in next to. And ShowTime has the gateway, so he's going to keep bringing the aggression on his own 3 bases. Important for him then to kind of get through this and make something happen. If he's not going to have the base, he blinks in for the Immortal. A couple of Zealots in the back would love to jump on these Stalkers while they have no blink. And they do start to do so. It just doesn't feel like ShowTime really has the power at all. This faster third base initially from Classic and just everything else that's kind of led to this point is really working wonders now, as I think we are just going to see, like you can see right here, Classic is just going to push ShowTime back extremely comfortably. That is going to be pretty much all they wrote in terms of that. I don't think there's anything else to really add on to that stage. The Stalkers, the Immortal, is going to pick the gateway off, and Classic is up 30 supply and in a very good position at the moment. Big push forward from Classic. Maybe seeing the Imps pushing forward still. Go further. What do you think we have ourselves? Well, I mean, ShowTime just falling further and further behind. I mean, there's no winning in this for him. And he's going to admit it as well. He's not even going to try and stay in and fight anymore. Classic going to take the first match of the day, 3-1. And Classic advances through into that winner's position. And he's going to be in the upper bracket semi-finals. He'll play the winner of Hero and Clem a bit later on today. So Hero versus Clem will be up next, guys. We'll get into that ASAP. Let's take a couple moments. Get ready to kick that off and get this underway. And yeah, get ready for some more SC2. Beautiful stuff. We'll love to see it. Best of 5s, guys. Yes, best of 5s all day. All the winner bracket matches are best of 5, and then tomorrow will be best of 7s from the lower bracket. So, I think I'm just going to be a couple of moments while they get the next match set up. As far as I can see, they've not even vetoed yet, so maybe a few minutes of downtime, actually. So we'll take a couple of moments. I don't have the official break screen set up, so I'm just going to leave you guys here for a sec while I stand up and step away. I'll be back in a couple moments for more games. Coming up next, Hero versus Clem is going to be coming in. It's like ShowTime just hitting a bit of a brick wall there. It would be fun to see him in the lower bracket, but man, it's not going to be easy either, especially in the best of 7s. So, yeah. Alright, guys, let me step away for 2 seconds and we'll come back. Clem Hero coming up next. Alrighty, Clem Hero coming up, guys. They are in the process of vetoing, so yeah, gonna take a few minutes between games, unfortunately, but just waiting for this to get set up. I love how, by the way, in this event, higher seed gets to pick heads or tails to then determine service. It's like, oh, cool, I get to pick the 50-50 with my first place from the group rather than, you know, just getting straight up server preference. Turns out everyone wants server preference. Who would have guessed? Oh, yeah. Alright, waiting for Hero to veto first. Get that underway. We have to do the cameras and stuff as well, I believe, still. So it's going to be a few minutes before we can truly jump into this, which shouldn't take us too long. Shouldn't take us too long. What's up, Siru? Thank you so much. 35 months married to WardiTV. Love it. Thank you so much. Nearly 3 years. Crazy stuff. Always great to see the annual resubs coming through. Years upon years of subscriptions having been used. It's actually kind of crazy when you stop to think about it a lot of the time. Because I find it kind of crazy. It's very interesting. Wonder if Clem is going to switch to pros for any of these matches if he hits a snag. Yeah, it's a great question. I think Hero's such a frustrating player for him as well. I think there's a very good chance he will... I don't know if Hero's like a fun player to play PvP against, but I should never doubt his PvP or Clem's PvP anymore after the other day, so I'm not going to say anything about it. We'll just see what we get. Ultra Love first veto, waiting for Clem to veto next. I'm going to say a few moments and we'll be hopefully ready to go. Alright guys, like I said, just a few moments. Anyone got any fun questions or anything? Great time to ask them. We're just sat waiting for vetoes and stuff, so yeah, really just kind of sat around waiting a little bit. Nothing else to really say too much. Yeah, any fun questions, feel free to go ahead. Otherwise, we are just going to be continuing through. Just chilling. Alright. I feel like they needed, for everything they had in this event, they needed one more guy to be vetoing with the players before the previous series ends. I feel like that's the one thing they're missing out on. The one thing they didn't think of, huh? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Ooh, excuse me. Bit yawny, apparently. Remember some sort of team league and they held the finals in France? Maybe Paris as well? Yeah, Nation Wars. Yeah, Nation Wars was always the original O Gaming event. Obviously, O Gaming doesn't exist anymore, but the Comeback TV guys who are running this event is not the exact same guys behind O Gaming, but they were a lot of the casters for O Gaming, so. Next game match, Hero versus Clem. Coming up as soon as they're done vetoing and setting cameras up and stuff. They are vetoing extremely slowly. But their cameras are coming through. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bum, bum. Yeah, just videoing, guys. Literally just waiting on videos. So everything was moving real smoothly during the games. Just after the games, before the next series, then video's gonna take a bit of time. Are these replays are live? They're live. That's why we're not in game. We're waiting for them to pick their maps. So I probably all killed France back then. Those Nation Wars where France were actually very good in Nation Wars. I mean, the French team used to have... France just had a lot of good players. France actually beat Korea way back when. Yeah. France beat Korea back in 2015, 2016. They actually won one of these things. They won a Nation Wars with the Marine Lord All Kill. If you missed that one, it was a banger against Fine Innovation. I can't remember who the final player was. Yeah. Finland actually only ever won Nation Wars once. Format not always favoring the the power of Serral, I suppose. I don't even know if Clem was ever really super good in the Nation Wars either. France top forward, but lost in 2019 with Clem on the team. Very cool. Mr. No user Mechanical God. Yeah, Innovation was a great player to watch. Always very fun. Also, guys, if regards to race, there's only one race allowed, so there's no race switching. As such, there will be no Protoss from Clem. He will play Terran for the whole series. So, full series, Clem will be playing TVP. I still don't know how to know which color each player is going to be yet. But they have finished their videos. Tokamak, Gresvan, Sandworm, Pylon, and Maganath are going to be our map pool. And hopefully get this hosted up and we can go. Like I said, it's a little bit of downtime just between matches waiting for the videos, but hopefully from here on out, at least during the games, at least it's been pretty smooth sailing and pretty speedy, so in that regard, at least we should be able to zip zap zoom forward. And we'll play TVT. No. He can pick a different race for versus Terran. But he has to play the same race for the whole matchup. Not the whole tournament, just the whole matchup that he's playing. So no race picking between maps, basically. So you can't race switch between maps, but if he plays against a Terran, he can play Protoss. Yeah, because he did play Protoss versus Terran in the group stage as well. So yeah, Clem doesn't have to play TVT, and he already beat Bunny with the PVT. I don't think he's going to be too worried. Anyways, plays are in. Looks like Clem will be blue and Hero will be red. Let me take that and go then. So Clem will be blue, did I say? Seems like it. Hero will be red. Let's see if the cameras work. Now they're gonna swap colors. I love that for us. All right, let's swap around. Apparently we start in 2 minutes. Okay. 2 minutes and we'll be allowed to go, guys. Perfect. Now I feel like I'm going crazy because they're back to the other colors. God damn it. Not enjoying the player cam swapping experience. So apparently Clem will be blue and Hero will be red. I would have just deleted this part of the overlay and just not had like a red and blue border on the player cams and just had the player cams. God damn it, like. Oh yeah. All right. Should be good to go in a moment. Everyone's just asking questions. Are you in some predictions? No. I have too much going on trying to set player cams up to run predictions. Because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to make a prediction, then tomorrow someone's going to be like, hey, Wardy, why is the prediction from yesterday still up? I'm going to be like, ah! Because it happens every single time. So... starting in 4 minutes. Oh my god. We actually are going to have just downtime, I see. We went from 2 minutes ago to 4 minutes. Nice. Alright, guys. The 20-minute downtime is real. Such. Yes, guys, Clem will be Terran. Working your world quest and WoW during this. Nice. I'm just sat here failing to fill the downtime. Ay. Unlucky. Bum 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 bum. I always understand like downtime when players are vetoing and stuff's getting set up and stuff like that. But man, I find it kind of crazy when then the production team or the mainstream are like, yep, perfect, we just had 10 minutes of them vetoing. We need 5 more minutes. Yeah, we need we need 5 more minutes, guys. Oof. I wonder what they're up to on the front stream. Maybe they're doing some fun stuff, to be honest. It's also possible. I can't find them because freaking TL's down. Ah, they have a Clem video. That makes sense. They have a Clem video. Fair enough. We'll just sit here Clem videoless. bum, bada, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, so yeah, probably about 2 more minutes then. While I was gone, you were watching the Cranky Ducklings, they just put up a 50-minute waiting screen with Brood War music. I mean, I'd be like that as well if we you know what it is? I would also do the break screen if I didn't. I actually am very adverse to break screens nowadays because I think me just sitting here, even in just silence when I don't have a lot to say, is sometimes better because then people always feel like they can come into chat and just ask something. But yeah, I mean, I don't have the break screen set up for this tournament, so we're on camera all day. I didn't set up the pre-game or the break screen or any of this because it looked like way too much effort for the fact I was going to do 1.5 streams of this tournament overall. So yeah, we didn't set up any of this. These are this graphic and the in-game graphics are the only ones we set up. Everything else we just let fly. So everything else we just let fly. I'm just gonna use these 2 screens all day long. I set up the transition as well. I like the transition. It's cool. Alright, we're finally in game. Thanks for the patience, guys. Obviously, just a rough little period trying to get going. I can say the French stream had some stuff to do, and we had some stuff to do as we get into Clem versus Hero. Terran versus Protoss in the quarterfinals, match 2 of this Maestros of the Game event. Clem with some hotkey issues. Probably, he always has hotkey issues. So a moment or two while he gets his hotkey sorted out, we can get this fixed up and underway and get this ready to party on. Is Clem's cam now frozen? Is it just that camera each time is just frozen on my screen, or? Oh no, it's not frozen, he's moving. It's so small on my screen, like it just doesn't look like anything. Okay, there you go, hotkeys messed up. I wonder what it is that causes his hotkeys to get messed up a lot. I wonder if it's the race switching or what it is. It's very interesting because it happens all the time to Clem. Clem in the top right and Hero in the bottom left will set us off into this second best of 5 of the day. Big one because, of course, get to that winner bracket semi-finals. It's a 1-round advanced. Avoid the lower bracket, but again, they're playing for the top 4 of this competition where they get a trip to Paris. Now, that's not super exciting for Clem, but still a chance to play in front of a home crowd would be very exciting, even if it's not a long trip. A home crowd to play in front of, I think, is something which would be very exciting for him. He would, if he won this, have to go through Classic to get there today, though, because Classic sits in that upper bracket semi-final, waiting for the winner of this matchup. That will be played later on in the day as our 5th series out of 6 that happen on day 1 of the playoffs. Engineering Bay block will come down, so Clem is going to stop Hero from being able to expand early. It's going to be seen pretty quickly though, which means that we are going to get the probes pulled down as a response to this. SCV looping around for a little bit. It's pretty low HP, can't really do too much else, but nice for it to stick around and trying to figure out what else it might want to do. Cybercore will get put into place. It's going to get the Nexus put into position as well. Reaper hops up, heading down to that bottom left side. Wolf gate adept and the Nexus continue to come through as we take a few moments. Just gonna see the Reaper still moving about. Stalk coming up, Wolf gate on the way, Nexus building through. So we're just going to be shooting, the Reaper taking a couple shots. There's going to be a couple of those SCVs taking damage. We do have the Twilight counts continue to build up as well. Again, just We have the Adept, the Zeld setting up on that high ground. The Marine going to be there. Zeld going to get turned around again. And we see the Hellion fighting, the few Marines trading. Obviously, all the units here slowing down that command center, but I do feel like this is going to be dealt with pretty nicely. The Hellion stepping through, going after the Adept. I mean, yeah, this is going to be dealt with. The units go down. Bit of a delay for Clem, but he gets back on track. However, now a Stalker or two showing up, and that's a problem as well, because that bunker is still not done, and Clem doesn't have many units to fight this with right now. Gonna have to try and use that Hellion to the best of his ability. The Reaper as well, the few Marines showing up. Looks as though we are going to be okay. We get a Stalker kill, which feels very nice, and the bunker is done, so we can retreat the Marines back to a bunker, and finally Clem is truly going to be safe in these early stages. Is going to be bringing us through to a much more comfortable position now as the couple Stalkers will hit that Reaper. We have to step away, and the Reaper goes down, just stepping a bit too far forward. Marine's going to hop out and just try and get some more damage onto the Stalker here, really looking to get a kill. Very adventurous from Clem. He will force this to the low ground. Once it's on the low ground, you can't really fight back as hero, but he lost a couple of Marines to push that back very aggressively and very quickly, as soon as possible, essentially. Now we have the Hellion threatening to go across the map, but the couple of Stalkers will see it on the retreat. And so nothing is going to come through there for the moment either. Banshee, tank, Marines, and the cloaking all continue to come through. Blink still coming up to be done. Forging the gateway coming online. Stalker's going to be there. The Hellion gets chased the other way. And Banshee tank Marine coming about. The Banshee around that bottom side looking for a way through at the moment. Nexus will come in, the extra gates building. We have the Hyperfly rotors on the way up as well. Just take a few moments. Hyperfly rotors on the way, and that's something we have seen a lot of lately. Hyperfly rotor Banshees, keeping on building the Banshees and using them as a main way to harass and deal damage throughout the course of the early and mid game. And then you play mech behind it. And that has been the last time I watched Clem. He was playing mech exclusively in this matchup. It looks like that's going to be the case again here today, at least to start this series off. So into the factories and into the mech has been what they feel like is the better way to play as of late, as the couple Banshees continue to settle. Pros going down. Stalkers get underneath. The Banshee cloaked up and actually getting away. Observer was not in range, so we lost one of the volleys. Sieged up for the extra range at the end, which got you a couple more Stalker shots, but not enough for a kill. That's a couple pros going down for no cost at the moment. Field Accelerator on the way through. The Stalker's going to get turned away. We're going to get the Orbital Command floating over to the third base here over the next few moments as well. Cannon, Observer, +1 attack and charge. Continuing to build through for the moment. Again, Magfield Accelerator continuing to produce right now. We get a few more units warping in once again. A couple extra Zealots warping in as the Orbital will land in the next few moments. Bunker going to drop into position. Stalkers and Zealots though want to break through this, and this is just before Clem is set up, but the Banshees, I feel like, have the potential to do a lot of work. The Zealots really are overwhelming though. Stalkers going to be in good enough numbers. If we just have detection, I think those Banshees are not going to last long, and then there's not going to be much left really here for Clem, but to get rid of the Obs again, and now the Banshees can chase this army of Hero down a little bit. There's actually still an Observer right there with the army. The Hero has to back it up, and while he actually did okay breaking through, he actually just doesn't have enough power to keep going through. A lot of Clem's army supply is in the Banshees, but there's not enough anti-air yet to battle those. Didn't actually have charge for that fight either, so the Zealots could have been even better if charge was done. Obviously, that just didn't line up just yet. the units going to gather. We just see the few stalkers warping in. A couple factories continue to build into play at the moment. We get ready for a push up this high ground. Stalker going to press through. He's going to be seeing the Banshees firing. Hellions morphed into Hellbat's going to be big against the Zealots. What I worry about for Hero is he doesn't have a long-term plan here. This is an army that's looking to break through Clem's force right now, and that is it, right? Like, this is just the game plan, is to break through against this force here and now, and if it doesn't work out, like I say, he's not well set for the future. His tech is limited, he's got a robo facility and upgrades, and that's about it at the moment. Stalker step through orbital will take a few shots of damage. The Banshees of King is going to reposition over, and so far Hero will not find the moment to break through just yet. Zealots warping by, and we do have the push forward starting now. The Zealots try and charge in. Hellbat's turn to fly. No blue flame yet, as the Banshees try and keep themselves safe in the back. Stalker stepping forward, want to get on top of those Banshees. And the Zealots are putting in work, though, and I just don't think Clem has enough. GG's called, as Hero keeps on in with the aggression, while Clem had a couple of good defenses. What he never got was a solid line of tanks or a solid line of defense, and because of that, really ended up in trouble in the end. GG's. And it is going to be a Hero 1-0 lead in this best of 5 for the moment, with a game 2 coming up in just a couple moments to see whether or not Clem can fight back, or if Hero's going to start storming away with this upper bracket quarterfinal matchup. PvP time? Nope, no PvP. He cannot race change during this series, unfortunately. So yeah, that was set out in the rules, so no race switching during a series. So TvP throughout from Clem. So we're going to go Grezvan here for map 2. Just wait for everyone to get brought into the lobby, take a couple moments, kick off into our second game of the series. Guys, again, you're watching the Maestros of the Game $20,000 tournament. Again, we caught up on some of the replays of the group stages yesterday. I was away last week, and so missed the groups, obviously. And I'll be here for today and then a little bit of tomorrow, and that unfortunately is going to be it for us on this event. Obviously, we do have other events going on. And we've got some WardiTV stuff coming up as well. There's Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament coming up. There's going to be some WardiTV events back in October as well. Obviously, the Mondays continue. So lots of StarCraft happening. Just would have loved to obviously covered more of this tournament specifically. But that's not going to turn out to be the way that it works as we get ready to go into Grezvan for game number 2. One of the maps that got voted into this map pool while we took a few of the maps out. So, yeah, Grezvan for this second game, as we have in the bottom right corner. The blue Terran player is going to be Team Liquid's Clem, fighting from the 1-0 deficit, with the advantage belonging to his opponent in the top left corner, Hero. Game number 2 of this best of 5. And best of 5s all day long. Best of 5s all day long. Lower bracket does become best of 7, so some of the elimination matches tomorrow will be best of 7 when we get to those. But yeah, today's going to be best of 5 after best of 5 after, you guessed it, best of 5. Similar in the build rate, gateway just building up. The SCV is going to start taking some steps across the map. Engineering bay and the barracks coming through, the gateway building up then. Just have ourselves settling down and taking a few moments as we just, yeah, play the engineering bay block, same as what we had in game 1. Doesn't see this as quickly this time, Hero, so it is going to be probably a different response where you actually try and expand to the third base rather than just taking the probes to the low ground and playing denial on the engineering bay. It's just too healthy. The SCV full of HP as well could put more HP on the engineering bay if you try to fight it. And yeah, you can see Hero, he moved right down to the south, so takes that third base on the linear position. That's going to be where he tries to play forward from. Slapcore finishing soon, Nexus on the way. Probe continues to move out, the SCVs coming forward. And the SCV just coming right down to the bottom side. So just going to set up over there. Nothing too crazy. Actually going to drop the tech lab into place. The reactor still coming through. Barracks is on the way. And again, the Twilight Council on so continue to come online for a couple of moments. Get those probes on the go as well. I think we're playing Bio this game, obviously, which is with the barracks coming up. Which is like, obviously because the barracks coming up, but obviously going to be what was going to happen coming into this, which I think is obviously going to make this pretty fun. Just have the Cyclone and a couple of Marines coming stepping through, taking some steps forward and sending themselves out to the front for a little bit. So, stepping on by. Stop to take a couple moments. Just going to see the stim pack on the way. Marines in the siege tank coming up as well. Have another barracks on into play and into action. And that blink is already halfway done, as we just have the battery and the gateway continuing to produce. Next siege is up on the natural. Marines building, tech lab building, orbital on the way out. Cyclone just locks on. The hallucination immediately going to take some damage. Goes down right off the bat. And yeah, Blink really is not far from being done here. The robotics facility will be on the way. We bring that through. We get that set up. We just have the assimilator building as well on the side of Heroes. Again, that assimilator cell, the charge on the way through. Stimpack and Combat Shield both building now on the side of Clem. Add a few Marines on also. So this is going to be an attempt to push across the map, and Hero will try and intercept to the best of his ability. Go into the low ground, gives Hero the chance to really do a bit more damage again. So we're going to siege a tank to push him back, and Hero attacking in, loses one Stalker right off the bat. Gets a Marine or so from this, but good play from Clem. Siege in the high ground. Gave him the chance to actually grab a Stalker there. That wasn't going to happen otherwise, so definitely gives you a little bit more leeway and a little bit more of an edge as the rest of the Stalkers continue to move through. But we just pull back and we're going to siege the tanks. Damn, moments from finishing here as Hero heads into the charge upgrade, the Immortal and Gateways. Additional Marines coming out. The Starport going to swap over to the reactor. Going to give us the chance to produce a couple of medevacs and start powering the bioforces here. Once, considering they're going to start stimming, having the medevacs overhead will do a lot for them to accompany them and support them. So I'm just a little bit gas drained, which is why the two medevacs take a while to start. Hallucination will get a pretty good confirmation in the main base of what is up. Sees the add-on setup on the structures, for example, as well. So sees there's no real surprises coming as one of the main things that Hallucination just wants to keep on scouting, keep on reaffirming what you are seeing, and just hoping that nothing comes about that's too surprising, basically. You should never be caught off guard. He saw a chunk of the units nearby as well, which tells you that Clem is not dropping on the map already, for example. What Clem does not have is any sign of a third base, and I do wonder if he's got intentions of kind of, taking a third. What is interesting is obviously Hero only just drops his third base down now. So Hero is very comfortable in saying, you know what, I'm not going to expand too quickly. I understand you might be playing a more aggressive style, and if that's the case, I want to be very ready to kind of meet your aggressive style with units of my own. So playing the 2-base tech and then taking a slower third does kind of strip the option of Clem being overly aggressive, because attacking into what has been for a long time a 2-base Protoss is just not going to net you a whole lot of benefits. Clem with the attempted drop saw the Zealots as well, so Hero can't really dive in with a run by here, at least from the right side. He's going to come around the back with the Stalkers. Doesn't really bode too well, because there's actually units in almost every single direction, but the medevacs, Clem had seen these Stalkers, but apparently just not. I really thought he'd seen those. I really thought he knew where they were. Does end up getting a couple of kills in the end, but lost one medevac. Actually gets a good few Stalkers out of it, so maybe it isn't even that bad overall, but still, medevac count being drained means you got to be even more careful with the medevacs that remain, because the last thing you want to have happen here is for your medevacs to just get shot down, and for you to never really have a comfortable medevac count in the game at all. That would truly be a little bit of a disaster as the army continues to go top left. Clem wanting to push right now before thermal lands, before some of these additional kind of, tech bits and pieces hit into Hero. Colossus took a beating already. Next tank gets sieged up a bit further forward. Clem has a lot of units as he pushes in. Double sentries will go down. The pylon going to be, I was going to say maybe in trouble, but yet he just dives for the Colossus. And obviously Zealot's warping in right next to this. That's a lot of bio left over. The tank's still there for him to fall back to. Zealot on the other side walk into Widow Mines, and I think it's fair to say that Clem has absolutely monstered his way through this front line. I don't know where this Colossus, I guess to the robo facilities on the third base, but it just walks in from a weird angle. It will instantly die. And Clem just needs to reinforce this, and he should be absolutely golden to see victory in game number 2 and to tie this series up 1-1 in the best of 5 quarterfinals. Zealots are still pushing forward. The Stalkers and the Immortal looking to come through as well. The tanks will volley through. Hero has to say GG. Really cannot do much else right now. Clem is going to be able to take game 2 of this matchup, and that is going to be us tied in the best of 5, which is always good to see because lately we don't really know necessarily what Clem is feeling like in this matchup and what he's actually going to be able to bring to the table against someone who's been so consistent in Hero. But yeah, Clem brings it back a game. We'll take a moment now before we head into our third map of this series. They do an official ad break after 3 games, guys, so we'll obviously jump into game 3 and hopefully fairly quickly, and then there'll be a bit longer between games 3 and 4 in case you guys are looking to nip away for a couple of minutes. As Clem switched it up, and we go to Sandworm for game 3, so note that the maps, that's one of the newer maps, or not a newer map, but one of the maps that's not in the current map pool, and that's been brought around as something a little bit different here. What's up, Jeff, as well? Thank you so much. 57-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you so much indeed. Ready GLHF. Getting called from Hero. Just waiting for colors to be swapped and we can go into this next map. Who will take the lead and on to match point. Thank you for the 100 bits as well. Now a married man. Indeed I am. Yes. I know what you're all thinking. Unsubscribing and Wardy's not available anymore. But look. I know that's rough, but we need the subs to run more StarCraft still. So I just need you guys to hang in there without it, hang in there anyway, All right, let's get our game 3 coming up, guys. It is Sandworm coming through. We're going to start off in the top right corner of the map. In the blue, repping the Terran race, repping Team Liquid, of course. It is Clem. In the bottom left-hand side, the red Protoss player, Hero. I loved Sandworm. We actually used Sandworm alongside Persephone in one of the other maps. What was the other one we used? I can't remember what other one we used, but we used a few of these maps kind of on the WardiTV Mondays before the, when the Team Liquid map contest still first happened. And yeah, it was really fun to see Sandworm. It was actually one of the players' favorites. It got played a lot. We used Sandworm Persephone. What was the other one I used? Anyone remember? It's actually, I can't remember for the life of me now, but I like that one as well. I think it was a I can see it, but I can't remember the name of it. Is my current problem. I'm actually gonna look it up. Hang on. Let's find out where it was. Nope, not that one. Oh, that one. Somewhere in the middle. Killer's Mile. Yes, we used Killer's Mile as well. That one didn't make ladder either. But that one was also kind of cool. Kind of cool. Kind of fun and kind of cool. Runner 1, kind of a fool. According to me, at least. Nexus drops down. We probe back into the main base. Cyber core building through. Still can't understand why Last Fantasy got past the map. But yeah, hey, Last Fantasy Fast Fantasy was like, hey, out of all the 3-player maps we've had lately as well, because there was actually a TLMC where we prioritized 3-player maps, it was the worst candidate for a 3-player map we've seen in a long time. It's pretty busted. Hopefully if they 3-player map again, they actually pick a good one, because I actually do think there are some pretty okay 3-player maps, just Fast Fantasy really was not it. I can't believe Fast Fantasy made it, man. It's actually crazy. Baffling. Baffling. Marines going through. The Twilight Council starting up the blink right there. And we see Hero playing pretty regularly. Obviously waiting to see what Clem would like to do on his opening. I mean, so far not too surprising. I'm also just wondering what the, you know, are we seeing Mech or are we seeing Bio kind of on the later stages? That's where obviously we start to really figure out what the plan is and what we're going to start heading into, so... That was trying to say shade, but doesn't really get anywhere. Let's see 3 more gates and the Robo coming up. It's a pretty aggressive blink play from Hero, who will be able to get a Prism out and be able to apply a lot of blink stalker pressure. So Hero's going to have a lot of capabilities in that regard, and that's going to be very interesting to follow. You don't see the 4-gate blink super often. I mean, it's still used, but it's definitely not one of the most common ways that people have been playing things out. You have that Adept trying to shade through toward the front again. Still got that blink finishing very shortly. Robo about a complete gateway being done very soon. Medevac comes boosting across to the bottom left-hand side of the map, and the Marines are still gathering themselves together with the Adept shading into the natural. Medevac will boost Widow Mines available to drop in. 1, 2, and 3. You're going to see all those probes pulling through. Stalkers going to be right there. Going to have the blink to avoid, but that's 6 probes that go down, so actually a very good start here from Clem. Remember that Hero's also playing 4-gate blink, which means not a fast third base, not a good economy. You're going to delay your third a lot for this, and yeah, this is actually going to be painful, losing 6 workers when you're trying to be focused on being aggressive, as powerful as you can at a certain point in the game. Taking eco damage like that is going to put you way off from where you wanted to be originally. That's definitely going to put Hero into a bothersome position. As the Stalkers gather at the front, Prism will set up for a few more Stalker warp-ins. Add a Zealot into the mix there as well. Oh, the Stalkers blink straight in, man, and Clem, I was going to say not quite ready for that. I think it's true. Medevac going down. The Marines there obviously being shot at from outside of the bunker, so we actually do get some value there as Hero. The SCVs pulled, but the bunker never came under fire. But you have to have the SCVs there because you can't afford for the bunker to die. You need it in order to turn it across the map, as the Raven will actually get a few probes in return. So once again, Hero's going to have economic issues because he's taking damage till he blinks through, gets the siege tank quickly. Uh-oh, bunker is surviving. I actually think the bunker has enough repair on it to live. That's absolutely huge. Now the Stalkers go to the other side. They could blink across and finish the bunker off, which is no longer being repaired. Obviously, SCV is going down, but this is very committed from Hero. He needs damage with this, and he is obviously getting it right here. 2 tanks now available. Clement 1 tank right far up in the main base, and that's been part of his problem. If that was in any better of a position, maybe there would have been less problems, as we are going to get some Stalkers on the exit. The Raven showing back up as well. Clem lost 18 SCVs. He's down by 9, but with a couple tank siege, Stim finishing, and a lot of Stalkers hurting. I wonder if Clem is now able to stabilize. And if he can stabilize here, then we might be still in for a pretty reasonable journey in the next little bit of time. Stalkers in the main base, though, going to make it a little bit more difficult once again. Like it. A few more Stalkers still going down. Prism in some trouble as well, taking a few more shots. A few more hits just coming on through. We are going to be seeing the SCVs right there. The Prism gets pulled back and away. Being brought out of position on that one. Kind of an exciting few moments, huh? As we're just going to reset with the Raven coming back around, +1 attack combat shield on the way up. Charge still being built here as well. We'll continue to bring that through for the moment. Clem has lived, and Hero is now taking a third base on the gold, which I actually don't mind, because it does kind of force Clem to respond to it a little bit. Gives him a little bit of extra edge, if not. Nice auto turret again, going to get 3 probes. Clem's Raven's been great this game. It's really delivered. Every time that it's really needed to deliver, it's actually shown up and been a big deal. Hero does have to knock these rocks down to make this gold base mineable, which keeps his units at home for a bit, which gives Clem the chance to get on the map, which obviously comes into play a little bit as well there, so also an aiding hand. SCV's getting pulled alongside everything else as the bio begins to make its way out across the map here. Looking through those Dragon's Teeth in the center. Sentry's on their own. The Stalker's off to the right side. That means you either give up the gold or you give up your units, and we're going to choose to give up the gold base. It doesn't exactly go, bode well for you in the long term here. So Nexus will indeed go down. The Prism in the main, Zealot Stalker gathering up. You see the bio continue to fight. The few Zealots going down currently. All those SCVs getting picked away at. Clem losing 10 workers. Now going to turn. Obviously, having pulled the SCVs into this, he's very committed to making something happen in the here and the now. Clem wants to make something out of this push. Still have about 15 army supply. Can he stop Hero from ever really stabilizing? SCV's going home. I mean, honestly, just knocking down the gold and knocking down the third feels as though Clem is no longer under pressure to full send, full commit anymore, right? I think at this stage you can probably say, okay, I'm in a comfortable spot. I can kind of just play from here. And I think that's exactly what he's going to start looking to do. From this point on, a couple force fields. So he's actually still fighting, but it's not a lot of Zealots, but it's enough to kind of force Clem to lift him back away still. Again, the rest of the bio stepping up. Warpin's coming through as well from Hero. It's actually turned into a pretty close affair right now. Just going to see the bio coming about. Still those Zealots in the front going down. If we can get rid of the Immortals here, that would be huge. The auto turret going to tank a few shots. The bio units are low. Every single thing you can have in these fights is helping a lot. As Clem is, this game is very close. 29 to 21 army supply. Obviously, economy is okay for Clem because he could move the main if he wanted to. But Hero just has no access to a third, which is why Clem stands here and fights. Because Clem wants to keep Hero from expanding to base 3 for as long as possible, and being in this position and putting this pressure on does exactly that for you. So that's what Clem sticks on the map so heavily for. Well, Stalker shots going back the other way, the bio regathering once more. Few Stalkers pulling back down to the bottom left-hand corner. Marine Marauder Medevac coming up, add a couple mines, add a couple barracks. Medevac coming over once more, going to get the Widow Mine burrowed into the mineral line. It's going to go bang on a few probes. Good split from Hero in the end. Lovely retargeting from Clem is actually quite nice as well, to be honest. She gets the Stalker in the end. And maybe could have even retargeted onto the big group of probes. But even still, just probes not mindful a little bit. Units going down. These are all things which Clem looks at positively. I think Clem's big thing is getting a medevac or two up and actually having some healing on that army, because missing the healing, that army was drained, man. It was super low. Good to see it being brought back into a better place as the bio regathers. Medevacs join back up. The Stalkers get going there as well. They do take a couple of shots, a couple of nibbles from the bio army. Able to hit those Stalkers nicely. We do still see the Storm on the way, the Immortal and the High Templar being added onto that as well. When force field comes down, a couple of Zealots will start to drop here. As you see the Sentries and the Immortals gathering still. The bio really wanting to push through this position. Force field's buying time as a couple of Zealots hit on the other side. Hero still trying to cause a bit of chaos. Clem has the upgrade lead as well. That +1 should do a lot for him. We're moments away from Storm. Storm changes the momentum of this game a lot. It takes away a lot of Clem's ability to just attack, attack, attack. He knows the High Templar is there. He is now going to know Storm is available too, so he steps away. That Widow Mine is going to be huge. Really softens up both of those Immortals as the bio, though, does get swept away. Storm a big part of the reason why, and 2 Immortals very low, but not dead. Really is huge for Hero, because those are units which now get to survive on forward. and just difficult units to grab because they're always going to be behind a Zealot line at this point. So how does Clem ever really capitalize on them being low HP? Well, you probably just don't. Which means that it's amazing to have been able to keep them alive this far. Definitely a major positive and a major bonus there. Recall on that little group of units. Zealot, example, Immortal pulling back. Orbital going to lift off. Pull away from the front. Couple Stalkers blinking through, going after set Medivacs. Everything else joining back in the center. Bit of mine going down. The other bio unit's going to be there. Stalkers get pushed back again. Clem has the upgrades, by the way, so in a game which is fairly even army supply-wise, Clem's upgrades should start to help him a lot here. That storm is not going to be good enough. It's not close enough. Got some EMPs available. There's more storms left. That's the one thing that's not going to matter in terms of upgrades, though, so you've got to be careful with the storms and respect that. Storm is 100% the way in which Hero has a way back into this game. Clinging onto those storms and hanging onto those High Templar is going to be his way to potentially win a game that is otherwise, I think, pretty far gone for Hero at this point. I think we're getting to that sort of point where this should not be really too good for him. Is that Archon just stuck? The High Templar morphed in the spikes, and now it's just stuck completely. That's unfortunate to say the least. Good news for Clem is he won't have to worry about that because the Archon has terrible range, so it's not going to be useful at all unless a Prism shows up to evacuate it. Prism on the way. One more High Templar just showing up now. Clem doesn't know about it. He's going to play safely. If he scanned and saw just the one High Templar, he might just commit in a bit more heavily, but honestly, counting back's not a bad thing anyway. There's the Storm to disengage. And the bio going to stem forward again. There's the Prism, saves the Archon that was stuck. Obviously, it's still an awkward position, but the Prism will continue to evacuate. Clem now, economy lead, upgrade lead, and now really an army lead as well. I think he's done enough. These fights have been good from Clem. He has stopped the Storms from connecting in too meaningful of a manner. And it does look as though Clem is going to have himself a road to a lead in the series now. Looking to get up 2-1 in the best of 5. Liberator showing up on the other side, going to get sieged as well, try and be a little bit more annoying. And the Zealots and the Archons trying to come through. EMP's coming down. Archons melt. Stalker's dropping. The Immortal going to get jumped on as well. That's also going to get knocked down here. So the Immortal gone, and that is going to be pretty much that. As we have the Stalkers coming down the bottom left side. Liberator sieging up. Couple of probes going down still. The Archon Stalker wanting to come through. That's going to be a dead Liberator as well. That's going to be GG. Clem takes the 2-1 victory in this best of 5 series. Clem 2, Hero 1, and we are, very simply put, a map away from Clem, securing himself an upper bracket semi-final matchup against Classic later. That would be a big one. Classic has been the kryptonite of Clem as of late, and that could be a great match to see. But we're not there yet. It could still be PvP. Hero could still pull this back. There is no guarantee on that just for the moment, as we are going to take a couple of moments, guys. Thanks for joining us. We got almost 350 people on YouTube and 450 people on Twitch. Good to see you all. Good to be back casting some StarCraft 2. Wait, I thought Wardy had to quit StarCraft when he got married. Why isn't he doing all the jobs around the house? I know. Got myself out of that one. Yeah, it turns out the wedding contract was not the wife-friendly variety. It was the StarCraft-friendly variety. Who knew? Alright, guys, we're going to take a moment here, run some ads, because they're going to take a few minutes on the French stream, so we will just take some time, otherwise... yeah, otherwise we're just going to be... We're going to sit here waiting anyways, but you guys know what I'm trying to say. I'll actually run the full set of ads as Will's gifted a sub to VUW4. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. As we get loaded in toward Pylon here. Just give it a moment. Ready GLHF being called. Thanks, mate. No, thank you for supporting and subscribing and gifting a sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You can't see it because of the overlay today, but obviously the sub count did take a hit from, you know, getting married. Who would have thought, huh? Who would have thought taking 12 days off or something affects the sub count? But yes, sub count is at about 500, so the road back to 700 starts again. The amount of times I've walked this road to 700 subs, it's been a few times. Thank you so much, Willis, for your own sub as well. Appreciate it, and thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Subs and so obviously go a long way to helping the channel and stuff, guys. So again, if you're enjoying it, do consider supporting it. We appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. having not worn my headset for a couple of weeks is also now making it feel weird on my head. It's been a while since I've had to deal with it being on my head for so long. My head's like, no, I'm not used to this anymore. Crazy. Should be about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes away from getting into game, guys. Like I say, they do take a little bit of a break for the mainstream ads after 3 games, so we are just in that period. Obviously, coming up after this, if you're not aware, is going to be Serral. He takes on Bunny in the ZVT, and then Reynor battles Zaun in the ZVP, and then we go into the upper bracket semi-finals with Classic versus Clem or Hero, and the winner of those other 2 matches in the final upper bracket semi-final. That's the final best of 5 today. That happens obviously in a few hours' time. 6 best of 5s in total. This is series number 2. Really hoping more than anything that they just kind of smoothing out the process of vetoes and so on. Because, yeah, honestly, the only reason that we're behind schedule a little bit right now is simply because they took like 20 minutes from the series ending to the next series beginning. And a lot of that, like 10 plus minutes of that, was genuinely just the players vetoing. So, hopefully, maybe that gets streamlined a little bit. But either way, we are going to be back in game for a moment, in a moment soon. Go-Go just being called on either side. Go-Go, Go-Go, Go-Go. Perfect. Pylon coming up, guys. Again, thanks to your patience between the games. We obviously just want to dive into more games, but sometimes you gotta take a moment, take a chill, and get set up again. What's happened here, but we're good now. Let's dive into it. We're gonna go and have a peek in the bottom right corner. We're gonna be with the blue Terran, who leads 2-1. 2 games that he has not built mech. He has won. Isn't that kind of against the grain of what we've been expecting in this matchup lately? Maybe. It is Clem, the bottom right corner of the map, while in the top left-hand corner, it is going to be Hero. Who's running this tournament? This tournament is by Comeback TV. They are the French casters, Funka, Coca, TKL, and company. They are running this one. Crowdfunded the money. Very passionate French scene. Lots of crowdfunding hit very quickly. Very impressive. Obviously, there was an offline finals for it as well. Top 4 of this tournament play in Paris for the finale. So yeah, that's in a couple of weekends' time. As we get this game 4 underway, let's see what we're gonna get up to. Let's find the IndyCam. Where you at? Hiding at the bottom of the list, huh? Crazy. Got the IndyCam on, and it's an engineering bay block again from Clem. Very consistently looking to engineer and bay block. Found quickly again by Hero. Obviously, when he found it quickly in game 1, he did pull the probes and fight the engineering bay. When he didn't find it quickly in game 2, he took the Nexus elsewhere. So obviously leaning in this game back towards that game 1 defense and response, which is going to be to pull the probes and to go after the engineering bay. Nexus will be the follow-up, as the Cybercore came down already, and with the engineering bay going down quickly, you can put the Nexus in the correct position, not having to put that elsewhere and expose it to the dangers of Hellion run-bys and more. You'll do very comfortably on that. There's Clem in Paris. He doesn't live in Paris, as far as I'm aware. Obviously, he's just in France. So he should just be playing. I'm pretty sure he's just at home in. I'm not sure where he lives. I can't remember. I've heard it before, but I've forgotten since then. Factory building, command center on the way through. SUV building up as well. Warp gates will be added on as you just have the CC high grounds are very safe from Clem. Wants to take away some of the aggressive potential that Hero might have early in the game. When those first units show up like they did in that first game and put a lot of pressure on, those are the kind of things you want to steer away from, and that's exactly what the high ground command center looks to achieve just giving you a much more comfortable and clear-cut game in the early stages. A couple of Marines will be there. Probe gets pushed back again. Stalker steps up one more time, and the Marine's in a good position just to put some damage out, push the Stalkers away. Command Center will morph into an orbital command in the main base. Bringing that orbital command online. The SCV and a couple of Marines coming up as well. Starport still building. And a couple of Stalkers joining up. Wargate and the Twilight Council continuing to come through. Stalker's going to fight. A couple of Marines are going to get turned around. We will see the Marines obviously trying to push back. No bunker on this low ground because you never established, any control in this low ground is kind of the issue. And Marines only not going to have fun, but there's the Cyclone. And now these Stalkers are in pretty deep. The Cyclone not going to take any shots just yet. Now takes one volley. I wanted another lock on there. That would have been amazing for the Cyclone because then you maybe get a second Stalker kill. At this point, it does become difficult for the Stalkers to attack back through. The Cyclone has to be repaired. And the SCVs will be near there to try and do exactly that. So bring that Cyclone back up to good HP. Liberator, Marines, and the Cyclone all building out. The Stalkers are there once more. Marines are going to load up. Actually going to go boosting forward. This vision is kept, so we get the Stalker kill from the Cyclone. Cyclone low, so again wants to pull back and get repaired, but that is the power of Clem's Cyclone. The micro is there to get a lot out of it, and that means using every little bit of HP it has. In fact, now we're going to start coming across the map a bit more aggressively, maybe. Do we really want to keep on pushing that? Maybe, possibly. It's kind of one of those moments where it feels dangerous because you're going to be getting across the map near to Blink finishing. And the moment Blink is done, this entire army from Hero is going to be able to trade that much better, that way, that much more confidently. That obviously becomes a major issue as well, right? As the Marine tank's still building up, a couple extra barracks on the way, Blink finishing soon. Liberator coming around that left side, the Marine Cyclone force up towards the top left-hand side as well. That Blink will complete. The Temple Archives still builds. More probes just going to be taken down as the couple Stalkers will take some shots into the Liberator as well. So 4 probes going down. Just going to see the medevac loading, boosting back down to the bottom side. Clem pulling back a little bit. Double Cyclone should really help and do a lot, even against the Blink. Just forcing the Stalkers to step away stops a lot of the damage output from them. Actually forcing a full Blink back should give Clem the freedom to get back home. Clem having about a 15 army supply lead, but not really anything you can push with right now. Wants to play defensively against these Blink Stalkers and then maybe go again once Stim and +1 are done. However, that will be, as I was just misspeaking on, is going to be up against Storm, as that is now on the way as well. So Hero will have an answer by the time that Clem gets a better army up and running here. Clem is going to make his way to the 3rd command center. That is on the way right now. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1 attack all building. The Observer goes down to the Cyclones with the scan. There's a second Observer right there, but Clem's not paying attention because you don't really expect 2 Observers in the same scan radius on your side of the map, so he doesn't realize the good fortune that he almost ran into on that one. Flipper is still on the upper right side. The few Stalkers coming in from the left. Against Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1 continuing to go. Nice shot off the Siege Tank, hitting the Stalkers there. To move out. Like I say, 3rd CC, extra barracks behind it, so there's not an intention to end the game with this push. But obviously there's still a good moment where you've got a good army supply lead. And what this comes down to as well is, if you can avoid the Storms, this has potential. The Storms do a lot to give Hero safety and to give Hero a way to kind of survive through this. If you can dodge those Storms, there is a little bit of deadly possibility here on Clem's side. First couple Storms come down, but the Prism locked onto. One more Storm coming in. High Templar's out of energy. There's a couple more High Templars available. Do they actually have Storm energy, though? Answer going to be no. Prism comes and saves that one. I think we've got 1 High Templar with energy in the background here. It's going to drop a Storm kind of in the middle of everything. That's not going to be good enough. tanks move forward. Now going to morph in the Archons. I think that might actually still be good enough here. Clem getting a few probes. The natural not minded of Hero during this because of the Liberator. The Archons are morphing, going down. The first one died. The second one just about peels away. Super low, though. Yep, there's that Liberator that has been extremely annoying. The entire natural not mining during this, which means that Hero does not have the income he's meant to have. It's going to take a step to the main base. He's going to take some units. No, he's actually going to re-siege the natural, which is fine as well. And Hero didn't realize the repositioning of the Liberator, so a few more probes going down. That Archon is super low, and Hero is genuinely in some trouble as Clem does have to step back away from one more storm here, but he's going to be able to keep stepping into range of this Nexus. And every time he steps into range of this Nexus, danger is going to be on the table, and Hero has to be very, very careful. Widowmine's going to hit dead center on the Zealots as well. The Stalkers will get rid of the Siege Tanks, though, and a little bit of bio here, trying to go after a few more of those Zealots. Their tankiness is what's saving Hero for the moment. Clem's +1 putting some work in to help him there. We're out of storms as Hero as well. Obviously, that's not good. That's going to keep him from being able to be super safe in this situation, as Clem sitting with a 20 army supply lead, soon to be a 1-1 upgrade lead. His +1 armor is halfway done. Ghost on the way up as well, bring that through. The Bio Viking on the way out. The single Marine there, going after the probe in the bottom right-hand side. Just going to be seeing the Bio standing strong and fighting back against one of those other units that start to step up. The Widowmine going to be forcing the Stalkers back once more. Good micro with the Prism, obviously just making sure that we can set the mine off. Clem being chased, obviously Hero getting aggressive here, giving himself some breathing room at home. We do have one High Templar that's full of energy. I imagine that took a recharge when it got made. The storms are just not landing though. This is Hero server preference, this is West for map 4, but he has just not found a single storm that's really been like the oh my god storm, the game turning storm really. All of these storms have been hitting the middle of the units where they are not. You know, like he's been hitting between two different clumps of units or the front, but Clem doesn't stand in it. Clem has weathered the storm literally so far. And now his Stalkers are going to try and pressure. Clem does not have an angle to take advantage of those. Stalkers have a couple different directions they can leave in, so that shouldn't be a problem. One more blink in there, we're long gone. Still a 30 army supply lead for Clem, though, with Ghost now coming into play. Does have to deal with the Prism in the main base. As the Prism's super low, the Ghost does get it, so no evacuation and most importantly, no additional warp in. That means you know exactly how many Zealots you're up against and you don't have any extra numbers to deal with. You know, 11 Zealots in the main can be such a danger. 4 Zealots in the main, that's whatever. Reinforcements take care of that much more comfortably, as we are going to see Clem try and take advantage of the High Templar here. Gets a snipe, but does lose a Ghost, as he just got a little bit carried away. Now stepping forward, has to be careful as Marines clumped and the High Templars arriving. Ghost not in position because he sent them around that left-hand side, but only denied one of the High Templar. SCV's going down, his Hero will lose the Zealots. Once those Zealots go down, the rest of this army becomes very exposed here. You can see the High Templars getting EMP'd, and now there's no more Storm, and there may be no more Hero here in Game 4. As Clem steps forward, the Archon falls, everything else gets chased, and Clem now a 50 supply lead in the game, doubling the army supply of Heroes, still upgrades to nothing. Ghosts out, being reinforced with more Ghosts. A Medevac, low HP, dropping around the map. As Clem feeling confident, and Hero only 3 bases as well, not getting up to that 4 base plus economy that the, you know, typically the Protoss players love to play with. Eye on the Vikings gathering together once again. Stepping up, the Templars and the Zealots coming around. 2-2 upgrades will start one more time. Put a mines, trying to aim for those Zealots, not quite going to happen. The Vikings overhead once more. Dropping the Storm down, a couple of Zealots getting grabbed. Going to see the bio units coming in from the top left. Surround is going to be good. It's a beautiful conclusion to this game in the series from Clem as he kills everything. The Prism is the one escapee from this attack from Hero. That's clearly not going to be good enough. We're going to warp in a couple units at home, some desperation warp-ins, but Hero probably feeling that this one is out of reach for him. It's going to be a low bracket experience from our Protoss player. As he'll be dropping down to play, I think it's a rematch against ShowTime from the group stage, which obviously he lost on originally. Meanwhile, Clem will be advancing through to play Classic in the upper bracket semifinals. That one comes up in a few series time later today. So yeah, this is been all Clem. Making that first game not working out, but the bio games, very comfortable and confident from him. Clem looking good in the TVP. I didn't know what to expect coming into this. It's been a little while since I cast some games, right? It's been a couple of weeks. Didn't know what Clem was thinking in TVP, if he was still trying to play PvP a bunch or what. But, yeah, this was some solid TVP, and Clem looked very good. He looked absolutely solid in the matchup. You know, like, he tried a bit of the mech stuff, didn't work out. Went into the other things. Very cool. Very, very cool. Alrighty, guys. Up next is going to be Serral. Oh, yes. Some Serral ZVT as he takes on Bunny in the next round. It's going to be Zerg versus Terran, Serral versus Bunny. That is followed by more Zerg as Reynor battles against Zaun on the bottom half of this bracket. So we will be going for ZVT, then ZVP. So if you're a Zerg fan, your day is about to get better. Like I say, we'll be heading into that in a few moments' time. So best of fives continuing with Serral and Bunny up next. Like I say, we kind of have to do the whole veto process and stuff, but hopefully not going to take us too long. And we can get this underway. Lovely. All right, guys, we'll take a couple moments. Let me throw some ads up. And obviously make the most of some natural downtime. Hopefully the videos don't take as long as Hero and Clem did. Fingers crossed we can get that sorted a little bit faster and get into game a little bit more quickly as well. Fingers crossed. Match is beginning 20 minutes after expected. I mean, yeah, honestly, 1 hour per best of five is a little bit of a tight schedule. It's very tight when the games take so long to set up. Like, honestly, it was just Clem and Hero vetoing so slowly last time that took us so long to start the next series, to be honest. Yeah. Hopefully this is just a 5-minute downtime instead of a 15-minute downtime. I love how they're doing this coin flip, and it's like... so confused. Apparently, tails is heads in French, and French heads is, and tails is heads, and heads is tails. I've got no idea what's going on. I'm gonna stop looking at the video channel. I'm so confused. They do this in the past as well. So confused. French heads and tails is wild. Alright. Gonna get some camera set up. And yeah, Bunny and Serral just gonna veto, and like I say, I'm hoping we're in game by half past. Serral picks server advantage on the heads and tails flip. Apparently Serral will be red. Perfect. Bunny's camera not turned on yet, but that's okay. We'll give it a little bit. I've put that thing in at least, so it should, in theory, work. Golden Wall, Ultra Love, and Corporeal all getting vetoed up straight away. See those getting taken out the pool then. Beautiful. I've got like 5 different English streams covering this event. Yeah. Such is the way of the world nowadays. There's so few tournaments, everyone wants to cast everything. I think it's kind of rough because, like, in a way, you don't want to limit anyone. I almost think it would be better for the event, and even if I came out on the wrong side of this, I think it would be better for the event if they actually just had 2 English streams, for example, and then like if we had like 2 English streams, and then like if you wanted to stream it, you know, from replays, then you can. I think like the English viewership being spread between like 5 different channels kind of probably doesn't do the event any good, you know. But maybe it doesn't. I always think, like, for example, if you see one stream with 1,500 viewers, you're more likely to click on it than multiple streams with like 300 to 800 viewers, right? Because then you're like, whoa, that must be some good games because there's a lot of viewership today, right? So I think there's a little bit of an aspect of that, but yeah. Such is the way of the world. Everyone wants to cast everything nowadays. It's the best part of running your own events. You can hog the content. What's up, Poison? Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Married Life. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. What's up, Captain Damage as well. Thank you so much also. As we are first map Gresvanning. Awesome. Alright, so Bunny gonna go Gresvan map 1. To me, that's an 8-Rax map. Especially considering it's Bunny. He's gonna have to try and do things against Serral here. Gresvan, then Persephone. Get to see what a map 3 will be. Excuse the yawning, guys. I'm tired, apparently. Should probably go get a drink as well, but now I'm scared that they're going to start soon because the lobby's coming up. Maybe I'll go grab a drink after game 3. Or between the next series, that also works. So yeah, guys, I'm going to get hosted up. Did Bunny's camera come on? Don't see it. Manganatha, Tokamak, and Sandworm. Gonna be the end. There's a long timer on mainstream. Oh, I didn't even look at mainstream. Yo, what's up, Soul Man? Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Thank you for all you do for the SCT community, and congrats on the wedding. Cheers. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate the 1,000 bits. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for donating. I didn't even think about looking at the mainstream. I really, They have 7 minutes countdown. I see. They really do have a long countdown. I'm gonna see if they confirm it's 7 minutes to the players here in the lobby in a second. Hey, do I already have a drink? I already have a drink. I already have a drink. I'm so dumb. It's literally in front of me. I was like, man, I'm thirsty. I'm just like, I've just not been drinking what's in front of me. Alrighty, guys. So yeah, just a little bit of downtime, waiting on Mainstream, I could actually run. I'm gonna run ads again if they've got their 5 minutes plus away, because then it just means you have to squeeze less ads in between games, so less overlapping and stuff. So we'll just do that. There used to be a German cast as well from Tech TV. Yeah, Naruto Bovo, he does like Valorant stuff for Tech TV now, so he doesn't really do the community casting that he used to do. What's up, Rissy9? How you doing? Hello, hello. Just waiting for... Not even the players to be ready, I don't think. I'm pretty sure just waiting for the mainstream. Brownie Bunny has a new camera link, so let's try that. Looks like the cameras are working. Brilliant. Brilliant. It's so weird having the cameras on the screen, because like every time I usually cast with cameras, I have no issue watching the cameras because they're like, I'm watching like a feed, so I get to just watch the game, right? But then, so that's the like, that part is like kind of weird, because now the cameras are just over here on the other screen on my little OBS window, so I don't actually get to see the players as you guys get to see them. It's just kind of weird. I'm like, we have the cameras, but I feel like I don't get the cameras like I usually do. Yo, what's up? And thank you for the resub for the 72 months, 6 years. SCT2. Appreciate it. Gear Dragon with the 116 month resub. Have I found what I changed on your PC yet? Honestly, no. I don't even think you changed anything else. And if you did, it's so minor. It just doesn't matter. Damn it, I already figured it out. You changed nothing. Yeah, I'm not falling for your mind games. I'm not falling for the Fear Dragon bait. I know you too well. Again, asked if the players are ready, so we are moments away from hopefully kicking this off, guys. Getting into the games. Serral and Bunny ZVT best of 5 action. Gonna be our 3rd series out of 6 a day. This one will give us get us to the halfway marker. Reynor's down afterwards should be interesting. I didn't see Reynor's down in RSL, unfortunately, so I can't really build off of that, but yeah, Zound did beat Reynor in RSL, apparently, so should be cool as well as we get into Grezvan here in the next couple moments. Loading this up and getting this underway. Alrighty, loading screen. And 2 awesome players as we get into Serral versus Bunny. What the hell does Bunny do? 8 racks? Does he proxy racks? I mean, you gotta think he's gonna do something a little crazy, because it's Bunny playing against Serral. I feel like there's not really much choice or much option here, to be honest. Guess we'll see what happens as we get into the ZVT. Any day you get to cast this man is a great day of StarCraft 2. Even if he's a heavy favorite, just watching him play is usually a treat. In the bottom right-hand corner from Basilisk, the red Zerg player is indeed Serral. Taking on the blue Terran in the top left corner of the map. We are going to have ourselves a Bunny. Prepping Falcon still, as we get ourselves into game number 1 of this best of 5. We get this underway. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm genuinely excited to see what Bunny tries to do, because he's an underdog to me. To me, this is a matchup Serral should win pretty much every time. And that's not to be negative or boring. It's just I genuinely think that this, should be Serral's kind of game. And that gets me excited because to me it feels as though Bunny gets to play with almost no kind of restraints, This kind of feels like an opportunity just to go for Bunny. Send anything and everything. And just try and learn a little bit, just try and get a little bit out of this, see what we can do. Barracks at the front, but it is going to be Man Center first, so CC first into a fast low ground wall off. Bunny may just be trying to go for as much greed as possible. Right on the way then, Command Center about to finish. So we got the factory down. Double orbital will begin to morph in. We get that going then. And that factory coming up, the orbital is going to be on the way through. And we just have everything settling down for the moment. So we get that up and running, and get a couple SCVs, and the Marine coming about. Link speed will be building through. Queen, the hatch coming about as well. Get that set up for the moment. Link speed building then. Queen, drone, hatch continue to settle down. Plane's gonna try and poke a little bit. And the Helene's gonna poke away Fulling as well. It's gonna be seeing the double starport though is gonna be the most interesting part of this, and that's where Bunny is switching it up. So double starport to set us off. Fusion core dropping down, couple of SCVs on the way. Queen is gonna fire, the Helene will take some damage, and the Tech Lab finishing up on the factory there as well. As the main thing is that we're trying to hide what we're doing and showing up with double battlecruiser. This Overlord Scout, it could be absolutely huge. 2 Marines have got a job to do. As Bunny's going to see the Overlord. He's going to see... oh, did he not see it? Oh, he might not have seen it. So the Overlord's going to start getting around the back without being denied. And that is the opportunity that Serral is looking for. Going to start making the dive through, and there's no way the Marines have the DPS to deny this Scout. 1 Marine nearby, the second is not. And I think it's fair to say that this one is going to be figured out. Serral, when you see this, Flare is obviously important. It's already started, but obviously Aspire eventually is what you want to get to. And you just know exactly what this is. So if I'm Bunny, I'm wondering, what do we even still go double BC? Maybe we go something really crazy. What if you just go like double Banshee, Cloak speed? Like right now, going double BC feels like such a give up, right? Because your opponent just knows what's up, and Serral, you would expect his ability to kind of deal with this is going to be there. And a lot of this build kind of feels like it should be based on or reliant on the ability to, to kind of show up as a bit of a surprise. But if there's no surprise factor to this, well, I'm not a believer, but I guess we shall see. I'll give it a little bit of time here. See if Bunny can still make it happen. Start stem behind it, so he's going to go for the bio follow-up to the BC pressure. Double BC. I'm just going to teleport straight in there. Drones go down. Obviously, the first few moments of this defense is going to be a little bit tough because the spy is not done yet. The BC already low, so we lose 7 workers, but we get 1 BC super low. We do lose a queen as well. Spawn in a good position, obviously, to help push this back as best as possible. BC is going to be going down. It's a shame because you really want to maintain the BCs. They're meant to be able to harass throughout the game and force the corruptor count to stick around. Well, 9 corruptors coming up. Like I say, they're going to be a good shutdown on the BC that remains in this game. And because there's only 1, I just don't think we're ever going to be able to BC enough corruptors down to realistically force more corruptors to be made. So then Serral can focus on the ground. The roaches are going to be the port of call for the moment. Like I say, it's a fast bio follow-up from Bunny. Maybe there's some hope in a push where 1-1 finishes up and he can just have a very strong ground presence just before Serral's really set up on the ground because he's been building these corruptors. And he has taken some damage off the BCs as well. I feel like that shouldn't really be super viable because Bunny invested a lot to get to this point in the first place is the issue that I'm foreseeing. BC teleports home. Going to be repairable now. Bring it back up to health if possible would be great. I'll try and make a little bit of something there as the corruptors get back. Over to the right. The Marine's going to get there. Corruptors will take some shots. 1-1 upgrades. Infestor's building. The drone's on the way. Again, Infestor's building up. 1-1 upgrades and the Roach Speed building now. Combat Shield on the way through as well. Get some more Marines and a Siege Tank added on. This army settling down into the center. Corruptors obviously going to try and make use of themselves and caustic spray and the gases. It's actually a really cool choice because the gases don't have a lot of HP. The refineries will die quickly. So it's kind of like damage you can definitely get in there. Yeah, and I mean, gases are something you want as a Terran, right? Because realistically, like, yeah, you're going to put Marines, but you do have a certain amount of gas that allows you to keep on rebuilding and producing the, the siege tanks and so on. Marines coming up this ramp. Roach Ravager playing the defense here. Corrosive Valves on the first tank going to go down. The BC doing what it can. The fungal growth was kind of huge. And a lot of Marines in the front, and Bunny is not going to break through the first wave of this army. And the longer this goes, the more likely it is going to be that Serral just holds on against this. As time is your friend against the 8-rack team player. And that's exactly where Bunny is turned to after the battlecruiser opening. So I've got to be careful with the tanks, and that choke point could be dangerous. There's one position you've got to be very cautious in here as Serral. As the Corruptors show up, BC is going to go down. Yep, doesn't teleport away in time. So BC down. That's one less damaging unit in the army now. Again, Serral with those infestors means that if you come up this ramp all clumped up as Bunny, you're going to get punished hard. Serral actually dives in with units from a couple of sides for a moment. It's still scary. Like I say, those tanks are going to be a great position to zone this ramp, which kind of forces you to maybe come in from a couple different angles as Serral. It's definitely going to be a bit of a challenge as we try and step forward here. There's the fungals as we come up the ramp. That's what we're trying to kind of add on to. The Corruptors can just go after Medivacs. Not a bad choice either, as we are going to see some Corrosive Files trying to join the fray. The Roach Ravager looking like it's holding on the ground. A few Hydras mixed in as well. Good damage output as well. Both those siege tanks going down. GG gets called. Bunny does not have anything left at the end. That is going to be Serral taking the opening game here and is going to be able to come through for a 1-0 lead in the best of 5. Serral, and that scout immediately is the main thing, right? Again, seeing the double port battlecruiser, knowing the response necessary. BC1 going down does Bunny absolutely no favors at all as well. Puts him into an even tougher position. And yeah, I think just a rough position at the end of the day. GG, and we get ready for game 2 on Persephone. Alrighty, so we'll take a moment Persephone coming up for our second map here. Get the players into the lobby and set up to go. I imagine we're going to be trying to just go. Like I say, there's definitely been some downtime between series, but between games we've been pretty quick at just getting into the next one. Getting things underway. Players are in, colors are set. I believe we're pretty much good to go here. So we ready up our journey into game 2. And whoever wins this, we will see one more time later today in the second round of the winner bracket. It'll be our last matchup of the day, the winner of this versus the winner of Reynor and Zaun. Ready? Being asked. Go being called. Countdown starts and we begin to load into this next game of action here today. Hopping game. I need to get my glasses quickly. Got a hair stuck to the side of them that keeps popping into the corner of my eyesight. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to start off with the blue Terran player. An attempted bit of trickery at the opening of the last game did not work out for him. We'll see if he can bring it back in a game 2. But he is the heavy underdog, trying to hop his way to victory. It is Bunny. Against someone who's just so solid and so consistent and so good at doing just what you need to do to win games. Serral comes in here from Basilisk as the big favorite and showed that in game 1. Confident, good scouting, good responses, calm and collected defense. Truly just everything you want to see from your world champion of StarCraft 2. Hatch building, spawning pool on the way in. As we take a few moments, command center, racks, and the gas continue to come online. So just a few moments of setting up here. And nothing too crazy this time around from Bunny. Gonna go CC first for a second game in a row. May just be that he's trying to do everything he can right now. Once again, the rack's going to finish. CC and the SCV on the way. Link speed building as well. Killing is the queen. All coming up for the next little while. I'm just going to be seeing that link speed is going to start. I wonder if after 2 games, obviously, you know, second game in a row, CC first. I wonder if going into the third game, Serral did something to kind of punish a CC first. Like a faster roach rush, kind of a little bit blind. Something that could be good against a non-CC first opening, but that also punishes Bunny if he really does try and just keep on getting as far ahead as possible super early in the game. I think that would be actually a very cool possibility. Something to definitely think on a little bit. Queens, Lings, the Ling speed all building out. The factory command center and SCVs coming online as well. We get that reactor going also. Just going to see the few Zerglings making their way down to the bottom side of the map. Factory coming up in the barracks. Factory coming in. Going to get that finished actually in the CC. A couple of engineering base building as well. A few Lings are going to get there and actually going to jump onto some SCVs now. Nice little timing, and we're just kind of in this moment where there's not a lot of defense, and because we didn't know it was coming from Bunny, the SCVs get stuck in the wrong position, and now you get into the main base. Even Serral is going to storm through, and that is trouble. In fact, that might be more than trouble. That might be GG levels of trouble, because that's a lot of dead SCVs. Triple command center is good, but it doesn't save you from damage like this, because this is such low commitment from Serral. It's a handful of Lings early in the game, yes, but it wasn't even that many Lings. Bunny knows it's over. That wasn't even a completed wall. I thought it was bad enough when he was losing all the SCVs in the low ground. Never mind the fact the wall wasn't complete going up into the main base. That really is where you find out that it truly is a full-on disaster. And that was one way to kind of punish the CC first. Maybe not as deadly or as committed as I was talking about in terms of what I'd like to see. But just a reaction to it, and like just a few lings got so much done because Bunny just wasn't ready. If you know it's coming, you evacuate the SCVs from the low ground, you walled on the high ground. This is really a whatever kind of attack. You lose a bit of mining time, but the other guy built lings, and that commitment is something which does come at a cost, right? So you're kind of okay with it, but you can't just lose all the low ground SCVs. That would have been good for Serral. You can't let them in the main base. Them getting into the main base is absolutely just game over kind of scenario. Like I say, I can't really do much else about that one at all. We're in the lobby for Magnatha Game 3. Serral maybe looking to make this the first 3-0 of the day. It's been 3-1 in each of the matches so far. Serral looking for 3-0. Smooth sailing into the upper bracket semi-finals. Chance to play for a slot in the offline finals later today if you get there, of course. As we are going to ready up for Magnatha Game number 3. I kind of feel like Bunny's going to command center first again. But does he dare with the fact it just got punished a little bit? I mean, to me, I think you look at that game as like, oh, this went wrong, but I could fix it. So maybe he does it again and just tries to fix it, but then maybe Serral does something more aggressive to try and punish the CC first as I was talking. Maybe it's not a CC first at all. We'll find out in a few moments. Magnatha is a bigger map. Zerg probably like this for a longer game. But that also sometimes makes the Terran feel, very safe, and then the aggression comes in, right? So, let's see. We're going to dive into Magnatha for this game number 3. Down 0-2 to the top left-hand side will be the blue Terran. It is Bunny. Taking on the red Zerg. In the bottom right corner, we have Serral. Well, yeah, it's, you come off a game like that as Bunny, and you gotta instantly kind of be reeling a little bit. That's not how you wanted things to go. He's gonna build a barracks here, building that based on that SCV rally. So it looks like he'll move away from the command center first. What's the biggest map in the pool available? Is it this one? Yeah, I think Magnatha is the biggest. Not sure if Sandworm or Golden Wall kind of overtake it as bigger. I don't think so. I think Sandworm's kind of short, actually, and a little bit constrained. So I think this is really still the biggest map pool in the biggest map in this map pool as well. Just because I'm not super familiar with that fact when you kind of introduce the other maps as well. Yeah, this map is pretty sizable. Kind of wondering what Bunny's kind of the go-to plan is, given the map. If you're asking me, like, this is not a game I want to go late game on, or map I want to go late game on against Serral, because I don't want to go late game against Serral anyway. But stuff like the 8 racks is going to be depowered here because of the size. It's definitely going to be a little bit tough, no? Definitely going to be a little bit tough. Hatch coming through. Gas coming up. Pool as well. Get the Queen on the way. Had a Reaper on. Command Center in the SCV still building. Serral changed his room. Yeah, it does look like it. I really can't see it very well because I can't full screen the camera. I can't watch it as like you guys can, unfortunately, but which I can full screen on my YouTube stream. It's very different, isn't it? Very different indeed. Very cool. Alright, a few Lings gonna show up, and early Lings here are just gonna get past the Reaper, and this is funny because this is just an answer to someone who does an SCV scout, right? So not seeing the pool first. It's actually extremely funny because pool first doesn't really do a great job of punishing command center first. Because if this was CC first, the command center would have been finished before the Lings arrive. So you actually don't do very much if this was CC first. There's a couple of low HP SCVs right now, which would be amazing to target down. We're going to get one. We're going to go for 2 up to the high ground. I think we're going to catch him. That's 3 workers killed. This was already very good for Serral. Early game going extremely well for him. That's a lot more damage taken than what Bunny will have been looking for on the defense. Yeah, he's not going to be loving it, but what can you do? Obviously, Serral did invest into the pool first at least, but it's a lot of lost mine time. It's a big delay on your command center, and you lost SCVs forever on top of it. That part is very, very difficult. CC first is like a counted 12 pool first, no? Just pool first in general, right? Doesn't even have to be 12 pool first. Just pool first in general. Anything that looks to pressure, you know, potentially give pressure as the Zerg is very bad against CC first, unless you go into like a super fast roach run because of the pool first. Then the roaches are so fast that sometimes you can actually punish the CC first timing a bit more. But yeah, if you just go in pool first to apply a bit of link pressure, CC first is just done by, you know, in the point of time that the lings arrive to really do anything, you know. That makes that a whole lot more difficult. If I can hit the Overlord and get a few shots off. Overlord is going to be going down. Armor going to be up here from Bunny. I mean, I don't hate it. It's a very committed Marauder Hellbat attack, but I kind of think you might just need a dude to get something of an edge here. Serral already building roaches and lings, though. Feels like he is prepared against this. The lings going to see the Hellions and not really do much to catch them. They actually get burnt up. They can maybe catch some further reinforcements, or they just start coming back home. Obviously, lings maybe not great against Hellbats, can still get involved. Sometimes you still need them to tank a few shots, just deal a bit of damage. Queens begin to gather. Obviously, we've built a good amount of roaches. We do have marauders, so roaches are not the be-all and end-all of a defense here. They're just going to do a lot to help. Serral starts to pull the queens and the roaches back on the top side. He's dominating the bottom side in terms of numbers. The lings turn it into a counter-attack, and there's nothing back at home for Bunny. Oh, no. This was what you call a disaster of a series. As Bunny really just... He had an okay first game, but every other part of this, he was just outclassed. And unfortunately for Bunny, that's going to be one to forget about. I mean, Serral played great game 1, and he just completely caught Bunny on every slight trick in game 2 and 3 to give him a huge advantage and to eventually just give him the game. Reynor and Zown will be up next, guys, so we're going to be getting into that. Unfortunately, that means we're back to the downtime here a little bit. I think I'm just going to nip BRB and take a few steps around and stretch the legs a little bit and get ready for our second half of the competition today, which is going to be Reynor versus Zown, followed by the beautiful Classic versus Clem series that's coming up. That's always going to be a banger. And then Serral will play the winner of Reynor and Zown after the Clem Classic series as well. So, we'll take a few minutes here. I'll throw the BRB screen up, even though it's not the proper one. Sorry. MAESTROS of the game. I just... For the 3 minutes I'm going to use this today, didn't feel worth setting up all the funky other stuff and countdowns and stuff. So we'll be right back. It's going to be Reynor Zown on the other side of this. Hello guys, back with you in a moment to set up cameras and stuff. As Reynor and Zan are almost finished videoing, so it'll just be a few minutes, we'll be back at it. Alright, I just got people's cameras, so I just want to get it done before we, at least I think I have. Just want to get it sorted before we, came back and talked, just so I didn't have to worry about it, but Reynor's is not showing up for some reason. Give it a couple moments. The map is coming up, though. I have to come out of this and then change over here. Hello, go back. And then go back over here. Yeah, Reynor's cam's not working just yet. And hopefully soon get that sorted and we can jump into game as you get Reynor and Zan ready to rumble. A little bit of ZVP. There's a rematch from the other day. Reynor and Zan played in the RSL. Zan won that one, I think, 3-2. Didn't watch it. Didn't get a chance to catch up on it or anything. But obviously maybe revenge here. From what I read a bit on TL that Zan was using the same build and repeat. I really don't know. I can't remember what it was that people said or what people were talking about. So just gonna put my hands in the air and say I just don't know. I've been away for a few days. So yeah, some of these matches have slipped me by. I've not been catching up or anything or keeping up to date as I usually would. So, but yeah, they played in the RSL. Maybe something that Reynor can learn from that to bring this back. Maybe something Zan learned to look even better. Maybe. It's, I think the camera is causing some lag at the moment for Zan, so maybe it takes a moment or two to get that sorted. Actually. It's like we are going, guys. Zan ready's up, and we'll be able to kick this off into this ZVP. Sorry, I'm missing one more caster. Get them in here. And we will actually be able to get this underway, which would be nice. Get this started up. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Asking if everyone's in, so the people are already in. Love that too. We should be able to go. I'm very ready to go. I've got nothing else to add. I want to cast some StarCraft. Cast some StarCraft. Bum, ba-da, bum, ba-da, bum. Everyone's ready. Ready, ready, ready. We now having players readying up a second time because they're that ready to play. Want to make sure that everyone knows they're good. Yeah, well, already we're just waiting for the confirmation that we can start. It's really awkward when you feel like you're ready to go and that everyone's ready, and then you don't actually start because like I'm paying attention to the game, waiting for it to start, and then like we're not actually starting. Then it takes a bit more time. Then we do start eventually. But yeah, we're gonna be able to go this time, it seems. So looks like we can actually get this underway, guys. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate you all sticking around on the Twitch and the YouTubes. Good to see you again. Thanks for joining us. Obviously, back to casting this weekend, Maestros, and then a bunch more action coming up over the course of this coming week as well. Alright. After readying up multiple times, we are actually ready. And the countdown is more than just on, it is game loading time for this best of 5 ZVP rematch from the RSL. Zaun got the upper hand there. Can he repeat and put himself in a matchup against Serral for a chance to go to France? Or will it be Reynor to show up and cause some ZVZ later on today? In the bottom right side, the Blue Protoss player is Zaun, and he takes on Reynor in the top left as we get game 1 of this best of 5 up and rolling here on Pylon. Let's see what happens. Let me find myself a little indie camera. And let's enjoy some awesome ZVP. Really looking forward to this one. I think this one should be sick. I think this should be a good time for sure. As we get this up and rolling. Get this underway.
Game paused.
And a port. I think Zaun's going to be lagging because of his camera. He said this beforehand. And then they they said it was fine, but I feel like they didn't understand that he was saying like I think it's lagging on my side more than anything else. So try and get this underway here in a moment. Yeah, I say in the like there's definitely a bit of miscommunication. I'm pretty sure he's saying like he's just lagging. I think Pig's got the right idea. If he lowers the bitrate, because that's what ShowTime did earlier as well. Zaun's just too sharp and high quality at the moment. We just give it a couple moments to try and get this sorted out. I feel like it might be the problem. It's like it shouldn't be the problem. I think it might be. Because ShowTime had the same issue earlier as well. Where he was lagging a bit and had to lower the bitrate, I think. Interesting, because obviously these guys played the groups as well, so I wonder if, I know some of them didn't have cams in the groups, but I wonder if Zan was one of those guys, because I'm surprised. I feel like Zan did have a cam. Granny, we're ready. I'm going to try it out. Alright.
Game resumed.
We're back at it. Alright, Zan and Reynor going to come through after an extended pause to start things off. Let's see who is going to get through the upper bracket round of 8. So the best part of me just casting this one is just I don't have to worry about the players having cam issues and stuff. I'm just vibing, you know? We are just vibing. Loving our life. We just let everyone else deal with the problems as we get ourselves settled in to game number 1. So some ZVP, like I say, not sure how this played out the other day between these guys in the RSL. So forgive me if I'm surprised by something or shocked by something that you guys saw a few days ago. Like I say, I'm not being able to catch up on that just yet, so yeah. It is kind of interesting though, because they played a full 5 games, which means the idea of mind games and a bit of this and a bit of that. All that kind of stuff is really kind of up in the air, right? So I think that's a little bit of a factor that, like I say, I'll miss out some of the details on perhaps, but it's worth keeping in mind because you get some experience against each other. The second best of 5 in a short amount of time is actually pretty uncommon as well, especially best of 5. So you're playing a bunch of maps. Obviously, some of the maps in this map pool may not be ones they played the other day as well, so there's also that kind of small factor as well. So we'll just settle for a moment or two, and then we have the Twilight Council already building up on the side of Zound. So there you go, with a Twilight-based opening, looking for an early Glaives potentially, or Dark Shrine would be kind of a wilder way to start. Those are the most expected ways for this to go in the early stages. You do see those Zergling speed coming up on the side of Reynor. Obviously that's pretty normal too, takes his 3rd hatchery. Let's see what the Twilight Council does for Zound in the early stages in the next few moments. Rubber facility starts behind the Twilight Council being done. Could be a Dark Shrine. You know, there's that chance, but it's just going to be Glaives. Unfortunately, there is a Fallen Overlord Scout, so Reynor is going to get instant information, sees the Glaives starting on the research on the Twilight Council. He doesn't know it's Glaives necessarily, but that's his best guess at this point in time. And so preparations can be made against that Glaive opening now. And that's exactly what Reynor will begin to set up for over this next little bit of time. We just have the Glaives continuing through, Robo Facility coming up, Gateway in the Sentry building, add a Warp Gate onto that, Roach Roaring coming up as well. Gonna drop that Roach Roaring down at the front as Link Speed starts, the Roach Roaring on the way. Those gates coming through toward completion. We see the Prism and the Glaives all on the way about. Roach Roaring halfway done, Hatch about to complete. A few more drones finishing up here as well. We had a Queen on top of that. Yeah, those gateways are still very much so just coming into play right now. So that Prism is going to pop, and we're going to start heading ourselves across to the other side of the map. Get ready to try and set something up there very soon. Playing Roach Queen, all in production. Just going to be seeing the Prism popping out. Going to start taking a little bit of a step forward. More warp-ins, obviously these attempts are coming, but Reynor is very well prepped. Roach Ravage already built, and he's still adding on drones, but I think he's right to do so because he could at the right time to get Roaches and Lings ready. And dealing with this initially quickly could just give him a really good opportunity where if this gets shut down fast, he can get back to toward droning so much more quickly than if he has to keep on building units because you're suddenly kind of running around everywhere trying to play catch-up against it. So I think this has already been a pretty big moment in favor of Reynor in the early stages. Your Depths are going to step forward again. The Prism overhead is going to be there to support and warp in. Going to threaten the shade. The thing is, the problem is that these adepts at the front aren't anywhere scary. So threatening the shade is fine, but Reynor can absolutely commit to chasing that shade down because these adepts at the front aren't doing anything at the front. Zound's just going to go for the kill, by the way, as well. Reynor adds on a bunch more drones, but he's going to have to go back into unit production because Immortals are producing. No third base, additional gateways. Zound has one plan, and that plan is to play a very fast and aggressive push here to follow up on this Glaives. He's going to have Immortal and Adept coming through. That's going to be his goal in the very near future. Spine Crawler building. As you also see the lair coming online from Reynor. I mean, these are all nice things. The Spine especially going to help you out in a big way against someone who's not lost any Adepts yet. And that's one thing to note, is that Zound has not committed these Adepts into a position where they go down, which is obviously a big deal as well. Definitely puts you in the right direction. There's the Prism. Here's the army. This is going to be it. This is really going to be a decider for this opening game of the series. Can Zound break through with all of these units? Reynor only has about a 10 army supply lead. I honestly think it's fine when he's got himself... Well, yeah, when he's got himself so many units just producing. And he knows from here on out all he has to do is keep producing units. The center in the back goes down to the Lings. Corrosive Vials landing. I mean, the Dev shaded through onto the Roaches. The Immortals aren't lasting very long. The Queen's already pushed back the Prism quite a long way. In fact, the Prism's going to go down. This is a complete shutdown. Reynor could not have been better prepared. He was so ready. The first defense was just perfect. He was super prepared for that. And the second defense, well, he was prepared for that as well. He had drones at the right time. He had units when he needed units. Could not really have scripted this one to go any better for Reynor in the opening game of this series. That is... Reynor just looking good, start to finish. I mean, just absolutely a spot-on perfect game from him. Good scouting, good information gathering, good execution of it all. Very well done. Like I say, sometimes there's just not much to really build on top of or anything, right? And I think in this case, that's exactly what happens. So, game number 2 will be on Persephone, and we'll see Zound probably go for something a little bit different if I had to make a guess. Can't imagine we're going to try and go Twilight Glaives a second time in a row right off the bat. You can still play some Glaive builds, but I'd imagine off a Stargate at least you have Reynor lured into a bit more of a sense of security. Obviously take away the potential just to insta-scout what's going on, for example, and so on and so forth. We do just have Persephone ready here in a second. Okay, Reynor to swap over to Zerg. And Zound to swap over to Protoss. And that will fix this up, and we'll get ready for this game too. Reynor just needs a second, so give him a moment and we can get this right back on track. For the CVP. Love it. If you don't know this tourney or where we're at, just see Reynor when you click. This is Maestros of the Game. It's a $20,000 French event which has an offline finals. And this is the upper bracket quarterfinals. Top 4 play the offline portion of the tournament in a couple of weeks' time in Paris. So that's what they're kind of looking to get to today. Today we play this last quarterfinal match in the upper bracket, and then upper bracket round of 4 as well. So that's what we're going for. Ready, go, go, GLHF. Take a couple moments, we'll head ourselves straight into Persephone for this game 2 of the BO3. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. In the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Protoss player is going to be Zound, and he is down a game. Still representing Vitality. Obviously, great to see a lot of these guys still on their teams post-EWC. Vitality keeping Zound versus Pro, keeping Classic for now. Obviously, Battlefield and Reynor is not really an EWC connection, but good to see. Obviously, a couple of players drop their teams, like Hero dropped by Twisted Minds already, for example. As Reynor is the red Zerg in the top left corner of the map as well. What are we thinking then? Game number 2. I mean, obviously, game 1's down, just very clearly saying, cool, glaives. Glaive into an immortal glaive attack as well. Was very set on the aggression in that game 1. So going to game 2, likely to be a little different. Probe checking about. It's going to get around the back of the mineral line. A little bit of pressure on. Nexus is halfway done currently as the side core comes up as well, so we just get that going. Probe and the drone going to get a little nibble off on toward each other as well. The drone to the low ground, the probe takes another couple of nibbles for the moment as the link speed builds. Queen's on the way. Zerglings will chase that probe out to that right-hand side. And it's a Stargate from down. So much more normal and regular in terms of what we expect from a PvZ. That's exactly what Down heads into initially here as we start on up. Hatch builds onto the third base. Link speed about halfway still. A few drones on the way through the Queen building. Having that one Zergling heading right down in the bottom side. Again, that Stargate is about to complete, and we'll see an Oracle to start, which is, again, really just in the script of what you should do in a PvZ a lot of the time, so no surprises there just yet. And Warp Gate both continue to come through. Just gonna need depth the gate, all building about for the moment, bringing that by. Still just gonna go pinging straight onto the Overlord. It takes a few shots. And the Oracle flying through the spawn, flying through the Queens there, taking a whole bunch of damage as well. A little bit of a rough time, no doubt. Coming over, just going to be seeing the Oracle and Twilight coming about. Slings, drones, the Overlord coming by, the Oracle there getting pushed back by the Queen as well. Just going to shove that the other way. Slings will go toward the pylon. Link is about to be on the way, so really everything is, if you talk about modern day typical PvZ, Oracles, Interblink, Stalkers, there's a lot of different ways to do that necessarily, it's not just kind of the same thing every time per se, but the general consensus of this build is that this is kind of typical standard PvZ for the moment. And Reynor just, okay, the Stargater's proxy is a little bit different, right, so you're going to lose that, but other than that, the general idea is pretty reasonable. And the Road Troran obviously now on the way up from Reynor as he gets settled down. He's going to get in there against those Adepts immediately as well. It's going to be a nice catch. The only downside of the Stargate being proxied in this scenario is if it was Mutas, you don't have a Stargate pre-built to build Phoenix out of. And that maybe is something that Reynor could take advantage of. Otherwise, when you look at this kind of build, I mean, the Stargate going down, typically later in the game we want to go Stargate, Fleet Beacon, extra Stargate, right? So not having the Stargate anymore is like one additional step to build into that. So at that point in the game, it's pretty minor. if you're kind of, heads up about the fact you lost your Stargate early, you can, adjust to that for the most part. The cost of an extra Stargate isn't going to kill you or make or break you at that point in the game, right?
Game paused.
Down with some lags again, it seems. I think Zound is probably not wrong. Alright, looks good. We're going to resume. Get this back on track.
Game resumed.
So we get back to it. I'm just going to be having a couple of oracles overhead, going to hang around, just going to be seeing the queen's going to be there to push the oracles about a little as well. Storm on the way, blink and +1 coming through. And he's going to pull back again. Storm coming about, +1 attack coming online. Seeing the gates and the robo facility cannon as well, all getting built by. And, Sound stopping the Artlings from just getting rid of the Stargate completely, but I can't imagine that's something he's going to want to do forever. Just trying to get some free pickings as Reynor fast to that infestation pit as well. Going to give him the route right through into potential lurkers, right? Hydrogen starts up. Just Roach Hydra into lurker has been a common way of playing this, and playing straight to the Storm, so he's not looking to do anything himself here. And he doesn't need to be kind of overly cautious because Reynor is teching himself. It's not like Reynor's about to show up with a ton of units. He's droned heavily. He's playing a bigger macro game right now. And that's exactly what Zound is hoping to play against because, like I say, he's investing into the future. Storm, +1, charge, all of these goodies on the way up at the moment. Stargate included, a few more probes, the cannons and the battery coming up as well. All of that continues by for now as the Roaches. It's going to back it up a little bit. Oh, we're going to lose an Oracle. Is going to gather. I'm just going to find this observer in the main base. It's a really nice get rid, something to get rid of. Obviously, they did see a little bit of the hive timing, but just stopping any further scouting. I think you generally know what's up with Zound, but still having that consistently there can just keep on telling you the info or the updates. Nice to be able to work through that. Let's see attack coming in. We're having the Fleet Beacon, Stargate, all coming through. Ling Hydra Lurker building as well. Which is going to show up. Obviously, this is where everyone going to put a bit of pressure on because he's got the lurkers. They don't have upgrades just yet, but it'll be his first chance to start stepping through. A couple of stasis wards going off. The rest of the lurkers trying to come around. As we are going to be seeing a few extra warpers coming through. Zalt on the other side going to take some attention of Reynor away. Can Reynor keep on pushing down on that bottom side with those, get those lurkers in position? There are the Tempest on the way up, so preparation there from Zound to head into a later stage of this game is being made correctly. Oh, beautiful Storm. Those Roaches were plumped perfectly in a storm-sized circle. That said, though, it's the bottom side that I'm more concerned about. That's where the lurkers are at, and these Hydralisks wanting to get on top of the Tempest there. Actually still trying to chase through a little bit. The lurkers zoning very nicely that top portion of the army. Hydras want to try and get rid of the Tempest, not able to. Reynor still maxed out as Zaun, sitting about 160 supply at the moment. Reynor just rallying down with especially a whole bunch more Hydras on the way. It's going to be very important against those Tempests, as one of them still very low. Here we go, actually going to start diving into this. We are going to be seeing just the full commitment in. I mean, do we have reinforcements to protect these lurkers at all? Right now, it looks like it was a good jump from Zaun as he gets rid of all the lurkers in the back from Reynor, so they get taken out with ease. Those lurkers drop, no problem. A couple of Tempests up in the sky will get rid of one lurker that remains. And that is a good cleanup from Zaun, as Reynor was just shy of having reinforcements enough to protect those lurkers and to truly make them really kind of relevant. You know, lurkers on their own can only really do so much. If they're not protected, they die too quickly, and that's just kind of the end of their story. That really was the case on this one. Melee upgrade, adrenal glands both continue to build into play. Handful of Zealots going to go up the right side. It's a ton of units from Reynor surging across to the bottom of the map. Mothership, Tempest, all the good stuff from Zaun on the way up. I feel like that's where Zaun gets into one of his more comfortable states of the game. Like, sometimes he wants to end the game early, sometimes he wants to fight early on and kind of knock things down, but a lot of the time I think Zaun is also very happy to play the late game. He likes later game PvZ. He likes these bigger armies, storms, tempests, and having all of this available to him. To me, I think this is Zaun getting into a position where he is going to feel relatively confident and comfortable. And yeah, you're playing against one of the greater late game players, you know, of Zerg and Reynor, but I think Zaun is going to be pretty okay that he gets to this army. What's important for him now is he doesn't let this game get out of hand, because Reynor is starting to expand everywhere, taking the gold base on this far right. That's going to be difficult to get to outside of run buys. So Zaun needs to try and just stay on top of running by a couple different directions, keep Reynor moving around and opening up passageways for the main army to strike as well. You can't let yourself sit on 4 bases forever while Reynor takes the map. And right now it's okay, but in the next couple of minutes that's got to be one of his goals. Taking a 5th base and moving from that 5th base to start pressuring some of these extra Zerg bases that are coming into play as well. That absolutely has to be the plan here. Just catches a Ling. He's going to be seeing a couple of Tempest shots. Firing onto a few Zerglings as well. Revelation coming down. The Ling Hydra steps out of there. Knight is coming up as well from Reynor, going to give it some more mobility around the map. Currently setting one up next to one of his forward bases to just kind of giving himself a retreat path as well. And Stalker's going to commit for this hatchery. That's not going to go down. It's low enough it might be worth the cancel and rebuild from Reynor. Just because you could cancel it and just rebuild it straight away. Like I say, it's going to fall over to a couple of Zealot swipes there. So a little bit of a concern, although I don't think Reynor's really looking to saturate it just yet. It's the idea of this base that's the threat, right? The idea that Zaun has to send stuff here to try and knock it down, that he has to think about that position. Because the gold itself is actually a pretty big threat itself. So if your opponent focuses on getting rid of that, your other bases just mine comfortably for now. And maybe later in the game where Zaun moves to the bottom right of the map himself, maybe that's where you really try and take the gold and hold the gold as Reynor, when you're then more focused on the right side of the map anyway, because that's where you're going to be fighting into your opponent and trying to trade against him. So perhaps that is the concept that he plays for. As Ling Hydra will knock through a set of rocks. A couple of Zealots over on the left-hand side getting pushed back. The rocks will fall on that left side as well. Ken Hatcher on the far right hurting. Still alive for now. And both players are maxed out as we settle in to a massive Tempest count game. Obviously, Reynor has had the Spire up, and he started to build a few Corruptors, but only 8 so far. Right now, there's more Tempests than Corruptors, so you'd expect that we're probably going to want to go into probably some more Corruptors, but he doesn't have the supply yet, so he'll have to trade something out to build more Corruptors, and that's the choice Reynor now has to make. He also has very limited spellcasters. In fact, he's got no spellcasters. He just added on a bunch more Lurkers. You'd imagine a couple of Vipers, maybe even some Infestors. These kind of things could do a lot, so things to think on as the Hydras get rid of the Observer. Starts up the right side. Talked about this hatchery being exposed. Reynor actually does start mining from it. Gonna get Lings here quickly, but the hatch will die. I'm surprised there's drones here. I mean, I get it. You do want to mine the gold base, I guess, but like I say, it was so close to death. I felt as though he was just going to leave that up as more of a bait, but he actually tried to mine from it. We'll have to rebuild that before you can get those drones back to usual business. Dark Shrine is about to finish up, and Zaun will have DTs added to his arsenal of harassment. We'll see, especially as they get Shadow Stride and that DT Blink. There's a lot they can do. He actually morphs in 8 instantly. Oh, they're just Archons. Interesting. So a lot of Archons instantly coming through there from Zaun. See, good addition overall. Just surprised he specifically built DTs to make the Archons rather than just High Templar. Maybe just likes how the balance of the cost of that works out for his army right now as we step up. A couple of creep tumors going down. Obviously, this is a scary army of the Protoss. There's very few chances that I think Reynor can just take one straight up fight against this. This is probably a fight, rebuild, fight again scenario. Or a split up your army and kind of fight where your opponent's army is not. A massive line of static defense sits on this left-hand side, protecting this area. That'll keep Reynor away from breaking through here instantly. But it is pressure that is being made. Those lurkers are slowly chipping through. And that means that, you know, you're on a bit of a timer for Zaun to get across there and to deal with that. While also, you obviously want to do some other stuff here as well. That's going to be Niduses across the map. Reynor looking to, again, cause chaos everywhere. Apart from on top of this actual army. Both Niduses will be denied rather quickly, though. So that's going to be a good defense. Hydra Lurker still shooting away. Damage being done. Must be Tempest looking for a little bit extra value there. There's a couple Lurkers getting shot at. Seeing the Corruptors taking a few more hits. One more Storm coming down. Just going to be seeing the Infestors coming up. +2 flyer attack, +1 flyer carapace, +3 melee. Also getting built right here as the Zelds are going to jump onto the hatch. Just peeling out to that right-hand side. I mean, Zaun doing a good job of knocking down those right side bases of Reynor. Eventually, Reynor would want to hold on to that upper right base, you know, if nothing else. But he's going to have trouble holding on to his other bases too here. Reynor's losing a lot of supply already. He has got money. Does he have lava? Yes, he's got 70 lava. He just needs to decide what he wants to build. Starts the Great Aspire in this moment as this base will go down. He's sad, I think, just not knowing really what he wants to kind of, again, produce right now. It's a weird position for Reynor, who going to add a few Infestors, so it's going to be the spellcaster he goes towards. It's going to knock this Nidus down. It's actually not a bad target. It's easy to get rid of, and it removes some of the mobility from one side of the map to elsewhere that Reynor obviously set up to try and utilize, you know, that Nidus for. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built it there in the first place. These Zealots leak through. Reynor, a few more Lings. Maybe leaving some supply free to build a handful of Broodlords, but I imagine he needs enough Corruptors to knock the Tempest down first. Because the Tempests are going to absolutely feast if they're going to get themselves just Broodlords as targets. I can't imagine right now that that's going to be the plan. A few additional Warpins coming through. Extra Archons coming up. Cannons on the way. Great Aspire is about to complete. Additional Zerglings will build as well as the Corruptors come back around the right-hand side. Couple of Nidus networks getting thrown down. Reynor again just finding some different positions to reinforce from, to retreat to potentially. A lot of options provided there as that got settled into play. We're 18 minutes in here on Persephone. Reynor going to start running by as well. Lings, I mean, their Adrenal landed up, +3 melee. They will do a lot against those cannons. Obviously, batteries initially will help out, but as battery energy disappears, the Lings will get through the cannons a lot more quickly. Obviously, it's just going to cost you a lot of Lings because it was a lot of cannons and they were supported by batteries, so you'll have to rebuild those. But Reynor can afford to rebuild Lings for now. That part is not a problem. And what is important is that he does start to break down some of these bases of Zaun, because Reynor in this game is obviously trading worse than Zaun. He can't let Zaun comfortably mine from his entire half of the map. He needs to start making some efforts to stop these bases coming up and to stop them from keeping on mining. See, especially as he lost one base on the left, he lost those bases on the right, we already discussed. These are big factors. Lurkers on the left side going to put some pressure onto the cannons as well. We saw this move previously, and Zaun eventually did deal with it, and a DT right now is going to be the answer. Reynor realizing that that's maybe not ideal. He's going to borrow them out of range of the cannon detection now. That will help. The Infestor setup looking for their fungal to have a huge impact here. That's going to be a lovely fungal to start us off. Second fungal coming down. Tempest still get pushed back. More Tempest shots coming through. Lurk is still taking damage as the cannons going to steady themselves. Lings to the upper right-hand side, pulling away from the bottom right bases. The probes went down in the end, as I don't think Zaun's too worried about that. Reynor has begun to build Broodlords, as we have the detections. The DTs will not be an all-out answer to the Lurkers this time. A few Zealots might be able to finish up the last few that remain there. Ling's going to try and find other bases to hit. Honestly, what about just the front door? Maybe it could just be something you could target down, get rid of a battery here. Again, there's decent amounts of static defense, but if you chip through it, right, over time, you are slowly working your way through the static defense. It's going to give you that situation where eventually you will just have bases to hit, unless your opponent rebuilds it, and that's kind of the idea. Ling's minerals kind of trading for minerals. Both players obviously have absolutely massive banks at the moment, though. That's going to be something that remains a challenge to clean up as the Tempests take a few shots at the Overseers. The Archons coming through on the ground as well. Get rid of that Nidus network. Another Nidus network up for grabs right here as well. So we go make our way toward that. 3 more Lurkers, 3 more Corruptors. Reynor still securing himself onto the 7-ish bases. That top right base has been a struggle for him, but he's back on it now. Zaun, 6 bases, and Reynor's not really being able to break through any of those beyond just breaking down a few of the cannons initially. That kind of seems to be where we still sit at the moment, is storm down a bunch of changelings, get rid of those nice and quickly, don't have to waste too many clicks. Worth the storm energy just to remove them as quickly as you do there. Now we get 5 cannons and 2 batteries on the way up here on the side of Zaun, so he gets himself another round of static defense, and he's building the super far bottom right base. Once there's static defense on that base, it's going to be very hard to break, because that's a location that was really denied by, Ling run buys. That right side avenue of attack can be pretty quick to move down. Oh, looking for the fungal. Grabs just a couple of units there. Some feedback's coming through. The Corruptors want to dive in, trying to make the most of this. The Broodlords will zone, and they get a High Templar. These fights at this stage of the game obviously are very complex. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of different little things each player is looking to try and make the most of. Unfortunately, this High Templar is going to go down, as the Zealots that are going to be sent through on just not a good enough number to fight that amount of Lurkers either. Oracle looking for the Revelation, give the Tempest as much range as possible with that additional vision. Huge fungal growth, and Reynor comes diving in. He's going to commit. The Archons are going to get involved, but did they get close enough soon enough? I think the answer is yes. It doesn't look like there's a lot of Corruptors left, but the neural parasites are absolutely massive. The Archons are going huge onto the Tempest. Oh my goodness, those Archons, that neural did so much damage. That might have been, I want to say might have been enough to turn the game, but obviously it's not. Reynor's in trouble as he's still being pushed back here. Wow, if there was going to be a thing that changed the game, those Neurals might have been it. Lurkers are still breaking through on the left-hand side, but maybe we needed some of these Lurkers back at home to help against the Archons. Because not having basically anything on the ground here is what cost Reynor big time. Reynor on a big rebuild, but there's still Archons to get rid of, and I don't think he's got anything to realistically deal with that. Lurkers would have been a great choice. The Lings that are reproducing are definitely not. We are getting some Hydras coming out. The Lurkers in the bottom left have gotten rid of a base, but obviously Reynor is losing multiple bases. We already saw the DTs knock one base down. Now the main army takes another. And it is just going to be base after base that Zaun claims on Reynor's side of the map, looking to tie this series 1-1 in the best of 5. In we go. A couple of storms coming through. It's going to be seeing the mothership going down as well. And the Corruptors continue to fight through. There's a couple more Tempests dropping. But that's going to be the last hurrah. GG well played as Reynor, as Zaun plays the long game and gets the victory out of it to tie us 1-1 in the best of 5. And we are going to be, kind of the games that you expect to see when Zaun plays PvZ. Obviously, really kind of mix it up a little bit in game 1. But just getting to really solid macro kind of flavored Protoss play really is what Zaun looks to kind of get to a lot of the time, and really nails it there. Plays a great game against Reynor, and just what he needs to is patient about taking his bases, took his opportunities when they arrived, didn't let Reynor do much with run buys. Everything that Reynor tried to do in that last game was such a labored play, right? Like, there was no just like, oh, I'm just going to hit this base and get damage done. It was, I'm going to hit this base, and to do so I have to send Lings, lurk a counter, finally break through the cannons, and then there's too much going on because it took too long, and by that time, you got to go do something else as Reynor, and Zaun can rebuild the static defense. So there was never that kind of penetration point that Reynor was able to kind of take advantage of, and because of that, Zaun just stayed very secure throughout, did what he needed to, and Reynor, despite all the money in the bank, he just couldn't find an army that was going to be able to fight that army of Zaun. He needed the right side army to do more. That's one of those moments, right, where that was one of those moments where basically if he doesn't win that fight on the right, the game's over. He's got tons of money if that fight goes well enough, but you need that fight to go well enough because he can't possibly produce enough tech quickly enough with the bank. That's the issue. He's got the money to spam units, but the units he needs aren't spammable units, right? It will take a couple of moments. Looks as though Reynor will turn his camera off as well, guys. So he's saying he's also having FPS issues. I'll get into this next one in a few moments. But yeah, it's a weird one because obviously it feels like Reynor should be able to rebuild and do, but you just don't win the fight well enough for that to happen. It's so weird because I felt like he was so close to doing enough. Maybe if he had the lurkers back there, actually might have made a difference. But then maybe Zhao never commits into the fight. I understand the pressure he's getting on the left side is important too. But if the lurkers are there and there's mostly Archons on the ground, maybe, just maybe. Because he really dove into the full-on kind of fully fledged fight as well, right? So, yeah. The strategy with this bank is crash and waves of Zerg into Protoss, remax and do it again. If it was in ZVT, sure, but in ZVP, not really. Like, and not in this stage of ZVP. The problem is that everything in Zaun's army is tech. So what waves of Zerg can you build quickly enough to throw into them? You kind of don't. Which is why he goes for the techier army. That's why he has the Infestors, Lurkers, the Broodlords, right? He's really playing himself for this kind of larger, kind of later game army that's not about just flinging at the Protoss, rebuilding and going again. You can rebuild and go again if you win the fight. But because he lost the fight so heavily, he already had moved on from the I'm going to build Hydra, Ling, Lurker, and throw. He'd moved on from that, and you can't just go back into that when it's just such a tech-heavy Protoss army that remained, right? That's what it comes down to in the end, so. GG's. We head into a game number 3. Zaun levels it with Reynor. We go to Incorporeal. Actually fun map for ZVP late game as well if we get there, because the middle of the map here plays very interestingly. Around that watchtower and that kind of central area that moves a little bit around here and there. As we have us in the top left corner of the map, the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Zaun. Taking on the red Zerg in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. We've got Reynor, and it's tied up 1-1 here. Upper bracket quarterfinals. There is a lower bracket, remember. This is not your only chance. But win this, and then you have a matchup against Serral to get to the offline finals in Paris. Obviously, upper bracket, major advantage as well. You're locking in so much progress in the tournament. Every match you win in the upper bracket, and the lower bracket is always seen as a bit more of a slog. More matches to be won to advance positions. So, puts a lot of pressure on this series. As we have Reynor. I mean, I would love to see a Reynor-Serral match. If I'm cheering for any mirror matchup, Reynor-Serral has to be one of them, right? It's very rare we see it. When you do see it, it's an absolute treat. So, yeah, give me a bit of that, maybe. I mean, at the same time, Serral Zaun could be fascinating as well. Anytime someone is able to make their way through Reynor. The matchup versus Serral then kind of feels possible, but it's such a different matchup because Serral really has that different approach to ZVP as well. And while Reynor is amazing at the late game, Serral is king of the late game. He rules that land, right? So yeah, it's especially the way that Zaun plays. I think he's going to try and challenge Serral in some very weird games, and Serral is just going to sit there and just play it as he needs to, you know? So yeah, very interesting how all of that pans out as we get ourselves ready to rumble in this game 3 on Incorporeal. Thinking adding many more spores, that would have been a good idea despite the Tempests. Yeah, I think the problem is, again, is just the cost of that, because obviously that costs drones as well. It's also weird because it's also the space of that, and it's kind of weird because it's like you kind of take up a lot of space with spines and spores, and at the end of the day, if there's a spine spore army or a spine spore forest, then the Protoss just doesn't commit into that, which maybe is fine for the Zerg. But I wonder if Reynor's just a little bit too timid of kind of letting that happen, or let that be the case. He almost wants Zaun to fight in a way. I mean, Spine's always going to help, and he had the money to add static defense of his own on. The way that fight went, he would have had a lot of static defense to realistically make the big change, though, right? Ling speed building, Queen Ling's drone on the way, hatchery building up, Stargate on the way out. We got ourselves going here into game number 3. Harlequin Wargate coming through. He's going to see the Queen. Going to be there. The Adept going to get chased. The Adept will shade back. Queen Ling's on the way out. Ling speed building. I would have loved to see a Muta Remax. I don't know if Muta Remax would have done much when there's like 15 cannons on each base. I think the problem is if you make mutas, then Zaun just A-clicks you, you know? And then it's like by the time the mutas would clear out the cannons eventually, but by the time you do, you just die. So you can't really muta Remax when the process is on top of you as well. It's not just about the army that's there, it's about where that army of Zaun is. The fact that it's on top of your base and pushing forward already. Yeah, Reynor got, I mean, I think there's a lot of things Reynor could have done if the game had again just gone differently, but the game just did not go differently at the end of the day. A couple Lings going to poke at the front, Stalker takes some damage. Another gate coming online, Oracles will gather together. Okay, next is a couple probes coming through as the drones, Overlord, Queen, all continue to build into play for now. Oracle will just gather up, just going to be seeing the few Ling is being watched by the couple of Oracles overhead for the moment, so they're just going to keep an eye on that. Think about whether or not there's going to be any opportunity for them to do much or anything there. Probably not just yet, but we can sit and wait and hope. Oracles just going to chase those Lings down to the bottom. They're going to run through. Obviously, Oracles would like to go and start harassing now a little bit as well, but the Queen's instantly in position. That's what happens when you're going to run your Oracles across the map over the top of Zerglings. The opponent is in fact going to know where you're moving to, so doesn't manage to achieve very much there, as the Adepts will shade back over to the side. Well, the upgrade will be building then onto the Evo Chamber, gives the Lings that power up that they're obviously loving to play with as well. Get into that. Baneling Nest now starting from Reynor as well. So bringing that Baneling Nest up and online. The hatchery coming through. Drones and Zerglings producing as well. A couple of Oracles will make their way around. Activate onto the 4th hatchery. I mean, they've got a good bit of energy because they've not done much this game. So the couple of Queens will be forced to walk over, and the hatchery will take a lot of damage. One of the Oracles is going to run out of energy soon. I don't think we actually kill the hatch. Queens are going to get in range. Kind of weird because like it does drain a lot of Oracle energy, and we don't think of Oracle energy as much of a resource anymore because we live in a world where energy recharge exists. But now these Lings are going to run in because the Oracles are A, out of position, and B, low energy if they do come back. Forces the shade on the Adepts, which do get toward a battery, and I think that's enough for Reynor just to say nuh-uh for the moment. But word count looking good. Bane Nest finished as well, so Baneling's now a possibility for Reynor too. He will have the lair shortly to give him the Baneling speed. There's the Storm coming up as the next step already from Zaun. Gets the Storm alongside the Blink and the +1, and he's going to be feeling very good and confident to keep on trading with a lot of those units that Reynor is going to start making soon. Those Oracles really are just going to chill out overhead and keep a sharp eye on those Zerglings, really making sure they're getting up to absolutely no trouble at all. Storm, Blink, +1 coming through, the couple of gates getting built online as well. And then the battery being brought up also. Will gather. The single Ling there going to get rid of the probe. Additional Hydras coming through, and Muscular Augments, the missile upgrade, all building as well. Add on those Hydras, add on those Zerglings. Looking pretty darn good there, to say the least, as the hatchery continues by. A couple of creep tumors added on into this at the same time. As the Lings run across to this other side, I'm going to start getting a wrap around on that Nexus. Nexus will go down here, so Nexus killed. Going to force the Storm. I mean, you can't really complain about having to use a Storm when it's going to hit every single Zergling. Reynor, don't think that was really much value at all there, as he is just building a lot of Ling Hydra. Hydra count especially growing high at the moment. Observer going to start seeing those units pouring out. It's 86 drones. It's not like this is a committed, like, okay, we're out on the map to go and win this game. But it's a lot of units without adding additional tech. So there is still that kind of element of, I'm going to push, shove, rebuild, go again. This is definitely the trade heavily, trade hard, and then just go with the rebuild kind of army. And this is where I kind of feel like a second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon is a bit misplaced for Zaun, because that's investment into, you know, units for the late game, and Reynor is not looking at that same phase of the game as what Zaun is looking at, right? And that's the issue, is that that may just be the problem here, where Zaun is going to have extremely good storms to keep him safe on this one. Ling's already preemptively setting off a few of these stasis wards, and obviously that's going to be nice. Again, there's a lot of storms available. You got to be very careful with your approach here as Reynor. Stack defense is coming online, but there's no way he doesn't commit to this. The only reason he's not going yet is he's waiting on upgrades. +1 missiles, groove spines, baneling speed. That was a little bit of a shove where he's like, hey, throw a storm or two down already. Get afraid, you know? Let's make sure that's 1 or 2 less storms when I truly commit. Zaun did not bite on that bait. So he is not going to be baited into a couple of storms early. He still tries to set stasis wards up. Obviously, the Ling's going to try and do what they can. Coming down this ramp will be a little bit difficult. You see a couple of the stasis wards going off now. Bane's rolling forward. That first storm's great, but we need a second storm. Stasis will come down instead. The Bane's going to start aiming toward the High Templar. They will be in trouble, and a high energy High Templar goes down. It's a lot of Hydras left over against just Stalkers. No storms left over. One in the background, apparently. Maybe another energy recharge just came in. Hits both sides of the Hydralisk, but there's just not enough follow-up here available for Zaun. And like I say, I think maybe a little bit too much investment into the future and not enough investment into the here and the now, which is exactly what Reynor was looking at. Immortal there, few Stalkers. Reynor just needs the reinforcement wave, and he's going to be looking golden as that Immortal does not quite go down just yet. Super low. The Bane's crashed in and denied a warping of Zealots, by the way, as we do actually clean everything up for Reynor. He's going to lose everything, but he's got so many reinforcements on the way, and that's why I'm not really worried, because this time, Zaun doesn't have 6, 7 High Templars ready to go, building up energy, and with energy recharge sitting off cooldown ready to be used either, right? And that's going to be a major issue, because now Lings are going to be way more effective, Hydras are going to be unstoppable, and Reynor is going to be unmatched in numbers when it comes to winning out this Game 3. Reynor retakes the lead of our best of 5. And he hits hard with the Lingbane Hydra against a Protoss who, like I say, was really looking more to the future rather than the let's survive through the next couple minutes of the game. What's up, Nanoflower? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Come on, Reynor! Thank you so much for the resub on the Prime. If you guys are enjoying the stream, do consider supporting by subscribing, priming, etc. All goes to a good place. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe as well. Show the stream some love and obviously helps the channel out a massive amount also. This is the point where we take a little break, because there's a break from the mainstream integrated into the show at this stage, so we'll take a moment or two before Game 4 kicks off and gets underway. Again, Classic versus Clem is up next after this, by the way, so Classic Clem TVP happens straight after the ZVP. That should be awesome. Looking forward to some Terran versus Protoss between couple of players that have been very one-sided in Protoss' favor recently, and has Clem actually had any matches against Classic to turn it around yet? Say I've not followed StarCraft for a couple of weeks, so nope. The last time they played was still the finals of the Summer Championships, so it is a 5-series losing streak for Clem. He looks to turn it around to play on his home turf, in front of his hometown crowd in Paris. Alrighty, Tokamak is going to be our map, but like I say, a couple of minutes, 2 minutes to go, and we'll be loading into this Game 4 of the series. Why no force fields? Because he was very gas heavy, because he didn't build sentries early because of the way that he opened, and so if you don't have sentries early, I mean, honestly, in this case, like, if he realized it was going to be as aggressive as it was, force fields could be decent, but realistically, he was putting his gas into High Templars and Storms. So, yeah, sometimes you can only build so many things, and sometimes Storms are kind of like a better force field, because instead of just blocking the Zerg out, you just kill the Zerg as it runs into you. I think the problem was truly is just that Zaun again was building a Fleet Beacon, second Stargate. He had so much investment in the future. And it's not that Reynor wasn't like, it's not that Reynor was all in, but he was very aggressively set because he didn't tech at all. And so you have to be ready to deal with that wave of it as Zaun. And Reynor took a couple of just good fights. The Banelings found what they needed to. The Stasis Wards didn't have any magical connections. Reynor did a great job of kind of just singling those out and popping a bunch of them before it all happened. Those aspects of it very important to kind of keep in mind in terms of why that fight and why that engagement turned out the way that it did in the end. Does ShowTime still play SC2? Haven't seen him playing Gabe in a while. ShowTime was opening player on the stream today. Unfortunately lost out and he's in the lower bracket against Hero. He'll be the opening best of 7 on tomorrow's stream. But yeah, he still is very much so active and playing. Yeah, he's one of the best right now, honestly. Like, he's not the tip-top absolute tier 1, but he's absolutely up there in tier 1.5, I would say, where he can really beat... Showtime's such a cool player because he can beat anyone, you know? Like, Showtime really can just battle against anybody and do well, and that makes him such an exciting player to watch because you never really know what's going to come out of Showtime. You never really know what's going to come out of him. Reynor joined the lobby, and we are at the time where we should be allowed to start as well, so we should be able to go very soon. Just waiting for Reynor to join us here. His BRB has been a moment longer than expected, so just take a few moments and ready ourselves up for Game 4 of this series. Get that up and rolling here in a couple of moments. Again, thank you for joining us today, guys. Alright, Reynor joins the lobby. Should just be a moment or two and we can get this going. Game 4 of this best of 5 ready to start up. You know, wants to have revenge for the RSL. Good time to take it. Firstly, you haven't really talked about prize money. This event, apart from it, is a lot of prize money. Yeah, top 8 gets $800, but a series win puts you top 6. That's $1,400. Prize money just keeps on advancing up to a $7,000 first place prize here in the Maestros of the game event. So, bottom left, we are going to kick off with the red Zerg. It is going to be Reynor. He has the match point advantage right now in this BO5, taking on the blue Protoss. In the top right-hand corner of the map, it is Zaun. Game 4 of this series. Been fun. It's been a little bit of switching it up as well. There's been a few different ways in which things have kind of built up and gone around and happened. Got the gate and the assimilator coming through. The probe is coming up. A couple of dronies in the hatchery coming online as well for now. And the first few moments of PvZ is typically fairly peaceful. Waiting to see if it is going to be a Stargate tech from the pros. Obviously, the one game that Zaun opened up with. The first game was Twilight Council, so it's not just been Stargates today. He's been mixing his builds up a fair amount, actually, doing a couple different things. Of some different openers as well, so a little bit more. I believe he was pretty consistent with what he did when he played in the RSL. I think he did a lot of similar openings into different styles in RSL, so that's the one thing I think I remember reading when I looked for a recap of the series. Chrono Boost on the Adept there. We just take a few moments here, get set up. Stargate building, probe, stalker, warp gate all building about, link speed coming through, queen and the links building, the overlord on the way through. Link speed will be finishing shortly, probe is going to drop down a cheeky little pylon. And Oracle and the warp gate still building up as the couple of probes continue through as well here. Just gonna have the few drones and the link speed as well, still building about for a few moments, bringing that all online. Link speed completed in the next few moments. Let's see, Oracle going to see those Zerglings, is actually going to follow them, which is nice, because the last time you have an Oracle on your side of the map, the better for you as the Zerg, less time for the Protoss to find openings and opportunities to take advantage and to get damage done. So, yeah, seeing this Oracle over here is already kind of nice, and keeping it kind of pinned on your Lings is only going to send you into a few positions of favor. So you've got to love that early on. Oracle's feelings. A little bit of movement coming around. Queen's is going to be there. Oracle is going to take a few shots of damage. A few hits coming through. Going back around that left-hand side again. Drone Overlord's building up. Taking a few moments. You can see the Queen's going to get there, and the Oracle will take a few more shots of damage. I just got that land. A couple of Overlords still building through. The Blink on the way. Gates in the Forge building as well. We've seen a couple of Queens going to hit that Oracle, and we are just going to shove that back as still get the Blink coming by. We're not going to move away from that Ling style as well from that last game, go back into the Roaches. Because the kind of setup that we had in that game too, that Zam was successful in, where it's going to be this kind of missiles, Roaches, probably into Hydras. Meanwhile, the Temple Archives comes up from Zaun. He already looks towards Storm and just advancing this game into a later stage. One thing that Reynor was not really able to do at all back on Persephone really was break through with the Lurkers. Like, the first time he had Lurkers, he put himself in front of the Natural, between the Natural and the third base, and he had a good position to play from for a bit, but that got broken down, and after that, he never really found the Lurkers in an annoying place anymore, right? So, definitely feeling that, perhaps, maybe, we're in a position here where when you consider if he goes into the Lurkers again, maybe you can find some better openings and opportunities this game. But it was not really kind of available back on Persephone the last time we saw something like this. Obviously, we're not like that just yet. 71 workers, adding a few more, so we are looking for the longer game still here from Reynor. Yeah, currently just Roaches as +1 missiles and Roach speed finishes. No sign of any other tech just yet. In position, Oracle gets turned. Queen. Hitting that Oracle. In fact, Oracle going down as the Queen from the right side is going to pick it off, so that is going to be a kill. Roaches here going to go through the rocks. Again, Roach speed, Overlord speed, a few additional Zerglings all coming about. Roach is going to knock those rocks down, open up a bit of space, add some Ravages in as well. And we're going to see a lot of units. This is going to be commitment from Reynor. 80 drones. Different kind of commitment to last time. You see a lot of cannons and batteries being added on right now from Zaun. A couple of them are quite far back on the right side. Depending where Reynor attacks, some of them may not really be that applicable to the defense that's coming up here. We got a lot of Overlords that are speeding across. They're going to provide the creep spread so we can get some transfusions going as well. Get the Queens to be as useful as possible in this fight. I mean, Zaun knows what's up. The Observer is going to show it. The Roach is going to work their way through these rocks, obviously looking for multiple openings. You want to start sending some Lings forward now, perhaps. Instant cancel on the 4th base, no surprises there. But yeah, send some Lings forward, set up some of these stasis wards. It's going to be a pretty huge stasis catch on the right side. Top side gets a good few Lings as well. They really are good stasis to begin with. A couple of Storms already came down. Most of this army is pretty resilient to Storm, but if you hit a lot of Ravages at once, that's still going to be painful. Obviously, softening up Roach is never a bad thing either, as Reynor maxed against the 130 supply is down. Currently just not doing what he can, knocking down this gateway, and as some of these stasis fade, that might be Reynor's opportunity to go forward again right here. That Storm is going to hit big, as we do try and chase the High Templar. Some of them getting very low, finally back into battery range. We don't have too many Storms remaining. Going to be a big deal. Reynor still hanging on. 17 new Roaches on the way, but they're going to take a long time to reinforce, and I'm afraid that these Ravagers are starting to be a little exposed. If Stalkers start hitting Ravagers, that's expensive units that are going to go down quickly. Good pull back there, just where the Storm came down, as Reynor will indeed run back. Has the creep nearby because of the Overlords. That's a big deal. A little bit of extra speed to help him to kind of disconnect from this engagement. Oh, Queen's getting caught though. Roach is reinforced. We blinked into this, so we can kind of fight this a little bit more as Reynor now. Those Stalkers do not have the pullback ability that they usually would. So a lot of the Ravagers taking damage. Supply definitely dropping for Reynor, while Zaun is staying pretty steady. 120 to 130 has been where he's been at pretty much the whole time. Reynor was so close to killing some of those High Templar, and that would have been a major deal, because getting rid of those and stopping new Storms from coming online would have been absolutely massive if it could have come around. Obviously, it's not really turned out to be the case. The extra Rav just popped through. Push the Stalkers back a little further. Corrosive Bile knocked down that Stasis Ward. Obviously, this is a kind of situation where Reynor is just committed. He is going to want to keep on going for this right now, so there's not going to be much turning back from him as a few Roaches run into the natural, into the main. The Templar is actually going to get in trouble, so a couple of those HT is going to go down, so this time we do lose the potential Storms for the future. Oh wow, this moment of this attack's huge, and the Corrosive Biles crash onto the Immortal. That's going to be massive as well. Immortal going down, tech units being removed from the equation. The Roaches up in the main base is causing a little bit of chaos and absolutely giving opportunity over here. Some of these static defense on the right side I said may not come into play. Now they do, because Reynor's over on this right side attacking from a different angle. Didn't come into play until now, because this is kind of where it didn't look like Reynor was going to attack at first. Obviously, they came into play for a slight moment or two then, but getting biled down quickly, not really having much impact overall. Reynor wins this. He'll play Serral later today in the ZVZ to determine who will be booking their flight to Paris without having to touch the lower bracket. Two more Rav just stepping through. Wolfgate Stalkers taking some shots. Two more Corrosive Biles popping up once again as they continue to try and fight here. Stalkers still getting pushed away. Roaches and Ravagers trying to push through. Ooh, Biles onto the Stalkers coming through that choke point. Zaun is still holding on. Reynor is obviously... The one thing Reynor does have going for him is this is 5 base, 80 drones. But it's committed because of the lack of tech units. It's just Roach, Ravager, Ling. And is Zaun maybe getting enough army supply to actually hold on against this? He might be. There's a lot of Ravagers still. There's less tag defense than ever before. There's also no Storm really anymore, but there's a couple of Immortals. And there's less of an army supply disparity than what we've seen previously. That High Templar does go down before it finds the Storm. The Immortals are both exposed as well. No Prism in this game. Corrosive Biles onto Warp, and in Stalkers gets a lot done. It's still kind of a closer supply count than what we've seen previously, though. Even though Reynor's getting a lot of good things done, I tell you what is a big deal breaker is just how low some of these Stalkers are. And as that Storm gets used, the High Templar's going to end up being in trouble again. Actually, going to Morph and Arca would be huge against the Lings that keep reinforcing. I was going to say the Lings are able to start getting through on the Stalkers, and that's obviously a big deal. And these Stalkers are hurting as well. And I think that's a massive factor, because now it means these Stalkers may actually start dying. That's going to be where some of the supply really drops off for Zaun, where he's been able to maintain it throughout these fights. Otherwise, Reynor turning around again. That Archon's on its own, too far forward realistically. The Stalker count is again not what it once was. That lone Immortal is going to be the tech unit in play right now as Reynor tries to slam on forward. 83 army supply to the 30, and he might just be about breaking through. A few more roaches on the way. It's a 60 supply difference, 50 army supply difference at this point of the game. There's a massive warp in of Ravagers right out the front door. It does give Zan a moment or two to warp in a few more Stalkers, collect up together here as Reynor still comfortably mining across all of his bases. No harassment. Zan has had no opportunity to throw things across the map towards Reynor's side. Drip spread all over the place as well, going to help Reynor if he does need to slow this game down at any stage. There's a massive storm from the High Templar. Number 2 is pretty good as well. Corrosive Vials coming down as now the Stalkers say they must blink in. They must take this fight. They must try and trade. It was good storms, but it was unfortunately not going to be good enough for Zan as his Stalkers stay in trouble here. A few of them remain on that right side trying to take down Ravagers, but it will not be enough. One last-ditched effort on the back of the good storms. He felt like he just had to go in that moment and give it his best shot. Wasn't enough. I wonder if the blink-in was a mistake on the back of those good storms. Maybe he could have just gone a bit more slowly. I get it, though. He's feeling pressured. He feels like he has to just go, go, go. And he felt like on the back of those storms, it really was just time to commit and take advantage. And that wasn't it in the end, unfortunately. Wasn't it in the end, unfortunately. GG. Alrighty, guys. That's going to be our upper bracket quarterfinals wrapped up. Let me show you guys where the bracket stands after this. And obviously what is still coming here today. And then also what will be coming tomorrow. So obviously we're not done yet today. We still have some matches left. It's not updated yet, but you can see what's setting up. It's going to be Classic versus Clem. Coming up next, some TVP action. The winner books a trip to Paris for the offline portion of the event. And then Serral versus Reynor, the ZVZ we love to see. And that's going to be the final match of today. Today we finish off the top 4 in the upper bracket, which means 2 out of 4 players will be booked to Paris. And then tomorrow, lower bracket, ShowTime Hero, Bunny's down, and these other 2 matches happen. And they book more players into Paris because the top 4 play in Paris. So these 2 players here and these 2 players down here in the lower bracket semis will be the ones going to Paris. So now it's time for us to determine what happens with Classic and Clem. Clem is on a 5-series losing streak against Classic. Can today be the day he turns that around? Or is Classic going to continue his dominance against a player who he's just looked so good against recently, so consistent against, and all the rest of it? So it's going to be Terran versus Protoss, Clem versus Classic, Zerg versus Zerg in Serral versus Reynor. Coming up next, we'll take a couple moments. We'll come back in just a few moments. We'll see you guys in just a second, BRB. Videos are being made, and we are progressing towards Clem versus Classic here in the next few minutes and get this underway. TVP, which I've been kind of looking forward to all day a little bit, actually. Clem Classic's such a good one lately, it's so much fun. Expecting this to be a very good time, to be honest, as a couple of videos have come through, so a map pick or two away from getting into this series pretty much. We'll head into this very, very shortly. Upper bracket semi-finals here of a beautiful event. Maestros of the game. It's been a lot of fun. It's been very cool to see. Do, 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 do. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So, we should just be a little bit of time into this, guys. The videos are continuing. In fact, maps are already picked. We're just waiting for a camera link on the side of Classic. And then, obviously, them to host up, and maybe the mainstream has a bit of a countdown still. Let's have a peek at the mainstream. Why don't we just do that to figure out where we're actually at? They have 5.5 minutes in the countdown, so we might have a little bit more time still before we actually get into this. But generally speaking, we are looking to make some plays. Awesome. All right, we take a little bit of time. We're going to get set up. Looks like the lobby at least is coming up. So we're probably, like I say, probably just working on the mainstream's timer, which is 3 or 4 minutes. And we have a link from Classic, so I can put that in as well. Like that's working and we can go. At least from my side. Go. That looks good. Perfect. Because when they tell me Clem's the lower seed, and then I have to swap the cameras around and the colors. Yeah. Waiting for Clem to join the lobby. A couple other people as well. Get that underway, and yeah, look to kick this off. Alrighty guys, a couple moments and get underway hopefully. Alright guys, like I say, just hopefully a couple moments. Get into some action. Get us ready to roll. Go. Clem vs Classic. Got a couple minutes left on the mainstream break. can hopefully, like I say, kick this straight off. So TVP, then ZVZ, Clem versus Classic, then Serral versus Reynor. What a treat of a day coming through for us here. Lovely. Looks like we're starting in 2 minutes, guys. You've been given an official starting time. Love it. Alrighty. Alrighty. How's everyone doing? Again, hope everyone's doing great. Thanks for joining us. Again, obviously back on the stream a little bit. It's been a little bit of time, but we're going to be back. Tomorrow we'll be doing another day of this, and then we'll be on WardiTV Mondays on Monday, and then we have some Team Liquid map contest, team games on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then we have Liu Cup on Wednesday as well. Sorry, not Saturday, on Sunday as the TLC, and then more Monday Cup action the Monday after. And probably something on the Tuesday, then I'm away for a few days before coming back again and then keeping on grinding it out. So lots going on, lots happening. Gonna be fun. Going to be fun. Clem and Classic already. We really are just waiting for the mainstream to give us the go-ahead signal. Kick this off. 3 times they met again. It's been very Classic favored. 3-1 in RSL, 4-2 in the RSL finals, 3-0 at EWC, 3-2 in the Summer Championship by WardiTV upper bracket finals, 3-0 in the grand finals of that same tournament. We are seconds away. The 35-minute has just clicked on the clock. Should be allowed to go. They are allowed to go. Perfect. All right, we're doing this. Let's see what happens as we kick off into Clem and Classic. Can Clem break this streak that he's in? Unfortunately, a losing streak he's in against Classic. Can he stop and figure out what's been going on for a chance to play in front of his home crowd in France and Paris? An offline event in a couple weeks' time. Or will it be Classic booking a ticket from South Korea to Paris tonight? Because the winner of this will be qualified to the offline push portion of the tournament. Kick off into play in the bottom right-hand corner. Best of 5 series to go to Paris for the offline finals. Our red Terran player in this bottom right side is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. He battles against EWC runner-up. 5-match winning streak against his opponent. Maybe some of the best PvT in the world. It's Classic from Virtus Pro in the top left corner of Grezvan. As we get this underway, we look to see what lies ahead of us here in this series. Again, a little bit of downtime between series, guys. Can't do much about that, but once the games get going, the games really do just keep going. So excited to just sink our teeth into this best of 5 and to really see what Clem and Classic bring out from one another. Also, again, just in case you weren't here for the Clem Hero series earlier, where we brought this up previously, the rules in this tournament the rules for this tournament are that you cannot race switch in the series. So within a series, you must play the same race throughout, which means that Clem is stuck as playing. Clem is stuck to playing Terran. This is not going to be him switching to PvP or anything. Basically, it's the TLDR. Factory coming down, Reaper coming up. Just getting ourselves up and rolling. Take a few moments to get underway. Factory halfway through, Reaper on the way. It's going to see the probe recalling home because that's more effective than using a chrono boost, keeping that probe alive. Classic is stuck playing Protoss, yes. Classic is stuck playing Protoss. I mean, obviously we only say it because Clem has been race switching recently, so... Yes, he has been playing a bit of PvP here and there, mixing it up, but he has to keep playing Terran this time around, so... If he goes down 0-2, he can't just crack out the PvP to reset his mental or something. He's gonna have to figure it out TvP style. Last time I watched him play against Classic, it was mech, and it just kind of got flopped in every single way. Before that, he had a couple successful games with the mech against Classic, and he did try and open a day with mech against Hero before swinging back into biocentric styles, aggressive pushes, and some very good controlling TvP plays, so... Very interested in what Clem feels is going to be the call here against Classic, who again has been a mental and really just a true block for Clem in everything he's played lately. Because when he meets Classic, he just has not come out on top. He's just going to be seeing the starport coming online, commands into building. It's a Stargate opener, by the way, so opening with the Phoenix is going to be a very safe way to play from Classic. You don't see that all the time, but yeah, gonna be one of those openings that does a lot to kind of shut down Cyclone plays. It's weird because like a Marine Cyclone push can be very good, but like a Cyclone on its own can get lifted and kind of denied. Reaper Hellion gonna go for the dive through. He's actually gonna try and trade with the Adept. Interesting choice there. The Reaper kind of got caught, I think, in front of the other Reapers. Two Reapers go down for the Adept. The Hellions are gonna make their way through. Phoenix kind of lift up one of these, and that takes away some of the killing potential of the Hellions. Two workers going down, we're going to make it 3, but the Phoenix lifting, that's going to be the end of that, and that's why Phoenix are so good. Being able to negate some of the units in these attacks is massive. We are going to see Clem, though, response to the Phoenix going to be Viking production, and now you can kind of go into Viking, Marine, maybe a Cyclone as well still. You're obviously not going to drop the Widow Mine across the map when the Phoenix are out, and you can just start building an anti-air force, and maybe you still get a push a couple minutes from now with Marine, Viking, Cyclone to try and punish what is going to be Phoenix heavy initially here from Classic, because he doesn't have the Twilight... Well, he's getting the Twilight Council now, but he's not had the Twilight Council up until that point, right? So, yeah, no early blink or charge. There's definitely going to be a little bit of a period where he might be a little weak, and then maybe an opening for Clem to step across the map and make something happen. Widowmine is not going to find a random shot to start us off as the Phoenix dodge away from that for now. They are going to go through onto the bunker. The bunker targets the Stalker initially, though, put some damage on there. The Medevac wants to be careful, doesn't want to be shot down by the Phoenix. A couple more Marines in production. Third base in Classic, he's going to go into charge. The charge builds faster than the blink, so it does really reduce the opening kind of window or frame in which Clem may be able to successfully attack you, like I was talking about. I was just going to see that Widow Mine repositioning, but the Phoenix see it, and then they kind of flew into it anyway. Fortunately, just turned around in time. And we'll be alright for now. There's a couple extra gates and Temple Archives coming through. Charge building up. Probes on the way. The Marines still gathering in the main base as the Marines and the tank continue to join together as well. It's going to be seeing that barracks lifting off. Going to move back over to the tech lab. Factory relocating as well, of course. The Phoenix still gathering about. Reactors building. Combat shield and the stim pack coming online. And just going to move into the main. There's a couple of Marines in the Viking. Going to turn the Phoenix back the other direction. Still got stim pack, combat shield, and the +1 on the way through as well. Storm and Charge building up. Couple of gateways building through. Probes on production. High Templar being added on top of everything else. Still got that Storm coming online. Stim combat and +1 continue to come about then. So again, just bring a little bit of everything up for now. Getting rolling. Then still got Storm ticking along, not far from finishing. We get a Forge building through as well. Pylons about to be done. A little bit of Marines stemming forward after those Phoenix. shots. Viking's going to hit the Phoenix, going to take some shots there. Just going to be seeing the Blink and the Robo facility coming around. Plus one attack upgrade coming in from Clem on the engineering bay. Obviously, Medevac's going to try and drop into this main base. The few zealots, the Phoenix there makes it a dangerous drop in. Clem committing to it anyway, though. We're going to lose one Medevac. Extra zealots show up, and we are going to have the boost to try and get us out there, surely. No, it's on cooldown still. Trying to push in at the front at the same time, but Storms are looking to be pretty successful here. This multi-prong from Clem is not working out. The Medevac on the top side has gone down. A handful of Marines got out only. There's just so many zealots, and Classic doesn't even need to use the Storms to finish clearing this up at this point. I don't know where that Storm was to the top. Hit more zealots than Marines. That's how unnecessary the Storms were. Classic completely shuts down this attempted attack from Clem. This will go absolutely nowhere. The defense is spot on perfect, and that will do it for this opening game in terms of initial push. Clem from here, Ghost Academy coming up. I mean, 3rd CC is ready to fly into position. This is a very good lead from Classic. Up 10 workers, up a good amount of army supply. Upgrade starting to play catch-up on there a little bit. Clem doesn't have +1 armor coming either, so he doesn't exactly have that coming up at the same point just yet. As the bio will come through and go after the pylon, taking that down for the moment. A few zealots will continue to charge by, going after the bio units here. Zealots just going to run across the other side, and that's going to be dealt with easily as Clem is actually going to recover from this a little bit better than I thought. There was points there where I felt like his supply was actually really hurting. Resources lost isn't that bad, 4k to 3.6. I thought it was going to be a little bit worse off for Clem. I actually thought he was going to be a little bit tougher. Classic is going to try and come up with this ramp. Man, good Storms initially. Clem's fighting this with half HP units, but the Woodermines are putting some work in. Storm will zone him out to the top side, makes it an awkward position. Might have to retreat the SCVs, maybe even lift the orbital, create some space for himself, although Classic so far forward still that may not matter. And as you are going to see, the one Marine over there is just going to be the point of interest. Otherwise, SCVs are pulling back into this. It's an EMP on the High Templar, but they got a Storm off just beforehand. Do we have another Storm on that High Templar? No, morphs into the Archon instead. And we'll come back through, pushing in at the front. The Archon putting some work in, extra zealots coming by. Classic and a lot of SCVs, and Clem will just say GG, unable to break through as Classic will establish a 1-0 lead in the best of 5. And Clem is not going to be able to do anything about that. Just the drop into the main base, the attempted initial attack in, unable to really go anywhere there. Not really doing what we wanted it to. It is going to lend us the GG as we head in for the second map in a couple of moments. Just waiting for them to host this up. Golden Wall going to be map 2. Oh, we haven't seen Golden Wall all day. This is one of the ones that got brought back into the map pool for this event specifically. So Golden Wall going to come in. Like I said, we've not really seen this map a lot today. Or even in the games that I casted yesterday. In fact, I haven't cast a single game on Golden Wall, so it's been a hot second for me. This is one of the super popular maps, though. People loved this map. It was different, it was crazy, and it wasn't broken. It was different in a fun way, and I think a map that a lot of people had reservations about when it first came into the map pool ended up being one of the absolute stars of the show in the end. Let's ready ourselves for game 2. Go, 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 GLHF. And gets dropped down. As we get ready to go. Golden Wall here. Map 2 of this best of 5. Climb down a game. Best map ever. Yeah, a lot of people will feel like that. I think Golden Wall hit at that kind of point in time for a lot of people, to be honest. So, yeah, and it just has such a variety of playing. If you're not familiar with this map, I'll do a little intro as we get into it. But the TLDR is there's like a top half and a bottom half that's walled off by the Golden Wall. And yeah, we'll do the intros first. In the bottom left, Clem, the Red Terran from Team Liquid. While in the bottom right will be Classic, the blue Protoss from Virtus Pro. But yeah, so basically you can play a couple of ways. You can mine out these minerals and expand down over here and kind of play the bottom portion of the map. and play like this quadrant, or you can kind of go here and here for 3 bases, or you can play 3 bases up here, take the gold potentially, play the top half of the map, and play a very big macro game up here and ignore this position, hold that defensively as an access point to your main. There's just so many different ways to play and expand on this map, and that made it very cool. You could really kind of, design your build to kind of, whatever you wanted to do, basically. Very cool. One of the cooler maps we've ever seen, and it worked so well is what it really came down to. This is why this map was loved so much, because it isn't just kind of like oh, well, that was cool for a couple of games and we saw it and it just settled. It was always different. It was always providing different games. Obviously, each matchup had trends of how you wanted to expand and how people approached it. But there was always the adventurous players who would do things a bit differently. And even in some matchups, there was multiple ways to really play it, and they were all completely viable. So there's always been, like I say, a very cool map in that regard. That's what's up. Dayback Jangy, thank you so much. I'm probably murdering your name. Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Cheers! Thank you so much. I really appreciate the resub. Thank you for priming up the stream. If you guys are enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the content, do not forget to support. It helps us keep on producing StarCraft tournaments and casting tournaments like this one full time. So if you're enjoying the stream, do consider supporting. It goes a long way, and we really, really appreciate it. The minerals mined out here. Looks like Classic wants to expand to the bottom side of Golden Wall. All of these guys were playing when Golden Wall was an active map. It wasn't that long. I say it wasn't that long ago. It was 4 or 5 years ago now, but CV around the bottom. There is a proxy on that bottom side, so I actually said Classic was going to expand. I did not see the proxy setup, so he's going to proxy a Twilight and a Robo. Such a Classic thing to do. Clem is wondering though, man, like, he knows that this wall has been mined down. He's wondering, why the hell would you mine this out if you're not going to do something sneaky? So we'll see in a couple of moments as we have the SCV coming around. A few Marines there, going to get on top of the Adept for a couple of moments as well. I'm just finally going to scout this. I mean, I don't know if I love this from Classic, because to me, it feels so obvious. Like, you mine out the minerals, so Clem's instantly like, well, there's got to be something over here somewhere, right? And so instantly he just starts scouting for it. But now you know that there's a Dark Shrine. Well, Disney knows it's a Dark Shrine. Oh, the Dark Shrine he doesn't know about. Dark Shrine's on the other side of the map. Oh, that's actually cool from Classic to build the Dark Shrine in the main, because Clem's going to find the scout. It's actually kind of cool. Yeah, he is saving energy, though, so maybe Clem's not going to be fooled anyway. He is going to scout back to the main base, too. Clem's just on top of this. I mean, hard to really say anything else. He's going to have Marines and Cyclone try and zone the Prism from getting in the first place, and the Viking as well in production. Feels like this is a very hard sell for Classic to see success here. Had a scan available. There is the scan. The DT is actually going to do a lot of damage simply for the fact that Marines stand in it, but you kill the Prism, you kill 2 DTs. This is a flop of the highest degree by Classic. This build has not worked at all, and Clem is in a fantastic position here in this game 2. A very solid start in this second game for Clem as Classic tried to get a bit weird and wonky, but Clem remembers how this map works, and he does not let it catch him off guard. Unfortunately, a great map. This is one of those times where I feel like Classic's like, I like this map, but I feel like I can get away with something here, and I think this time it's not really the case, right? Cyclone. Locked on again. Just another scan. Well, not even a scan. Raven shows up. DT goes down again. Brutal. Brutal. Not really sure what to say from that. As this is not really. I don't know what you really. I mean, you can see charge gates. He's just gonna try and send it on one big attack, but I mean, the reality is it's probably not gonna do much of anything. Liberator, tank, couple marines building through. I mean, the thing for Classic is, how do you even get all these units in position? Like, are we really going to get the chance to elevate all of these? Like, some of these zealots seem very stranded to me. Not ideal. Oh, he is going to get in. Okay. Didn't deny it in time. It's going to be your best chance then of making something happen. Viking Raven hanging about. Cyclone going to be right there. Greens are going to shoot and fire the zealots. I mean, the problem is these zealots go down. That's just kind of going to be it, right? Prison went and brought the other zealots across as well. Able to do a good amount with that. Classic just going to GG out, as that one is going to come to a close. And that is going to be game number 2 going to Clem. The build from Classic just did not work. We saw it. We kind of knew where that one was going. GG's. It is going to be tied up 1-1. Like I say, at some point there's not really much else to say about a situation. At some point it just is what it is. Gonna jump into Pylon for me. Map number 3 then. Hey, going 1-1. No 3-0. Always happy to see that. This is like, it's nice for Clem to win the game, right? But I feel like this doesn't help Clem feel good about the series, because I don't think Clem looks at this and is like, yeah, right, this is exactly how I wanted the game to go. Like, yes, it was a perfect situation for you, but like I say, it's not really how you wanted things to go, you know? Like, you kind of wanted this to be, like you didn't win like a super solid game or anything. You played a game where your opponent went aggressive, you scouted it, and you just shut it down. So I'm not sure if that, like I say, lets you feel confident about the rest of this game. As you might typically expect kind of a victory to feel, so. Ready, and GLHF getting called as we go to Pylon for map number 3. In the bottom right hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the blue Broadus player. It is going to be Classic, obviously. Kind of, I think the crazy's out of his system. Probably back to something a little bit more standard now, taking on Clem, who does get the tie-up in the series with that previous map win. And back to just a more normal map in general right now as well. Obviously should help us to see a bit more of a typical game and something a little bit less crazy than what we were seeing otherwise. Okay, very similar coming up. Just gonna see the racks coming through. Let's just have the gateway, the barracks, everything building through for a couple of moments already. Gonna be having the SCV building up, and yeah, we just settle down to see what the plan's going to be. The SCV going after the Proby. And yeah, reprint the orbital command, still building up as well. We're just going to drop down next in the sub core, building up. The Reaper will build online here. We just get that settled. Command send the SCV and the Marine on the way through as well. As you get the SCV. Just moving about. They're going to sit in the corner. The Adept will come and try and chase it down a little bit, try and get it picked off if possible. The Adept going to shade. Reaper will take a few shots. It's going to get out. Twilight Council drops at the front as well, by the way, so Reaper sees it as it exits. That's a very exposed Twilight Council. We'll see if that comes back to bite Classic at all a bit further down the line. That will go shading right out up to the top there. Towards the top side, bunker setup, starport, orbital command, all building through as well. Just going to see the Adept going to shade once more through the natural and in toward the main base. They've got the blink building in, the warp gate coming up. And yeah, Adept just going to be needing to decide what it wants to do. I mean, if it shades in, the Hellion's going to kill it. We'll be able to pressure an SCV building the starport for a second. Clem pulling the SCVs back nicely so far. Is that SCV safe? It's safe. Doesn't go down. Yeah, well defended really from Clem. A little bit of lost building time here or there. Nothing too crazy though. As the blink starts up again, a couple of gateways and the robo facility on the way through as well. So we're just going to bring that along. Medevac and a couple of Marines still building up. The blink corona boosting on the Twilight Council. Probes in production. Robo facility and gateways still coming through as the probes continue to build up. Gates on the way as well. Again, a simulator and pylon continue to produce. Still just going to shoot at the Reaper for a couple of moments then as the Hellion escapes over the left-hand side. Medevac comes back through, got a couple mines, looking for a drop in. One around the back, gonna burrow up and go after some probies here. One probe goes down, just gonna be seeing the second Widow Mine burrowing up as well in the main. Let's just have, again, not a bad little Widow Mine drop. Blink available now, Clem retargeting correctly. We blinked away already, so we actually can't do much there. Now the Stalkers have to sit in the main a bit longer than expected. We're going to lose a lot of probes on the natural. You can see he's finally going to get through to this. Clem does not retarget. But 9 probes going down. The natural's still going. That's going to be 10 workers killed in total. Wow, what a start for Clem, as this was just all the Stalkers blinking and the Widow Mine not going off. Because Clem was just mass retargeting it. So it didn't fire, and because of that, the Stalkers stay in the main. And now we go across the map. This is bad because it's 4-gate blink for Classic, so he must do damage, and even more so than before because he's down 12 workers. We saw this happen earlier. Hero tried to go a 4-gate blink, and he was so committed, and Clem did so much damage early. So here we go. Stalker's going to blink in. Tank goes down instantly. Good start for Classic. SCVs were not ready on the pre-pull, so the bunker does end up going down. It was very close in the end, but it does fall, so that's the bunker dropped. Auto turret dropped into position as well. Medevac going to end up retreating away. Clem really needs the extra tank to pop out, really, but I don't see one in production. He's building mines. It's a little bit crazy. He's pulling SCVs out to the front, trying to get the high ground advantage here, perhaps, with the ramp. A little bit of back and forth. He's not far from Sim and Combat Shield, but he must live until that finishes, right? Stim Combat and +1 building. Marine Marauder Medevac en route as well. It's going to be seeing 7 SCVs going down. Clem is still ahead in workers, so he's still okay in this game. His positioning is good. These Stalkers do not really want to blink up into this bio. Surely they do. They like the fight. Stim not done still. I'm going to pull the SCVs. Building mines is really questionable, right? When you're playing 4-gate blink, why are we not building more tanks? And especially, why do we not have the mines in better positions, I suppose, is also a good question. A few more SCVs going down. Clem does now have Stim in combat. That's going to be a major difference in these upcoming fights and trades. The Raven here should spot the Stalkers too, so you know they're still lingering around the corner of the main. One Stalker goes in. Now the rest of the Stalkers come in, but now there's Stim. So you just commit into this main base against stimming Marines and Marauders. This is where Clem should trade much better, but the Stalkers focus fire some of the Marauders. Tries to target fire down the Prism, doesn't get it, but gets a ton of Stalkers. Let's be realistic. Oh, he's going to get the Prism anyway! He goes after it with the Medevac, gets it, retreats, and makes his way out of there. Clem with the defense and a little bit of snazzy kind of play at the very end. With no Prism, no high ground vision, there's not much else to be done here. Raven to the natural will look for some workers, and Classic is building into charge, but he's going to be down in attack upgrade. He's going to start losing a couple probes of his own now, and Clem is going to start getting into a much more comfortable spot. Remember, he's killed a good few Stalkers in this game now, and he's going to kill a few more here as well, which means that he is getting into a position where Classic is in trouble. He's going to have basically no army left on the map. 35-6 army supply. Classic obviously had some moments still with the 4-gate blink because of he had so many units, and Clem didn't really build the perfect answer to it. But Clem knew that if he just got to Stim, eventually he was going to be okay, and now he is there. As we are just going to push down in toward the natural. Stalker's going to be taking some shots. The Zealots will charge through. Zealots might be enough to help for a little bit, but obviously Mines will do a lot against these Zealots. I actually like that Widow Mine. Both those Mines didn't go off because he didn't need them both to go off right there. Robo, not going to get depowered if this pylon goes down. It was just a Prism that was popping now. We still have a Widow Mine. Ideally, we save that for a group of Zealots walking in. Probes in the back going down. Auto turret doing work. Clem just killing Zealots as they warp in because there's just not enough of them. Robo Facility in some trouble. Widowmine going to burrow up as well. It obviously started with the early pressure from Clem that went very well for him. And then a good defense in the end. GG is called, and Clem is going to take the lead of the best of 5. This best of 5 playing very similarly to his earlier best of 5 TVP, where he took a 1-0 deficit, then brought it all the way back, winning 3 in a row. He's now 1 map away from a ticket to Paris for the offline finals, and dropping Classic down to that lower bracket to play tomorrow for the qualifying match into the top 4. Typically, guys, the mainstream takes a 3-minute break here, so we'll take a couple of moments ourselves and run some ads again. So this is a case where the ads are literally just going to play, and we can't make the game start any faster, so we may as well just run the ads and make a little bit of money off this stream. So we will do just that. Oh, my ads are up. My ad money is updating in real time today. That's crazy. Crazy business. Okay, what's up, Joe Joens? Thank you so much for the Prime 55 months. Thanks for the cast. Thank you so much for supporting, buddy. Super appreciate it. Thank you so much. Loving the glasses. Thank you, mate. Yeah, I like these ones. They're pretty cool. And I like it a lot. I like them a lot. Very snazzy. Very different. I've never had like clear frames before. Thought they looked cool and different. Alright, so yeah, we got a couple minutes, guys. And then this series will resume. Clem versus Classic. Can Clem finally break this losing streak he's had against Classic? He's had a couple of close series, but he's just not been able to do it. There'll be Sandworm coming up. We got 3 minutes from now, apparently, guys. So 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes, maybe. And then we'll be back in game. So that's where we currently sit. Alrighty. Just asking how long it's going to be. A couple minutes. What's up, Supreme Wizardry? Thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime as well. For the love of the craft. Thanks for the years of dedication. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Super appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Priming us up. What's up, Jason? Congrats on the marriage. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Can't believe it. It's been a week. It's been a week already. I don't know how this happened. We did a lot, to be fair. We had people still over for a couple of days. We went away for a couple of days. Took a day off in the house. Streamed yesterday already. That does, in fact, make up a week. Crazy. It's been a week. Should be getting some photos back soon. Very exciting. We already had our little like sneak peek of the video. Social media sneak peek. I put up on Instagram and stuff if you're super interested for some reason, but excited to see it all. Excited to see it all. Clem, just BRB a moment. We are about a minute away in terms of the tournament organizers being ready. Just obviously then we need to make sure the players are ready as well. Hopefully Clem really is just BRB for one moment. We can get back on track and back into the action here. And I hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you all dropping in and hanging out with us for some games. I know there's a lot of people casting today as well. There's a bunch of different streams for you guys to choose from, so appreciate you hanging out with us. Especially when I've been gone for a little while. I know there's always that kind of little bit of kind of rebuild kind of period. Clem's readying, Classic is readying. It is 09, which means we're allowed to begin. And Classic bring it back to 2-2. Or will we go to a Clem victory? We had a game 5 today. I don't think so, right? It's been 3-1, 3-1, 3-0, 3-1. Lots of 3-1s. Maybe Clem Classic is the one to go to 5 games. We are starting up right here. Onto Sandworm. In the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Protoss player representing Virtus Pro, and now down in the series. It's going to be Classic. He kind of fluffed up an attempt to be aggressive on Golden Wall, and then, well, he just fluffed up his defense altogether in game number 3. Really took his opportunity away from him. What the Stalkers did would have been plenty if he hadn't lost so many workers to that Reaper and the Hellion while the Widowmine dropped distracted in the main base. Classic in the bottom left, looking to rectify those mistakes. It's late in career. It's the one concern I do have for him. It's like 3 a.m. So it is kind of late in career. I do think that has a little bit of an impact. I think it's got to be mentioned. I do think that has a little bit of a factor applied to it, as Clem in the top right does not suffer from that. The red Terran player. Let's take a moment and grab us the indie camera and take us away into game 4. And racks and the gas coming up, a couple SCVs coming through. Got that gateway and the probe building up as well. Probe pulls back to natural, ready up to build an expansion soon. It's going to be Cybercore first, but Nexus will follow soon after. Clem double gassing it up, obviously gives them some more aggressive potential a little bit earlier in the game. I wonder if we're going to see high ground CC here. Maybe just try and dodge away from possibility of some of the harassment that Classic might throw at him in the early stages, for example. Orbital Command is going to complete the Reaper, finishing very soon. We'll make it home. The reactor and the factory, the build from Clem. And the Reaper arriving. It's actually maybe going to still be able to get that probe. It's low. It's definitely going to pop in a moment. Just going to hit the mineral line. skips him towards the edge. That gives him an easy escape. So a couple of shots, throws the grenade to disrupt a tiny bit, and then gets the Reaper out alive and healthy for the moment, so it can come back and poke again in a little bit, and try and just, in general, keep an eye on things here for the next little while. Obviously, does have to respect the Adept. If the Adept shades on top of it and it's low HP already, it could take some damage, but of course, Reapers do also regen. Stargate halfway done. Adept and Warp Gate both building. Stargate does finish up, and there is the Oracle going to come straight on out. It's going to be seeing the gate, Warp Gate kind of coming through. So again, back to a Stargate opening, but not Phoenix this time. Oracle instead. Some differences in kind of how Classic approaches these early games. We're still patrolling out front, the medevac building through, halfway done currently. Widowmine is about to finish. And we do have the Orbital and a Tech Lab continue to come online as well, so just bringing that up. Phoenix and the Warp Gate building on through. The Gateway is still producing. Oh, Hellion gets by. And wants the one probe, but the probe ran towards the units, and that gives the units the chance to kill the Hellion before the probe falls, which means that is a defense. Full scout from Clem, though. Gets in, sees the Stargate, saw the Phoenix in production, but saw no other Phoenix hanging around, which means you should be somewhat aware of the Oracle that's out on the map, right? Otherwise, the timings don't really add up, unless the Phoenix is out elsewhere, maybe hidden in a corner, so there is a possibility you don't make that read. Obviously, now he has seen an Oracle lost one SCV, so you know what's up. Cyclone and the Marines, he's already got a Viking as well, though. So Clem's actually very well set against the Stargate to begin with. Classic will just take the linear third base here and not mess around trying to steal a gold base early or anything of that sort or nature. And adds the extra barracks. Obviously, we're starting to get a little bit removed from any attempts of him playing mech in this matchup, but it's still going to be on our mind as a possibility. So seeing the confirmation of an additional barracks does give us a bit more of an idea of what's up. It's a Liberator too, by the way, as the Reaper dives back into the main base, and we'll look for a low HP probe and try and get some damage done and just again be a bit of a disruption and an annoyance, and double confirm any scouting information he can get as well. In fact, now the Reaper looks like it may make an escape, so even more lovely for Clem. Reaper is out alive. I mentioned the Liberator because that obviously gives you a lot of harassing potential as well. The Phoenix can be a cleanup on that, but Liberator in one location and a Marine tank push elsewhere can be scary. Wouldn't mind just help support this. And obviously, charge is building, but it's not ready yet as Clem sets up to come around the third. He's actually just going to siege the lib on the third as well and just use it as a real point of power. Oh, Classic just hasn't realized where Clem's coming from for way too long, and charge is not done yet, so Clem, I think, actually has a realistic chance of canceling this third right now. The Oracle and the Phoenix are kind of dead, kind of dead weight right now. That Nexus is just going to have to cancel. Third base goes down, and it's a major win for Clem already in this game. Opening strong here on Sandworm. Now he needs to get away. Charge about to be done. The worst thing Clem could do right now is end up in a fight, because he doesn't have any upgrades to benefit this army. He's out in the open with an army that wants to siege and take position. The last thing he wants is to get caught, and you can see Classic is not chasing on the map with the rest of his units, so it won't happen. He did have a lack of army supply, but I feel like there's always that chance of it just being pretty good for you. The Oracle peels away to the upper right side. He's going to have to go for the recall to get out of there. 2 libs and a Viking will not have the DPS to make that happen, so the Oracle is out alive. Storm coming up from Classic, but Clem did set himself up very well with that delayed third base for the Protoss player. He's now moving in towards Stim in combat, +1 also. Don't really think Clem wants to fight anytime soon, but he's moving onto the map. His army supply is okay, but I'm afraid that it's... He just killed his own Marine, misclick there. I am afraid a little bit that it's... I mean, I guess what he's looking for here is he thinks the third might be in the same place as before, and that's not true. If it was, he'd get a cancel on it. But as he realizes it's down on the bottom side instead, I'm not sure if he's really going to have the confidence to swing down over there. Then again, he is getting close to Stim in combat shield, so maybe this just lines up nicely with his upgrades finishing. Classic's not had great map vision, so he doesn't necessarily know where Clem is at initially. But this is where Clem's in a bit of trouble. Oh, Storm actually hitting more Zealots than anything else. And we're going to stay back for a moment or two. As Classic, the Oracle and the Phoenix go down, so there goes some of your map control and future stasis wards. I'm terrified for Clem potentially ending up in a fight here before Stim is done. It is just what this comes down to. That tank there is obviously in an exposed area. The position is good though for Clem. These little teeth really make it difficult for the Zealots to attack. And so Clem is just taking advantage of that, feeling the safety in the map layout and being able to utilize that to nullify a lot of what his opponent is building up to and building into over these next few moments. So actually, for now, Clem continued to trade well, and now he's got the upgrades. I feel much more confident for him anyway. Double drop loops around the left-hand side into the natural expansion. Could be deadly as Classic, again, limited on map control right now. Doesn't have the vision he might want. Not sure he really has that much in general, as he did see it a little bit of heads up with the pylon over there. Clem needs to get the stim off. A few more Zealots warping in, but they're actually coming in a couple at a time right now. Nice feedback. All those Zealots go down. The +1 doing work against Zealots walking in single file. Going to get a pylon that depowers some gateways. Going to kill some Stalkers as well. I mean, the Medivacs will be low HP. I'm not sure if we want to really lift up and get out of here. Wouldn't have minded the Medivacs just running the hell away. Going to get a Storm in the end. But even the Storm kills a couple of Zealots, man. Like, Clem actually gets a hell of a trade. Just needs to be careful he doesn't get overwhelmed by Zealots on this army, which is a little smaller. But he does have a good Widow Mine count. First Storm comes down, actually hits 2 mines. It's a big deal. Killing 2 mines before they fire at all is massive. We do get rid of 1 High Templar there on the edge of the army. Clem trying to push his way onto that 3rd base would be massive if he could get rid of it. I don't know if he's just asking for a little bit too much right now. Trying to move the tank up. Widow Mine's there to support still. Trying to lead in. Forces another Storm. Classic is jumpy. He knows that Clem is about to pounce, and he's trying to be careful about it. A few Marauders forcing another Storm as well. Great job. Medivac's going to start doing some healing here. The Widow Mines to do their thing as well. Only one of them available at the end, or the other 2 are right far back. Going to hit the Archon maybe. That's actually going to soften that up a lot. Now units from the other side from Clem. Is he okay coming in from 2 sides here? One more Storm does land. Widow Mine on the top side hits a few Zealots. Necessary connection as those Zealots need to be softened up. Clem's going to turn and bring everything towards these Zealots. Clean those up. There's only a few Stalkers now. 1 Immortal is really the last kind of power unit in play here. Clem doesn't stim towards it. That might have been a good call as the Widow Mines try and burrow. That was a little sloppy from Clem, coming in from 2 sides. The mines just exposed when they didn't need to be. And that was maybe a little bit of a lost opportunity. I mean, Clem is still in a great position supply-wise. But, yeah, maybe he could have just had that Immortal killed. Maybe could have had those Widow Mines burrowed up safely. Any which way, it's very low-tech units here from Classic. He warps in a High Templar. I don't know if he's got the energy overcharge to give it some Storms. Kind of feels like he might need it right now, as it does get the energy overcharge. The Storm available. Goes right on the edge of the army, which I just don't know if that's enough. That's not enough either. That's not the Storm you're looking for in this circumstance. You want more than that. The Widow Mines at least get set off, but we now have EMPs available as the first goes to joining the fray. Zealot count is not really there, and that exposes the tech units. The Archon in trouble, the Immortals in the back. They'll be some of the next targets once we get to that stage. It's a Probe running forward, not a Zealot. And Clem just seems to have enough bio to keep on trading. The Immortals for now will be saved by another round of Zealots, but they're going to be eating a Widow Mine shot. Chunk of them going down, and Clem will just keep on pushing right on the front doorstep. Keep on hammering home the point, which is that he has enough, and he believes he should be able to take Classic down with a continued shove of units. A Liberator showing up is going to be nigh on impossible for Classic to deal with. He's not set up to deal with tech units like that hold positions as strongly as Liberators do. And it looks as though Clem is going to finally break his losing streak against Classic. And what a day for him. 3-1 Hero, 3-1 Classic in TVP. Clem qualifies for the offline tournament in Paris next in 2 weeks' time. And the Comeback TV organizers are celebrating, I'm sure, because that will save them some airfare from Korea or from another location in France. I think they'll be happy to pay for that trip for Clem. And amazing for them, of course, to have Clem on location with them as well. Congrats to Clem, who takes home that win and is going to move himself into the guaranteed top 3 of the tournament. Obviously, top 4 play in Paris, but upper bracket finals means you're guaranteed top 3. So not just making it in Paris, but making it while being in the upper bracket is amazing. $2,500 guaranteed. And obviously, a great opportunity to play straight to the grand finals and to go from there. GG's. And that sets us up for one final match today, as Serral and Reynor will play for the exact same situation, looking for the chance to go in and qualify to France. Which of our Europeans will have a chance at Clem in the upper bracket final when they get to Paris? It's going to be our question, as Clem takes it. And all the Protoss end up in the lower bracket, guys. All the Protoss in the lower bracket. So we're guaranteed a Terran and a Zerg in the offline finals. Like I say, it's going to be that ZVZ up next, as Serral and Reynor will battle against one another. It's going to be our last use of the day, last best of 5 coming up in just a few. Alright, guys, give me a couple moments. Yeah, I guess let's swap into Europe as well. Yeah, I guess we are indeed swapping to Europe. That does make sense. Didn't really think about that, but that's true. Perfecto. I'm just gonna nip BRB 1 second, guys. I'll just be a minute. Won't be long. Yo, Apocalypse 1, 11 months on the Prime. Wardy forever. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. As vetoes have begun, I guess we hop on over to Europe. I feel like Roddy was taking some time off as well. Yeah, Roddy was in Korea. He was doing poker. Yeah. Roddy was doing some poker. Yeah. I was saying I really tried to dismantle the whole StarCraft, streaming, sphere for a while. Try to bring all the casters to the wedding. Roddy was off somewhere else. There's a couple of days where everyone was away. Then I took even more time away, so I couldn't capitalize. I shouldn't have shown up to my wedding. I should have streamed. Taken the time to capitalize on everyone else not being there. I missed the 200 IQ play in the end, huh? Unlucky. Unlucky. Alright. We have ourselves one final match. Serral and Reynor vetoes are going. How long do they have on the main stream? Better question than anything else. 10 minutes. Ugh. Surely not. Surely it's not really going to be 10 minutes. Surely like 5. Ooh, I don't want to wait 10 minutes. I just want us to go. I just want us to go, go, go. Do 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 do. Alrighty. Bum 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 ba dum. Time to learn the fiddle. Time for me to And for me to just chill. It's been a long day. It's I mean, 6 best of 5 is never going to be short, right? But obviously, the time between series, especially, obviously helps stretch it out and draw it out a little bit. So, just lengthy day considering I've not streamed in a while. Well, I streamed a little bit yesterday, but maps are being picked by the way. So the videos are Golden Wall, Magnatha, Ultra Love, and Persephone. Giving us the first map, Incorporeal, second map, Gresvan, third map, Tokamak. And leaving us still with Sandworm and another. I can't remember which maps have been removed from the map pool, to be honest, so not 100% sure, but I'm sure we'll find some info soon. Get that map order confirmed and we can go. Love it. Love it. Bum 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 bum. Oh, lobby's up. I'm not in the chat channel on Europe, so should have been a little bit more careful about that maybe. Cool. So yeah, I'm just gonna read something for a second while nothing's in chat. Give me a moment. Hmm. I guess, like I said, Incorporeal coming up. Take a couple moments. Just waiting for the mainstream. Shouldn't be long. Let me check that timer. Oh, I didn't do the cameras. Hang on, I need to do the cameras. I forgot. They haven't even linked cameras yet. Oh my god. Fourth map, Pylons. The fifth map will be Sandworm. Yeah, we kind of need the cameras. Unless they're going no cameras. Maybe that's the plan. Alright guys, we take a couple moments, like I said, shouldn't be too much longer. Getting the players in. I mean, if Reynor was having issues with his camera earlier, maybe they just go no cameras. We just go for it from there. We'll see. Reynor probably should have beat Serral at EWC. That was a ridiculous series that ended in a ridiculous way. Serral clawed his way out of so many lost scenarios in that matchup, and that game 5 was a heartbreak for Reynor. I mean, I was casting it. It was absolutely spectacular to watch, but man, like, I've never believed more that a game was over and that a defense was just unbelievable. Actually sickening defense that Serral pulled off, and again, kind of needed Reynor to mess up on the attack as well for it to happen in that game 5, but it did, it happened. And so was able to capitalize and do Serral things and advance to the semifinals when he should have just been out. So, crazy business there. As we look at, like I say, hopefully our next game in just a few moments. Yeah, what's up, Grim? Thank you so much for the congratulations. Appreciate it. Ay. Well, we have the players in the lobby finally. It's taken us a little while to get here, but they are going to be here in a sec. Took a little bit of time, but we are making it. Progress being made. I think they're chatting with Clem, which is why it's taking so long. Alright, guys. They're doing a short Clem interview. Lovely. Lovely stuff. Hopefully not much longer. I'm very ready for us to dive into our last series. Oh yeah, we need cam links. Serral is red. Let me just set that up then, guys. Reynor is a blue. If it's just loading, so just hopefully a couple moments, get that sorted. Yep, perfect. Cameras are set. My job's done. Well, I have to cast, but my pre-game job is done. Who won between Clem and Classic? Clem took the win, 3-1. Nice to see him get some confidence back in TVP a bit, I think, today. I think it was a big day for Clem in the matchup, to be honest. Oi, oi, oi. Not sure how long it's going to be, guys. Waiting on the Clem interview. I hate the part where you don't know how long it's going to be. I never know how to fill the time. Do I need to go on a big story? Do I need to just, you know? Ay. Where's Chilan, guys? I just talking to Clem. Oh. Downtime's kind of crazy, no? They could have done a Clem interview during the vetoes. See what I mean? Like, you could just stack the downtime stuff on top of each other. Yeah. It's okay. It's my nature to complain. Anyways, Clem has finished his interview, and we are readying up for the ZVZ. Reynor is set as Protoss, though. Okay, he's set as Zerg now. Cool. ZVZ coming up, guys. Thank you for your patience. Let's go again. Incorporeal to start off this ZVZ. Thank you for the patience. That was a long bit of downtime. At the end of the day. But we are ready to go. In the top left-hand corner, the world champion of StarCraft 2. It is going to be our red Zerg player, Serral. Up against the blue Zerg in the bottom right. We have Reynor. Reynor looking for revenge from that EWC round of 8. I don't think anything's going to be able to console him from that, though. I mean, that was a rough loss that he was not expecting to happen after it was looking so good for him. Drones on the way, hatch coming through, and obviously we'll see where players will start to diverge from each other here in these early stages. See what the plans kind of become. Got drones, hatch gas pool, all building. Just going to be seeing the Overlord heading down to the bottom side. ZVZ obviously has so many tricks and shifts and little things that can happen and take place, so that's going to be a big point of contention as we set up throughout this ZVZ. When is, one of these players in particular going to get aggressive? Is something in particular going to be kind of the plan? Be interesting to see what kind of comes around in this. Clem did an interview. Did he win it all? No, Clem was just doing an interview because he qualified to the offline finals, and obviously it's a French tournament, and the French is the French mainstream, so yeah, that's all it was. Does it make sense? Things to be coming up on both sides. A couple queens and the drones all building through as we have our third hatchery is going to go down for both players. We are really mirroring each other up so far. One more drone from Reynor. He was a bit later to build the lings. Mild differences. Overall, this is what you call the mirrored matchup, as the Balin has just come down from Serral, and Reynor does not have to gas for that as quickly. Okay, there it goes. Still pretty similar, like I say, slight differences. A couple of Lings will nibble this hatch. And we will start to see potentially some Ling Bane, or whether both players just want to skip Ling Bane and kind of continue through. This is not setting up to be overly aggressive across the 3 bases just yet, even. There are a few Lings on the way from Serral, so he will look to apply a little bit of that initial pressure, but then there's a few Lings on the way from Reynor, so maybe there'll be pressure and defense on either side, and they won't really go much of anywhere. It's always a question of, does anyone make significantly more Lings than the other guy? There's a little bit of the cat and mouse game as well, right? The guy that makes more Lings runs across the map and pressures, and the other guy takes their turn to make Lings defensively, then run across the map and pressure themselves, and so on. That's a road drawing from both players, by the way, so that's going to be coming on up. It's going to be about halfway done currently. As the Lings is going to gather through, the Baneling is going to get forward. Queen's going to be there. Zerglings get turned around the other way. Still that road drawn building for now. Both players are doing the same thing, so what gets interesting here is if one player starts to build aggressive roaches and runs across the map, the other guy plays defensive roaches is going to be in a better setup, probably with like 5 to 6 more roaches, 5 to 6 more drones, and a similar roach count by the time they comes to a fight. So I like the fact that Allaire starts from Reynor, because I think the defender or the attacker here is going to be in a better position as they continue through. Serral's going to do the same thing with Allaire of his own. So really, you're just going to see a very lackluster ZVZ here for the moment. I will build on both sides. Drones coming up, roaches on the way in. We're just going to get that link going down. A few more roaches gather up. We do see our drones building. Evolution chamber coming through. Let's start seeing the real divergence now. Missiles and a roach speed from Serral and the Reynor Spire. So he's going to start heading in toward Mutas here. Gets that up and rolling as the roach speed building on in. Obviously, Reynor going to really double down on Mutas as well, because he's going to get the melee upgrades. This is not Mutas in, a few Mutas into roaches of his own. There's going to be a good amount of Mutas and very possibly just continued Mutalis production throughout these early stages of the game. So that's where we're going to kind of head to for the moment here. Get set up for. Hatcher coming down, melee upgrade. Ticking along, obviously nothing happening just yet, but a drop lord from Serral makes me wonder if he's going to get aggressive here. Muta's on the way. I don't think you can get aggressive with the Muta's already coming out. I just don't think the timing is going to be there. I'll load up the drop lord. That is full of roaches, so Muta's going to be seen by the Overseer. Hydrogen starts now as Serral realizes what's up. He also gets Burrow and Tunneling Claws on the way. He's going to be playing a bit of a harassment-based game and just trying to find ways across the map wherever he can here. And flyer attack upgrade coming through. Going to see the Mutas coming in, the melee upgrade, and the Bane speed coming about. +2/+1 on the way from Serral. So obviously he's still going to be playing very much so on this ground army. Reynor getting the Bane speed obviously prepares him to kind of deal with the Hydras in some way. Muta's going to fly through, get a couple of shots off. Ling's going to run by into the mineral line. A couple of drones in trouble there right off the bat. 3 workers going down. The roaches going after those Lings, which run by. Baneling gets a few of them, but Lings will get into the main base. Queen up for grabs. Serral going to try and maximize his defense on that. And let's see the roaches going after the other roaches. It's just overhead. A couple of Hydras burrow up. No detection right now, so the Hydras will stay safe. So hey, that burrow coming into play already. As we try and get the Hydraless count up. A couple of drones going down then for Reynor. And Serral hit a few units across the map with these roaches as well. A couple of Hydras there. Actually, might be able to fight these mutas a little bit. Reynor's going to take the fight onto this. Okay, he's going to clean up the Hydras and probably the Queens after. But he did lose a few mutas, but obviously not having enough Hydras to continue this game with is a bigger problem for Serral. How many mutas was that going down? 8 mutas went down. We've killed 13 Hydras. Roaches across the map are going to force the mutas home. That gives you time to actually build the Hydraless count up on the other side of the map. Roaches popping back up from the burrow over there. As we see, the roaches are going to keep on moving around. Right now, if they could just get some drones out of this, that would be incredible. It's the one thing that's really missing. A little bit of worker damage. It goes such a long way right now. I mean, Serral is across all the bases of Reynor, as Reynor's going to scrap around with these mutas to play cleanup. The burrow in the corner going to take the Overseer's attention as well. A couple of Infestors also on the way from Serral as he preps himself to deal with those mutas on the main army. Duelisks will step back up toward the top side. Just going to take a couple of movements up over there. The Lings will clean up a roach. A few Banelings on the way in. The mutas will gather and they will aim for this hatchery on the left-hand side. It's low already. Here's the Hydras, but of course Hydras... Oh, the Infestor pops out just to die to the mutas, unfortunately. Obviously, Fungal would be massive. Hydras are going to have a lack of mobility. Fungal could be huge as well against the Banelings. Banelings rolling in over on this side. Yep, that's what it uses the Fungal on, because if you can stop the Banes connecting on the Hydras, the Hydra count stays very strong against the mutas, and that's one of the most important things you're looking for here. Serral gets a defense, but it does cost him a hatchery. Obviously, still 4 bases as Reynor, as they are kind of equal on workers. I like it for Serral more as he gets set up onto more Hydras, more Infestors, just more kind of army in general. Should help him a lot, because obviously, you know, a lot of dealing with the mutas is getting the right composition up, and we're really in the direction of having the right units now. So that would go a long way, as that Fungal is very tempting to drop, but he knew it would have been dodged, so he didn't commit to it. Obviously, he gets chased back a little bit as well as Serral. At this point, you kind of just want to max out and try and take a maxed out fight, and obviously drop Fungals on the Banes and stop them from doing too much. These Banes here looking for the run die into the mineral line, so we're just going to pull drones away from that. Says, yeah, very well dealt with. The Roaches got a bunch of those Banes. That was a lot of Banes to give up for nothing at all, basically. 2 drones, a couple of units maybe went down amongst that as well, but in general, pretty solid cleanup through and through. Only Bane continuing to produce here. Just gathering. The Infestors pull back. Still getting 14 additional Banelings in production right now as the Infestors and Roaches join up. Mutas overhead. Going to gather with everything else on the Watchtower. Coming through the melee upgrade as well. Lurkaden is going to be massive for Serral because Lurkers would be huge against this army. Let's see what we can do here. Fungals land on a massive group of Banes on the right side. Again, more Fungals looking for the Banelings. We need to keep the Hydra count up so that we can deal with the mutas, and we have done exactly that. Wow, that was great from the Infestors. We do lose all the Infestors. Gonna have to rebuild those. Oh, the mutas are going to dive in. They actually think they can take this fight against the Hydra still. Are they wrong? No, they are not. Hydras will go down, and Serral will have to go back to the anti-air drawing board, but there's going to be a ton of Roaches running across the map. Force the mutas to come and deal with this. How much damage can these Roaches do? I think there's a good chance they maybe take out a hatchery or so. However, at the same time, there's a counterattack still going on, so Serral's going to have to deal with that. And maybe they don't get a hatchery. They're going to split some of them into the natural here. Okay, Roaches on every single base. Maybe it's more than just a hatchery we're aiming for. Maybe it's drone time. Serral lost 15 workers. He's rebuilding Hydras. He needs to rebuild anti-air. He needs an army that can fight off the mutas. Reynor is going to lose drones as well, so again, it's going to come at the cost of Serral losing a lot of his Roaches, a lot of his units. Still has Roaches on the right side too, really hitting everywhere he can, but I think Reynor might actually have enough control of this game. The Mutalist count may just be a little bit too far gone. I just regather here, and Infestor stepping across front lines. Ling Bane still producing. Viper Roach is on the way up as well. A few Roaches want to go in after a couple of these drones, so looking to get a bit of damage done. The Ling's going to run in, but the Roach is going to burrow up and step away. Is going to try and cause chaos here. The spores are going down, and if Serral can't control his Mutila's count, this game is going to come to an end. The Lings on across the map still dealing with Roaches, however. Casters do not find the fungals they're looking for. Those couple of spores are not going to do it, and Reynor, ooh, Parasitic Bomb and a fungal growth. That's a hell of a combo of spell casting. Oh my god! Mutila's just got absolutely blown up. The Muta count taking some heavy hits. Now it's maybe arguably manageable. That was so many Mutas all at once. Reynor with a huge connection there. That is absolutely massive for him. Hydra's now able to actually maybe deal with these Mutas a bit. Unfortunately for Serral, he's down to only 27 workers at this stage. Doesn't have much economy, but he has the larger army, and because he's shut down the Mutila's count, maybe he can genuinely just go across the map and just commit. The Mutila's count is down to 16 against 15 Hydras. Ooh, a few Infestors still have a little bit of energy building up as well. Yeah, Reynor needs the Banelings. He needs to crush through the Hydralists here. He needs to knock those down. The Banelings are the right call. Is it going to be enough? Roach is going to burrow into the main base. He wants to try and distract and pull Reynor as hard as possible. Ling's counterattacking. Serral has nothing here. He's just going to have to deal with it with reinforcements, which is obviously not ideal, but what other choice does he have? He doesn't. Is the TLDR. He is trying to deal with the Roaches in the main base. Serral did end up pulling back, but that means that Reynor's sitting on 55 drones to 25 and mining such a larger amount than what Serral is mining. And that gives Reynor obviously time to catch up in numbers. Mutila's count is back on track. Serral is going to rebuild a Viper and add that into play. Reynor's just going to come through. He needs to hit Fungals on the Banes. And burrows that Infestor, I like it coming out of nowhere, but fungling all the Banes would have been massive. Didn't quite get the catch there, but playing for the right opportunities. I mean, Serral just has to go. I'm surprised he stepped back before. I kind of get why, but I kind of feel like he didn't really have the choice or the luxury to do that. He's building a Lurker. Again, that's amazing. If he had any amount of economy left, 16 drones just ain't it. As Fungal try and protect the Hydras, 2 of them go down. It's a lot of Banes, but every Hydra really counts for a lot right now. Let me just go through the center over to the left-hand side. Vipers and Infestors, Roaches and Hydras stepping across. Mutas moving through as well. Mutas firing away. Just going to be seeing the Hydra still coming up. The Mutas still building. Banelings continue to produce here as the Lings are going to wrap around. The Bane's looking for the mineral lines. A Lurker left there, which is fine if the fight actually happens there. Fight across the map. Roaches do what they can. Most of the Mutas on the other side killing off the Hive. I mean, like I say, I think it's just go time for Serral and don't look back kind of moment, right? Because Roach is going to do a lot, as we are going to lose detection on them, though, as they burrow up. You just got to go across the map and hope. Or you fight the Mutas. Or you hit the Fungal Parasitic Bomb. As Reynor's not paying attention. Fungal Parasitic Bomb. Hydra's chasing. That's not going to be as much as you wanted. You do have more, though. Not a bad start. I mean, the fear for Serral if he goes across the map is if he just... What if he just loses the base trade? Right? Like, the Mutas could just shred all the bases that remain, and all the buildings could go down. And that's a very real problem as well. We are back to 39 Mutas. I think Serral ended up waiting too long. And Reynor looks as though he is going to find himself, I think, an opening game of this series. I think this one is looking very good for him. I think he could win it in 2 ways. I think he could either fight the army, or he can base trade. I think he wins both. That's how good a position he's in. Serral not paying attention. Nearly loses his Viper to a Spore Crawler. And that means he's going to lose the Viper to the Mutas instead, which, yep, a mistake there. But this one is absolutely looking as though it's going to be done. Like I say, I think you just win the base trade if the Mutas just keep going after structures. And you have the mobility with the Mutas as well. You have the drones to run around the map. You have the money to keep on building with. Yeah, Reynor's going to go for the safer choice, which is base trading. Taking the fight's always got a little bit of a question mark about it, right? Measure and Fester joining up. Viper in the skies. Just going to be seeing the Extractor and the Overlord coming about as well. As you see, a couple of shots coming through. Spore Crawler going down. Hydra's going to jump onto this hatchery. Serral has not rebuilt his bases, and Reynor realizes now that he can probably just go after structures. And he is really not going to be wrong. I think he can still take... The thing is, Serral's not getting in any better position. Neither is Reynor, really. But he still has bases mining. He still has hatches around the map. I just do think he could take a fight if he had to. What are we talking about here? 40 meters. No Viper left over, so it would just be Fungals. That's the danger, right? If the Fungals land and the Hydras can get underneath the mutas and just shred. Serral just doesn't have many structures left. Serral has 2 extractors. 4 drones. He has money to build 1 more extractor. I don't know if he's building it, though. Okay, he does. Starts up an extractor now. 1 extractor. And then this one in the bottom right. At this point, Serral... I mean, Reynor has another hatch building on the left side. That's going to be massive then. Because he actually kind of needs it in the end. We'll lose this base. Serral obviously doesn't have the reveal of Reynor because there's a hatchery building. So he doesn't know where that is. He doesn't know what the situation is. He's going to get a few Hydras here. Freebies! Oh, that's not good if you ever actually have to end up fighting this as Serral. Obviously, he's hoping he doesn't have to do that. Looking for the fungal growth, but he's going to drop one and GG out. Reynor is going to take game number 1 of this best of 5. And is going to open up with the win in this series. Exciting stuff. And so we have a fantastic opening game. Oh no. Oh. I made it. I keep forgetting I'm not in the correct lobby anymore. Oops. Be careful about that. Alright. Players readying up. Reynor leads by a game. Best DVZ you've seen in ages. Probably the first DVZ you've seen in ages too, right? Alright, game 2. So Reynor delivering so far. And the Gresvan. We kick this off. So looking to bring it back. Reynor looking to put himself into a 2-0 lead would be massive. Top left-hand side, our red Zerg player is going to be Serral. On the blue Zerg in the bottom right side. Our blue Zerg is going to be Reynor.
Game paused.
Serral paused, but Reynor said the lag, so Serral confirms. Take a moment, hopefully get this solved, get this back on track. Serral playing on the mobile internet. Lovely. Hopefully not too long. Hopefully get back onto it. Obviously, great game one. Oh, world champion on mobile internet. Yeah, it's tough, you know. I'm gonna drop another A, try and check. It's fine the moment he turned the camera off. Yep, I mean, that's been happening all day. Alright, cameras are dropping.
Game resumed.
Alright, camera's gone. Players are back though. As we settle into game number 2. Match is on the way up. Obviously looking to see what sort of diversions there might be in this EVZ. This time, last game was super mirrored for a super long time until we got to Lair Tech. Then we saw the Roaches versus the Leaders coming by. Fantastic stuff. And Hatchet got some pool coming up on both sides. Hatchet got some pool building. Couple drones on the way, getting settled down. Couple Queenslings. Nothing really, again, too crazy just yet. Everyone kind of following each other for a little bit right now. And a couple Queenslings, the drone, continue to come through for a couple moments. So, yeah, a little bit of everything. Like I say, really waiting to see if we diverge into some very aggressive ZVZ. A lot of their series back in the eSports World Cup was based around a lot of the early kind of one base here roach timings and so on, so kind of expecting that as a bit of a possibility here as well. Couple things jumping onto that hatchery. Lings chasing a couple of lings. We will see again link speed coming through. The bait nest coming up. Hatchery coming down. The roach run quickly, though, from Reynor that we're really going to keep our eyes on. Does he try build a bunch of those roaches quickly? It is in the front. Oh, no, sorry, it's in the back. Yeah, the bane nest is in the front, so it's going to look like a regular bane nest when the reality is he's going to build roaches and just send it. Very exciting. Again, roach run about to finish from Reynor, the roach run building up from Serral. Hatchery about to finish up here, Queen and a couple of overlords on the way. We've got a bunch of roaches building. So we start to make progress in toward that, well, in towards the stage of the game, right, where we are going to have that attack setting up. Now, if Serral over drones, is going to be very difficult to find a defense for him here. The lane gets denied, the scouting's not available. Last start, Serral is clueless, spending money on anything but what he needs to, which is the roaches and the units that can protect him in this case. So there's also a pathway for the roaches. If they went up and across, they could maybe have gone sightless, but now he's going to see it as they go under that overlord. What does Serral do? Cancel a lair is probably on the agenda, right? He keeps the lair. That's going to be a lot of money you can't spend, Serral. You've got to do something, man. He's building 3 roaches. That ain't enough. He's going to try and keep the lair. I mean, that's crazy. Finally, he cancels it. Starts 2 more overlords. His supply block! Oh no, he's dead! Game's over. GG, you don't win games like that. Well, that was disaster after disaster. First, he doesn't cancel a lair for a while. Then he supply block's just GG. Supply block's just GG. There's nothing even to hype up about that one. It's just unplayable. And just like that. And that's a very rare kind of game from Serral where he just misreads, doesn't read, and he makes the mechanical mistake that essentially just kills him. Damn. It's so rare you see Serral going down without even trying to fight, but he knows, like, that's because he never makes the mechanical mistake that seals the deal for him, right? He always has a chance, at least, to make some plays. Obviously, in this case, he really did not. Alright, little mistake from Serral. And we get ourselves to Game 3 of this best of 5 with Reynor up 2-0, a map away from qualifying to the offline finals in Paris in a couple weeks' time. Loser of this drops to that lower bracket, remember. Would play the winner of ShowTime and Hero in a best of 7. That would be a banger. I don't know if I'm going to be able to catch that one tomorrow. I think I might have to be gone before that kicks off. Absolutely, you know I'm going to catch the replays of that at some point, though, no doubt. Not messing around there. May not be able to cast it live, but we're going to catch up on that one for sure. As we get ready for Talk and Mac coming in. Game number 3. Bottom left, the blue Zerg up 2-0, a map from qualifying himself to the offline finals. It is Reynor. While in the upper right-hand side, the red Zerg player, Serral. Serral's CVZ is so much worse than his other matchups. I mean, I don't even know if that's necessarily true, but there is also the fact that if it is, it's just, you know, ZVZ is much more about the mental and the build order game than it is about so much of the, you know, so much of everything else that makes Serral great, right? You know, so much of ZVZ strips away. I mean, there's a lot of ZVZs that do come down to the mechanics and the micro and the multitasking and great scouting and so on. And I think that's why he actually does have extremely good ZVZ. It's just, it's going to look more volatile because that's just ZVZ, because it's more build order based sometimes. I mean, this one was a mechanical mistake, though. And I still think he should have canceled the lair sooner, too. Because he saw the roaches and he didn't do anything with the lair for a little while. Maybe he really believed. I just don't know what you look at there to think you could believe in. Drones coming about, hatch gas pool coming in. Also, I think the other thing we have to think of is, when do you see Serral play ZVZ? Mostly against Reynor. Like, there's so few Zergs that when he plays ZVZ, it's against the best of the best, because there's only the best of the best Zergs that really exist, you know? Actually, kind of interested in Serral's ZVZ history right now. It's gonna let me search for him on Ligulac. It's not being my friend at the moment. I want to have a look though. Kind of curious. Match history. Just taking a while to load, guys, but I'm intrigued. Meanwhile, this game still sets up with just link speed and a couple queens apiece, so no real differentiations just yet between the two. Match coming down. %78% win rate in ZVZ all time from Serral. His recent wins: Reynor, Lambo, Reynor, Solar, 3-4 loss against Dark. Beat Shin, Reynor, Shin, Laser, Solar, Dark, Mixu, Shin, Dark, Reynor, Solar, Reynor, Su, Lambo, Alaza, Fiant, Lambo, Reynor, Alaza, Wayne. So, Serral, since November of 2023, only lost one series. A 7-game epic against Dark was the only time he lost to ZVZ. I mean, that's pretty crazy. Since, let's say, since 2022. In the last 3 and a bit years. In the last 3 and a bit years, Serral is... Yeah, that's kind of crazy. He's like 85% ZVZ win rate. What about since 2023? Last 3 years. 87%? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. The guy just has ridiculous results. Yeah, if you go from the start of 2024, he's lost 1 ZVZ. And that was a 3-4 loss to Dark in the Pigsty. 19-1. I mean, that's pretty nuts. And then you look at him play ZVZ, you're like, oh, ZVZ doesn't seem as good, right? Because, well, you know, yeah, he's only playing against the best of the best, and he's losing maps, and you're like, well, surely not. Yeah. Actually, crazy stats. I didn't even realize that ZVZ was that solid. But Reynor Nelly had him at EWC. I think Serral got off with a little bit of fortune there. And right now, he's going to need a bit of fortune to turn this one around as well. Because Serral and Reynor are both heading into the Roaches. Reynor already has the missile upgrade coming up. I don't think I like this for Serral at all. He's spamming Roaches. But so is Reynor off the same economy, but with the upgrade. Now, the upgrade's not going to be here immediately, but it's going to kick in at some point. Reynor has a few links to help him out as well, so Serral's going to have a lot of Roaches. If Reynor just keeps pumping Roaches right now, which he is doing, I think he's going to be okay. I don't really see the opportunity, and if that is a defense from Reynor, then he's going to have the +1 to take the advantage from that point on. He knows it as well at this point, right? So he's just going to keep on building Roaches here. Ravages morphing in, +1 missiles coming up. As you just see, Roaches, Lings on the way. Like I said, that +1 missiles is so close to finishing. If Reynor has +1 missiles for this fight, that's incredible. A couple of Lings around the back trying to distract and just buy a bit of time. Missiles is about to finish. That's a big advantage. Now, he's not going to have Ravages. He is going to morph a couple of Banelings in. Gets rid of that first Baneling quite nicely. This next Baneling shouldn't be able to do much of anything. Serral just says, GG. Holy goodness. He just knows he's lost. Well, that is the worst CVZ I've seen in Serral for years. I mean, to be fair, like, I mean, this was dominate. I mean, this was not on the script. That's not how it's meant to look. Amazing game 1, and games 2 and 3 were a wash, unfortunately. But man, that was a shocking way for it to end, honestly. Kind of a shocking way for it to end. Right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. It's been a long day for me. I'm going to go get some food and stuff. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I can't do the whole thing. Me and Helen do have NFL nights on Sunday. And considering there's like 5 different streams covering this tournament, I'm going to be here for the first 1 or 2 series. For the first 3.5 hours or so, then I'm going to tap out. So I'll be here tomorrow for about 3.5 hours, maybe 4 hours or so. But I will not be doing the whole thing. So yes, I'll be here for 3.5, 4 hours tomorrow. And then Monday, it's WardiTV Mondays, and we're just going to keep on going and get back on track with that. So, that's what's happening. That's what's taking place. And I will see you guys. Or show you guys the wedding ring. Is this a thing? You guys want to see my... it's not very exciting. It's a ring. Actually, it's kind of cool, I'm not going to lie. If it focuses. Hang on. God damn it. Focus, camera. Focus. Autofocus. Stop focusing on the background. Hang on. I'm going to go for the zoom in. Nelly. Ah, there you go. Has a little pattern on it. Has a little pattern on it. That's all you're getting. He's got a 14-inch meat feast pizza. Enjoy yours. Hell yeah. Lovely. You just gotta be a wash-up streamer for 10 years to get a girl? Yeah. That's all I did. She was just like, whoa, you cast StarCraft? Incredible. Bam. But yeah. Alright, thanks so much, guys. Serve ads on the outro, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Like I say, will not be the full event tomorrow, but I'll just do what I can. Like I say, me and Helen we really, unless like it's like something that comes up that's serious, we really do take Sundays off in NFL season. So we'll do a little bit tomorrow, and then we'll go from there. Like I say, the rest of the week is going to be looking full of fun. So thanks so much for watching, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Bye, and thanks for watching and casting with us today. It's been fun. Bye, 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 bye.